Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. The holiday behind us, but this 4th of July racing festival continues. The party continues. Today, a race that dates back to 1913. The only race Man of War suffered defeat, the Sanford, for 2-year-olds. Blinging it back is the favorite, despite the fact he's yet to win a race. Trained by Mark Casse, very busy this afternoon. Not one, but two Sanford runners. Strategic Risk, the other speedy debut winner in Florida last month. And later in the main event, Casse to unleash nitrogen. Perfect this year, 5 for 5. Will her unblemished season continue in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational? She says it will. Can we trust her? She'll be an odds-on favorite. We'll see. Look at that. The Spa on this first Saturday in July. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. Pristine conditions for thoroughbred racing in upstate New York. This 4-day racing festival is about to resume. The party continues. And horses on the track. 2-year-olds, in fact. What better way to kick off the first of 9 straight Saturdays at Saratoga Racecourse? 2-year-olds. Winding up, getting closer to post time for the opener. 4 minutes out, just outside the paddock. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. On the heels of a terrific 4th of July program, we're right back at it. That first race, as you see, just 4 minutes until the opener. The program today headlined by a trio of graded stakes events. That Sanford for 2-year-olds, later the Kelso. And this race, Grade 1, Belmont Oaks Invitational, 3-year-old fillies, $500,000 purse, 1 1/8 on the turf course. All eyes on nitrogen. Number 7, 4 to 5 on the morning line as I welcome in my friends and colleagues. Jonathan Kinchin, handicapper, 4-time Major League All-Star. Paul LaDuca, guys, for our fans at home. Later on this evening, this Belmont Oaks, Jake Hay, why should they be excited and stick around to watch nitrogen do her thing?
Because I think she might be a superstar, and I mean superstar. The way she's run in her young career has been outstanding. The way she ran on the dirt last time was very impressive. But that's not even the reason why I like her so much today. If you look at her last 2 works ago, she worked in company. I don't think she was a company. She kind of hooked up with 2 Grade 1 winners for the Clement Barn in Deterministic and Carson's Run, and she ran by them like they were standing still. Now, it could have been the end of their work or what, but it was very impressive for a 3-year-old filly.
Well, she's very talented. I think she could do a lot of different things. She proved it in her last race, but we're going to show you the Edgewood, which was on the turf, and in her last race, the Wonder, again, she went by 17 lengths over the slop, and it was just like a wow kind of moment. But this is how she's been winning her races, Lafitte. It seems like she's starting to win these races by more and more. Not to get too ahead of ourselves, but she won that Wonder again. Belmont Stakes week. It was off the turf on the main track. Okay, so she can run on dirt. Trainer Mark Casse has said after the Belmont Oaks Invitational, maybe the Grade 1 Alabama next, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies every summer at Saratoga. Much more on that Belmont Oaks Invitational a little bit later on in the broadcast. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. As mentioned, 2-year-olds in the first start, Searly Pick 5, not just the Saratoga Stakes activity, Monmouth Park. You see the Jersey Girl, plus on-site coverage from Horseshoe Indy, the Indiana Oaks, and Derby. Festival ends tomorrow, but we're just getting started up here. Sign up today, NYRABets.com. Get signed up. Use that bonus code, that promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. Enthusiastic crowd on hand. They want to see 2-year-olds in the opener. First of 3 2-year-old races this afternoon. Maiden special weight. This is where we meet the stars of tomorrow. Ewing, number 2. Is he one of those potential stars? His debut in moments. He's 2 to 5. As we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast, standing by trackside. Maggie, you know this colt pretty well. You spent some time with Ewing earlier in the week. What can you tell us about him?
That's right, Lafitte. The first day, I spent it right around feed time, and my man, he's a good doer. He was very excited to get his feed time, and then the next day, I actually caught him training, galloping, while standing with trainer Mark Casse. And what I can say is that he's a very intense individual, very high energy, but contained. You can tell he's smart. You can tell that he knows his job, as he is a cleverly named son of Nick Sco. Patrick Ewing, hint, hint, as you are checking out his work from June 26th. Now, this is with Blinging It Back, who we'll see soon in the Sanford. And honestly, guys, I think Ewing was going better. You can see the rider with the red sleeves aboard Ewing. He is labeled as a gray, but he looks more like a dark bay. That he just has that rocking chair pose, you know, just trying to hold him at bay. Both these horses working well, but I thought was promising considering that Blinging It Back has 2 starts under his belt, and that's what Ewing was able to do as they covered the half mile in 48-2. He has handled himself exactly like I was hoping prior to this first start, much like he showed me in the mornings. He might be legit here, and he did get a favorable scratch with the 6 for Todd Pletcher coming out. Some others to look at. Number 1, Tartable. I thought an interesting proposition here, because he's a Maryland bred, but out of Anna's Bandit, as she was a multiple stakes winning Maryland bred. He looks quick. I know that Chad Summers wanted to run him in Maryland against some fellow Maryland breds, but because of that quarantine was unable to do so. He's a bit of a playboy. He got a very big warm-up to expend some of that nervous energy from Jose Lascano, but he just looks as though he'll need one mentally and physically. Number 5 is Empire's King. Now, this guy sold for $60,000 at the OBS April sale, worked 10-1, was on his inside lead most of the way, but what I liked is the fact that he looked quick, but he also really lowered himself into his stride. He presents himself as a possible quick horse from that outside post position. He's smaller, he's compact, but a very efficient mover that comes in here looking incredibly fit for trainer Greg Sacco. As the one who has experience is the filly taking on the boys. She's on a roll, showed speed after braking slowly. Look for her to be more efficient from the gate. And can she take them gate to wire? Is she the biggest threat, Lafitte, to Ewing?
About to find out. Maggie at the gate. Important, JK, quickly, not just the race here, but how it relates to that Sanford, as Maggie mentioned, in about an hour.
Yeah, you see those horses working together. It's definitely a big sign. I think Ewing's going to run big. $585,000 Knicks Go average is $60,000.
Kids want to see how the kids perform. Ewing, odds on. Frank Miramati with the call. Race 1 of 12, live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 1.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Empire's King bounces out very quickly. Here's Ewing flying through on the inside, though, and Ewing takes the lead. She's on a roll now, second. Empire's King, 3.5 off the pace in third. Then Tartable and Section, single file already. It is Ewing in front with the filly. She's on a roll, trying hard to stay close. It's 5 lengths back to Empire's King in third. Tartable inching a little bit closer. It's a long way back to Section. 22-2 for Ewing. She's on a roll. Comes to the outside to press once again. They arrive at the quarter pole, well clear. Then Empire's King and Tartable. Top of the stretch for Ewing. Cutting the corner professionally and opening up with authority. It's a 4-length lead now over She's on a Roll, Empire's King, and Tartable. You name one after the Hoya Destroyer and a first-round draft pick, 11-time All-Star. He better run, and a runner indeed. Ewing by a block. Empire's King completes the exacta. Tartable was third.
We were waiting for it. We were waiting for it. We knew Frank would have something special if Ewing did something like that, as he simply dazzles in his debut. You saw trainer Mark Casse, co-owned by DJ Stable, could be a big afternoon for these connections. Ewing impressive here. Later, Nitrogen in the main event.
Really good. I mean, and he didn't break great, Jonathan, but man, he picked up right on his feet and got underneath that horse, and it was over with, and you called it. I mean, right about here, you said Frank's going to say something really cool here.
Frank's amazing, and you knew he was going to say something to live up to what we just saw. And this is what makes Saratoga so special. You get to see superstars later in the day, like a horse like Nitrogen, and then you get to see future superstars earlier in the day with horses like Ewing. Ewing had signaled that they were going to do this, right? I mean, this horse went 10-1 in that sale. That sale was in April. This horse was back training for Mark Casse at the beginning of May. No breaks for this horse. Knew they were going to be fast and fit, and they absolutely were. This is very impressive.
And an all New York exacta, right? You got Ewing, Patrick Ewing, Empire's King, you're the Empire State. and Danny Tartable, for a lot of people that don't know. Drafted by the Seattle Mariners, ended up being a Yankee, and famous for the Seinfeld skit.
Tartable, solid debut. New match for Ewing. Odds on, and for Mark Casse, the 3 stakes wins during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Already multiple wins this week during the 4th of July Racing Festival. Yesterday in the Harvey Pack, and just the barn going really, really well, Paul, at just the right time as we draw closer and closer to the traditional summer meet at the Spa.
Yeah, you know, listen, Mark Casse talked about this last year. He got his younger horses and a lot of his horses up here a lot earlier than he did in previous years, and it really paid off. And he's just bringing that same recipe, but he's also got some really nice horses. And I'll tell you what, the ceiling could be anything by this great colt by Nick's Go.
How impressed, I know you won't see a speed figure, but watching how easily he made it look the final time, JK, how impressed were you by Ewing?
Yeah, I mean, well, look, you can kind of play the 6 degrees of separation game. Ewing turned away She's on a Roll, the filly, who ran against Obliteration, who I think is going to be favored in the Sanford.
Yeah.
So if you put all those together, the way that Ewing just dismissed She's on a Roll, who was 4th to Obliteration, I think he's going to be pretty good.
Easy name to remember. Ewing, the Hoya Destroyer indeed. Great call and a great debut. Just getting started. When we return, the road to the hopeful begins today. More 2-year-olds in the Sanford. Obliteration pretty much describes his debut at Churchill Downs, but things get tougher today, bringing it back. The Sanford favorite, despite the fact he's yet to win. You're watching America's Day at the Races from Saratoga on Fox Sports 1.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Off and running. America's Day at the Races. Welcome back. Live coverage on Fox Sports 1. Live look. Saratoga Racecourse, Saratoga Springs, New York. That's how you start a 12-race Saturday at the Spa when a 2-year-old does something like that. Jake, hey, a get up out of your seat type performance gets the blood pumping and the imagination of what this could be the start of for a colt like Ewing.
I mean, I say it all the time, but I couldn't be more honest. This is why I love Saratoga, is the opportunity to see horses like this that are going to end up being potential superstars. And then also getting to see superstars that we already know are superstars. It's just constant every day here at Saratoga.
To Maggie in the winner's circle.
Pleased to be here with co-owner Leonard Green of DJ Stable, I should say. But Ewing, that was a debut we were looking for.
It certainly was. You never know, especially, I've been in the game for a while, and there are some trainers who really push the pedal on it. So the first time out, the horse is really fit and ready to go. To Mark's credit, he looks for the distance type of horses, so he doesn't push the pedal. So I said, what can I expect from this horse? He says, you can expect his own natural ability to outdo the fact that I'm not pressing hard on him. I mean, that was very, very impressive.
He said that to me when I talked to him a few days ago, but he also said that he gave this horse at the OBS sale the highest marks that he could, give a horse.
Yeah, so much so, again, and you know, for the other owners in the game, the trainer likes to have a good horse, okay? And there are unfortunately some trainers who do deals and what have you. Mark is straight, okay? So we usually say, hey, what is the fair market value of this horse? What is the potential of this horse? And then Terry came along and we compared notes. Okay, he's a client of ours, and I said, Terry, it makes no sense bidding against each other. How far do you want to go? And he had a level, okay, and we got to that level, and he started to walk away. I said, Terry, I'm going to take it from here.
I will take the reins. I love that. But Len, you'll also send out arguably one of the best 3-year-old fillies in the country later on in the Belmont Oaks with Nitrogen. She was dazzling in the off-the-turf stake last time out, but back to the turf, trying a further distance than she has gone, but she looks so dominant.
Yeah, and again, from a business point of view, I was on a podcast a couple of months ago, and somebody said, you keep on saying you can make money in the horse business, and you can't. I said, it's very easy. I said, we run the Breeders' Cup with Jaywalk. We won the Breeders' Cup. We won the wheel. We sold both of them for $4 or $5 million. It's very easy to make money. Okay, now, where do you stretch it? Well, then you're going to go to the Breeders' Cup and into the turf. But he ran a better number on the dirt. So now what do you do? So Mark said, okay, if you want to make the decision instead of me flipping a coin, I said, yeah, let's make some money.
I like that. Always the accountant mindset.
But it would be interesting to see down the road whether, and it's interesting to also get the input. Very few people have the ability to have the input from someone like Jose, who just knows the game so well that it kind of leads itself to his advice is going to be useful.
He's so articulate and so knowledgeable. Well, congratulations. Hopefully it's the first of a few today.
Amen to that, and thank you for interviewing me. John?
Son John missing today's races, guys, because it's his birthday. Lafitte, you'll appreciate this. He went to the Yankees-Mets game.
Thank you.
Priorities. Maggie, priorities. John Green, his son, as you take another look there. Ewing. John, who's also the general manager for DJ Stable. He is the J in DJ Stable. He hosts a podcast. He had Mark Cassey on right after the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. And yeah, Cassey is a confident guy, but I didn't get the sense it was one of those just kind of, yes, I love every horse that I run out there type of approaches. He was talking about his 2-year-olds and could not hide his excitement, not just about the Nitrogens of the stable, but his young developing 2-year-olds and how much he thinks of them. Case in point, Ewing.
Well, I hope he was talking about this one, because if he's got more,
right?
the rest of them are all in trouble, because he was really good. That happens, though, I think, in this game. Some trainers will have a bad run of 2-year-olds, and it's just luck. And then some will have a lot of good run of 2-year-olds. And then you got to get them to the track. You got to keep them on the track, and then you get performances like that.
And the other key is you got to learn how to train up here. It's different up here. I think the other part that people don't realize it's a tough place to ship horses into here in Saratoga, because it's just, you know, we're in the middle of the Adirondacks. And what ends up happening is like Mark said, he brought his horses up earlier. And I think that's so key because it's so tranquil here. We even sleep a little bit better here. So the horses, I think, just enjoy it down here. And I think, like I said, he's gotten the recipe the last 2 years. But then again, when you bring a horse like that in, I could have rode that horse.
They're stepping on the accelerator to move the race too, but quick final thought there. Lenny Green, also co-owner of the New Jersey Nets pre-merger in the ABA, and two-time ABA champions of the New Jersey Nets.
Lenny Green, co-owner.
Not at all. Not at all. Two-time champions, you know, Breeders' Cup winners, the likes of Sandman. We'll see Nitrogen. Add Ewing to the list after that dazzling debut. $50,000 claimers race 2. You see the field updated odds. And we'll have more on this second race, plus race 3, more 2-year-olds in the Sanford. So much history and tradition. Obliteration, number 2, 7-5. Blinging It Back, the maiden, but favored at 6-5. Blinging It Back. If you're wondering why a horse that has not won, JK, in 2 races would be a favorite in a race like the Sanford, it's because he ran really, really well in the Tremont, but ran into a filly that absolutely freaked.
Yeah, well, the rest of these horses are exiting maiden special weight races, meaning that every other horse they had faced had not won a race yet. This horse, Blinging It Back, is exiting a stake, meaning that probably everyone that they ran again had already won. It's a little bit of that strength of schedule thing. I'm still against Blinging It Back, even though what I just saw from Ewing, who Maggie showed us in that work, makes me kind of regret not using Blinging It Back. But I think there's an opportunity here. Some of these other horses are nice and up and coming.
Blinging It Back by Violence, a theme in this race will explain. Paulie, what to expect from him in the Sanford?
I think he's got a big shot. Even listen, the horse that ran third in that race, Romeo, ran off the screen for John Robb here at Saratoga. So, you know, I think it's going to be a very, very interesting race between the 2-4. And I wouldn't throw out the other Cassie in there, Strategic Risk.
Cassie with a pair. After that one in the first race, obliteration here. 10-1 in his debut, JK, and somehow this one slipped through the cracks at Churchill.
He did, and he was impressive as well. And he did it kind of like like you like to see. A lot of times you'll see these 2-year-olds just kind of jump out there wire to wire. Sort of sat off a horse for a little while and showed some the ability to listen to their rider. You know, his last rider was Eric Asmussen, who won the Apprentice Eclipse Award last time. Now he goes to Flavian Pratt, who won the Journeyman Eclipse Award. So he's got some good company with the riders he's had.
Remember Eric talking about that horse. He had been on that horse in the morning, said the horse had been working unbelievable. They kind of kept it under the hood because the horse went off at 10-1.
Expecting to see more of the same today?
I would think so. I think the horse can run. Again, I think it's a very, very good field, but you don't win by 7 1/4 lengths at Churchill Downs if you're not the real deal.
By Violence as well, obliteration. Can't wait to see the Sanford, that first step towards the hopeful closing day, the most prestigious race for 2-year-olds here at Saratoga. Stepping aside, when we come back, much more from the Spa and yesterday's Belmont Derby Invitational test score. Some headlines just write themselves. A+. Appeared to be spinning his wheels until he wasn't. Explosive late, and now a Grade 1 winner.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
One to the Hall 2, $1,200,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best.
Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie. She wins the present easily.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn,
Another stretch.
making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Sights and sounds from the party downtown last night, celebrating 4th of July in Saratoga Springs. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. At my place, it sounded like they were reenacting the Battle of Saratoga until about 2:30 a.m. I'm getting old, man.
It was loud. I was outside of Slivo at Phila, sitting outside, and you could, I mean, it was like, it was rattling off the buildings. I mean, it was loud downtown for sure.
I know you lost a little bit of power too, or no?
Yeah, and that kind of affected the clock and getting here a few minutes late and moving right along. Second race, horses in the paddock in about 11 minutes to post. Meanwhile, yesterday, that Belmont Derby, and about test score here, JK, and back-to-back wins in the Belmont Derby for Ammerman Racing and trainer Graham Motion.
I mean, right here, he looked like he was in trouble, like he was going to kind of fall out of it and get overtaken by a lot of horses. And then right about here, he leveled off and rallied for Manny Franco. And I think this was a good race. I walked away from this feeling very, like this would be a very productive edition of the Belmont Derby.
I thought it was a very good effort. I think JK made a good point. Of course, the ears were up and ready to run a little bit more at the end of the race, but when he swung him out and went left-handed, and then he switched the crop to the right hand, test score really took off, and Graham Motion already a great start to this July 4th festival.
Yeah, kind of like he fooled a lot of people watching test score. He fooled trainer Graham Motion, who after the race said, I thought he was running in place. I'm paraphrasing, but it looked like he wasn't going anywhere until he kicked it in and found another gear.
I think when those horses came to his outside, he kind of re-engaged. I was on yesterday with Richie Migliori while we were doing it, and as a rider, he had kind of pointed out that's what he thought. He felt like when those other horses came to his outside, he re-engaged. So it worked out well. I mean, and he feels like a horse that's going to appreciate a little bit of added distance and is going to only continue to get better.
Funny how some horses that respond, whether it's horses to their inside or outside, in the end, test score just responded. Graham Motion, first ever trainer to win back-to-back editions of the Belmont Derby. Maggie is with us. Maggie, you spoke to Manny Franco shortly after the race. What stood out to you about test score's performance in that win in the Belmont Derby?
Just how well Manny was able to get him to proverbially turn off Lafitte, and that he got him to relax. A horse that, when he leads up to going into the gate, can be quite high energy, can get himself a bit hot and washy overall, but Manny and him just have an excellent rapport together as they have now won 3 races with 2 second-place efforts with Manny Franco in the irons, and he was just all smiles yesterday too, being able to pilot this horse, and it feels like all of the connections stating that he's a horse that will just gallop along, but then will also produce that turn of foot, really developing into such a nice horse. And Graham Motion stating that after the American Turf, where he ran so well and narrowly defeated by Zulu Kingdom, that he was targeting this Belmont Derby, but he was hoping he wouldn't have to run against Chad's horse. Well, he did it. He won the race before in the Manila, and it was all history, and test score was able to take down this Belmont Derby field. So looking forward to, we'll see if they ever square off. You know, it felt like after yesterday, Zulu Kingdom might stay at, more of that mile distance.
Zulu Kingdom in the Manila, then test score. Paul, would you put him in that upper echelon based on that performance? Is he right there with the best 3-year-old turf horses in training?
I think he's on the fringe. I mean, he's been close to Zulu Kingdom a couple times, but I think he's a little bit on the fringe. It's going to be very interesting when they go a little bit more distance to ground. I think he might be a little bit better than Zulu Kingdom, and maybe if they go a mile and an eighth, but I think Zulu Kingdom at a mile is better than he is.
Well, I think we'll find out this afternoon the difference, right? Nitrogen, I think, is probably the best miler, but I think today she might even show to be the best mile and an eighth and beyond. She might be the best overall. Yeah. I think in the boys division, it's a little bit different. It's split. Test score more of the longer distance turf horse, but Zulu Kingdom, in my opinion, is better at a mile. I think if Zulu Kingdom went to a mile and 3/16, he probably gets beat by Test score. If Test score comes down to a mile, he gets beat by Zulu Kingdom. I think it's somewhere in the middle.
Belmont Derby yesterday on Fox, and we'll be spending a lot of time this summer on Fox because Fox Saratoga Saturdays are back all summer long. Best horses, the biggest races in this perfect venue. You see it's marquee event after marquee event. 2 weeks from today, Fox Saratoga Saturday, Coaching Club, American Oaks, 3-year-old fillies. Looking forward to another terrific summer here in upstate New York. Much more in our broadcast here on Fox Sports 1. And race number 2, Riders Up, Post Parade Brewing, $50,000 claimers, mile and an eighth. Patrolman is out. 5 deep here, leading contender, Paulie, even money.
Yeah, even money right now, and I would think the horse to catch too, right? I mean, off the turf event last time out at a mile and a quarter did go to the front end, but maybe there's some other horses that want to challenge that, and that may be the 5 Heroes Medal, depending what Dylan Davis wants to do. I would think the 6 is the horse that lays back here a little bit, but very interesting to see. I would think that the 1 is the horse to catch, and you're getting Chad Brown here and Manny Franco. Maybe that has a little to do with the price. 6-5 is a little aggressive for me.
Dylan Davis, you saw there on Heroes Medal. Another look at him in the Post Parade. Start of the early pick 4. Race 2 of 12 on this first Saturday in July. All part of this 4th of July Racing Festival. Call to post. And we'll meet the field starting with leading contender Manny Franco and that Belmont Derby victory, teaming up with Chad Brown here. This gun runner, 6-year-old gelding. There he is. 6-5, 6 minutes out.
I mean, he's a contender. I don't know if he's the leading contender at 6-5. That's my biggest concern is his price. He can win.
Number 2, Michael Licious, last 3 races on wet tracks.
Yeah, and you know, this horse has got a good race at a mile, and it's got a lot of races going distance to ground. I thought the 2 had a big shot here.
Bridal Bomber, finishing has been the issue.
Yeah, and it's been an issue for quite some time. The last time he did win, it was going 9 furlongs.
4 is out. Patrolman, then a Heroes Medal claimed from Linda Rice by Ilkay Kentamachi.
Yeah, the Kentamachis, when they take a chance on a horse like this, they can sometimes find an improvement. It's a little concerning off of Linda when she has one. You know, she did drop, she won, but she let that one go. That was a little bit of a concern.
Call Me Fast to the outside. Second choice, 5-2, and Jose Ortiz.
These connections have just been absolutely dominant. Joe Sharp and Jose Ortiz, 30% for the year. And this is a gelding that hasn't won in the past 2 years, but definitely has some numbers to go back to.
5 minutes out, race 2, start of the early pick 4. Maybe you're just tuning in, don't have past performances, want to play the races. Equibase has you covered. Follow along. Get the stats, horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs and all the races on the Tay Show. Jose Ortiz pictured there with Call Me Fast. So already 3 wins in this racing festival. A stakes victory in the Wild Applause. Was aboard Ewing, maybe a star in the making, race 1. Live mounts all afternoon. Nitrogen, the headliner, a little bit later on in the Belmont Oaks Invitational. Jose Ortiz arrived with momentum. Paulie from Churchill Downs, another riding title, and that momentum is continuing.
Yeah, I was asked the question, who's going to throw their hat in the ring with Flavian Pratt and Irad Ortiz Jr., and I think it will be Jose. You know, obviously he made the move to Fairgrounds, did tremendous there, absolutely trounced the jockey colony there. Churchill Downs, he's been just riding so well. I just think that he's in a really good place now. He's got some of that business that will come in from Kentucky and Louisiana, and he's still got the connections here. So he's been just riding tremendous of late. And like I said, Joe Sharp and him have been just an unreal combination.
The one thing I think that Jose has in his corner is that, like you said, he won the title at Churchill. There's a lot of horses, especially the good ones from Kentucky, they're going to come up here to Saratoga. So he's obviously going to keep a lot of those mounts. They're not going to take him off of horses he won on. And then he's also going to have his New York business from all of his years being in New York full-time and being at Saratoga full-time. So he's got an opportunity. We saw a little bit with Tyler Gaffalione last year where he gets to bring that Kentucky business up, and then Tyler mixed it in with New York business and why he had the success that he had last year. I think Jose could have another situation like that where he'll be able to combine both of those powers to have a good year.
Gate crew marching out. Ortiz to ride, blinging it back. The favorite in the Sanford. And here aboard Call Me Fast. Good crowd there you see up along the apron. Call Me Fast, though. This was his last race. Paulie had 1 1/8 miles. It's 4 starts back. It's been a while. Last October, Keeneland. But Call Me Fast runs very, very well to be second here. If he runs back to that race today, look out.
I think everybody's looking at that race and then the next race after that, the Cherokee Mile at Churchill Downs. This horse ran 2 really fast numbers, and they would win here. Now he's got to get back to that because he threw in a little bit of a clunker at Fairgrounds and another clunker at Oaklawn. Looks like Joe Sharp now has kind of hit the button of let's just back off a little bit. This horse has been training at Keeneland and ships in.
Crowd eagerly awaiting this second of 12 races on a Saturday. Looks like he's messing with his brother's hat there. Jose Ortiz, Call Me Fast. Maggie standing by. That all eyes here, Maggie, on leading contender 7-5. What's the favorite showing you?
All the right signs, Lafitte. And Paul, I think, was totally on point with stating that this horse should be your pace setter. And I think that is so dangerous. Over the last, at least the first 2 days of racing here, we have seen speed, especially going 1 1/8 miles, and just forwardly placed horses just dominate overall. It feels like a racetrack that is a little bit difficult to make up significant ground. And now, as a 6-year-old, albeit I haven't seen him since last summer in 2024, but now that this is his 3rd start back, he just looks so strong. And he's really filled out that frame. He's really grown. He's done all the things you'd hope from a horse as they've gone on in their career. I find it odd, just a weird statement from me, and I know he's a gun runner. This horse looks like a turf horse, so it'll be interesting to see if they take him today for the $50,000. Next, we'll move on to the outside, number 6, Call Me Fast. Now, his last 2 races leave something to be desired, and it was a voided claim last time out at Oaklawn. And you can... From my eye, I don't know this horse very well. He just looked as though he really shortened up behind. His head kind of came up, and it looked as though he was battling something, maybe bothering him in behind. Now, whether that's the case, I don't know for sure. But what I can observe from him is that he's a horse that is a bit weaker behind, too. Now, physically, off the layoff, he looks incredibly fit, totally dappled, really well turned out for Joe Sharp, who is coming in off of that Churchill Downs meet title. So congratulations to Joe and his team, looking to bring that momentum forward here to the Spa. Like I said, I just wish he looked a bit stronger behind. As we'll check in with the horse that I've always been a fan of, number 5, Heroes Medal, dropped in and got the job done last time out, and Ilkay Cantromasi picked him up out of that spot. Now, Linda Rice seemed determined not to run this horse around 2 turns, and it worked for her on a lot of occasions, but Ilkay Cantromasi goes right back to what Al Stahl had been doing with him and stretches him back out. Physically, he looks like a horse that should handle it, but I think dynamics have proven over time that this horse appreciates a little pace to run at, and whether he gets that here today, I don't know. I know he was closer last time, but I think that was a factor down to class, not necessarily where he is proven to be during the running of a race, but he does look great at 5-1, Lafitte.
Paul's top selection at 5-1, Heroes Medal. Moving into line, leading contender, draws the rail. Even money, the favorite in the second race, start of the early pick 4, Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 2 from Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 1.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Leading contender and Michael Licious. Call Me Fast, hustled hard. Those 3 going at it in the opening furlong. Heroes Medal is next, and Unbridled Bomber is at the back of the field. As they move into the first turn, it will be Michael Licious to take command. He's challenged, though, by Call Me Fast, keeping the pressure on second, and leading contender will now settle into third, inching a little bit closer now, and challenging that second spot as Call Me Fast takes over, moving on to the back stretch. Call Me Fast in hand, in command. Leads it 1.5 lengths over Michael Licious with leading contender in third. Unbridled Bomber 4 off the pace in fourth, and Heroes Medal is by himself at the back of the field. The opening quarter in 23 and 4. It's Call Me Fast running down the backstretch, leading by a length, with Michaelicious and Leading Contender. Just behind them, Unbridled Bomber, 4 off the lead, at least 10 back to Heroes Medal. They're coming to the half-mile pole, and it's Call Me Fast, leading a length and a half. Leading Contender moves on the outside to be a joint second, 48 and 1 for that half-mile time. Michaelicious is back to third. Now Unbridled Bomber angles to the outside in fourth. He's got 4 to make up. There's been nothing yet from Heroes Medal. 1, 12 and 4, and Leading Contender is the new leader at the top of the stretch. Leading Contender has gone by those embattled leaders. Michaelicious on the outside. Leading Contender drifts very wide into the stretch, and Michaelicious is coming back for more, and from well out of it, Heroes Medal has moved into third. Michaelicious puts away Leading Contender, coming to the 16th pole, and strides out as Heroes Medal tries to complete the exacta. It's all Michaelicious. Michaelicious romps home by more than 5 lengths. Heroes Medal from well out of it to get second, and Leading Contender was third.
Michaelicious by several. In the second race at Saratoga, Luis Saez aboard. Michaelicious strolls in race 2.
He hustled this horse out of the gate, went to the front end, then the one struck the front end here, Leading Contender, and then Michaelicious went right back by him.
I mean, look, Leading Contender, he tried to carry him out there. He knew that this horse had some run in him, and he tried to discourage him, but it just wasn't going to happen. He was much the best in here, and the 6, off of that voided claim last time, I was a little bit concerned, like, why bring the horse up here? But my fear kind of came true. I don't think he was well meant today.
Done a bunch of wet tracks in recent races, a bunch of starts on synthetic tracks. His last win, it's been a while, December last year on fast ground at Churchill Downs, and at 5-1, goes right by the favorite here. Luis Saez goes to work. Michaelicious responds, and only a question of how easy he's going to win this by.
When you go back and you look at this horse's PPs, he's got a race going a mile and 3/16 where he won at Churchill Downs. He's really not had another race on a main track that's been dry. Besides the mile race, he ran at Aqueduct with an 84 buyer. He's been muddied up with a lot of muddy, no pun intended, races 3 in a row, and he finally gets on a fast track. If you look at him, he's just on a fast track, he's 2 for 8 lifetime.
Much better form on this type of ground. Michaelicious, and for the Nice Guys Stables, winning owners by Breeders' Cup Classic winner Blame handed Zenyatta the only defeat of her career back in 2010. Saez, Carlos Martin teaming up, Michaelicious at 5-1, 2-5-1-3, race 2 to kick off the early pick 4 at Saratoga. Stakes racing coming your way. First of 3 stakes races on tap. 2-year-olds. Time to crank it up a notch or 2, and you'll see the morning line favorite for the Sanford. He's left a stall. Blinging it back on the march. There he is on his way to the Saratoga Paddock. Yet to win. Regardless, we know he's talented. Stay tuned. Sanford is next in the first step towards the hopeful at the end of the meet, Saratoga's most prestigious race for freshmen.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the races. Belmont at Saratoga on this 4th of July weekend, and Michaelicious. I wonder how many Mikes had him as he came home at 5-1 for Carlos Martin and team. And Carlos, we were joking about this horse just having, no pun intended, as Paul said, a muddied up form coming into this and finally back to a fast track.
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't realize, I knew the tracks were wet, but I didn't realize until Paul really mentioned it what a big difference it was getting him to a fast track. And Luis Saez, the other jockeys that rode him were great, but Luis seemed like he got him engaged early, and that made a difference. He seems like always the first few races, he was like a one kind of pace plotter a little bit. So I was kind of concerned getting a horse from Mike Maker, one of the top trainers. You don't know what's going to happen, really.
It's so true. It isn't easy to take horses from him for sure. But also, you mentioned Saratoga waking this horse up a bit, and he was bouncing on his toes pre-race too.
Yeah, we decided to bring about 10 horses early, about 2 weeks before the festival, the first festival, and we left the horse here. And he had trained steadily. He had never shown any kind of real speed, but about 2 weeks ago, he went 47-1. With our old-time rider, Giovanni, used to get on Come Dancing, and he said, this horse is a different horse here, up here.
Well, up here, that can do it to a horse, that's for sure. Speaking of some of your really good runners, Friend of the Devil, are we looking at another Stallion Series race, or where are we going to see him next? He's such an exciting 3-year-old.
Yeah, he's been a great horse for everybody. For Jerry Zaro and Mark Holiday, it's been unbelievable to have their first horse as a partnership to be that good. I think I'm going to keep with the Stallion Stakes. I'd like to stretch him out to a mile against the New York Stallion, take advantage of that. Hopefully he'll be good enough to step up, but I think for right now, it's the right move.
Excellent. Well, looking forward to seeing him. Congratulations here with Michaelicious.
Thank you so much.
All right, Carlos Martin, Michaelicious, back to a fast track, back to the winner's circle, guys.
Not just that he won, Paul, in what looked like a competitive race on paper, that he won that easily.
Kind of was bouncing all the way to the wire, and you love to see when those ears go up. That tells you that the horse wanted to do more and wanted to keep on going, and that's a good sign of Michaelicious. Congratulations to Carlos Martin, a son of Blaine. Have a twirling candy mare, Tattersall, 4-year-old, now 3 for 20 lifetime, and that will spice up your early pick 4 and pick 5.
Yeah. A couple of claims out of the race. Leading contender number 1 and Call Me Fast 6. Michaelicious going back to the stall he left. We move forward. Up next, the Sanford Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm. 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby, and Belmont winner Sovereignty. The field, 109th running, 3/4 mile sprint. Obliteration, even money, bringing it back 9-5 JK at first glance. These 2-year-olds, what stood out handicapping the Sanford?
Yeah, for me, it was Obliteration. I think that Obliteration is a very talented racehorse. The one thing that before I saw Ewing run off the screen that I thought about the 4 blinging it back, and why that's relevant if you're just joining us, blinging it back and Ewing worked together very impressively. But blinging it back's first race was pretty slow, and then had that jump up number. Sometimes I don't trust that second number when doesn't match the first one. Now, he could win here, and based on the way that he worked with Ewing, he might win here. I'm going to try to beat him with Obliteration.
I went with blinging it back. I do think the other horse for Cassie is the horse that nobody's paying attention to, is Strategic Risk, because everybody's looking at the 2, Obliteration and blinging it back. They're probably looking at that work, what we saw with Ewing a little bit earlier, but Strategic Risk was really good. I understand the Florida bred by Noble Bird, not the most unbelievable pedigree, but I tell you what, this colt was fast first time out.
The Sanford, the history, tradition, and then you have the stats as we go by the numbers. The Sanford, first run in 1913, named after Stephen Sanford, New York businessman, horse owner in 108 runnings, who was fastest. A Fleet Alex, 3/4 mile, 109.32. Most wins by a rider. Shocker, John Velasquez, 7-time Sanford winning jockey. The trainer with the most Sanford wins, another shocker, Todd Fletcher, 8 total. 6 of those with Johnny V. Sanford's all-time leading owner, 8 is the number. Green Tree Stable. Who could forget the mighty Fuzzbuster years back? Biggest upset, 1919, Man o' War defeated by upset, not where the phrase originated. 2-year-old sweep, only 4 have done it. Sanford, Saratoga Special, and hopeful winners. And finally, Sanford winners, named 2-year-old champion, number is 8, Secretariat. The gold standard, the Sanford, by the numbers. JK, nobody's saying there's another Secretariat in this year's running. But looking back at the horses that have won here and what this has been the start of, in the Sanford. It just lends perspective to how special this race can be and some of these stars that have emerged from this very event.
Absolutely. I mean, when you can win a 2-year-old stake, especially up here, it says a lot. Right? Everyone wants to win a race here, let alone a 2-year-old stake, because it gets you excited about what's to come. I mean, think about it. This Sanford is one of those races that leads up to the hopeful, right? Because it gives you hope of what's to come as a 3-year-old. Talking Kentucky Derby, Triple Crown. And so I think that when you get a horse that wins one of these races, it's important because they are going to continue to likely train on and be pretty good ones.
Like in 72, look at this, Paul. It's not what you see, it's what you can't see. With Secretariat, like outrunning the camera.
Yeah, he pulled through that hole, didn't he? Right here at the top of the lane, he said, get out of my way real quick here. I'm just going to bull my way through. And then, you're right. You talk about Bo Jackson running all the way through out the screen.
The tunnel in Seattle on Monday Night Football.
The Kingdom. Secretariat ran off the screen, and I think this was things to come. Look how fast he is moving.
Look at that.
He would have been fine if they had HD back then. This is a small screen.
53 years ago, that 1972 Sanford, Big Red before he was Big Red, but the start of something very special. And Saratoga's 2-year-old series, the Big 3 today, Sanford, Saratoga Special Whitney weekend, and a final of the 16 Grade 1 events during the summer meet, the Hopeful on closing day. So that road to the Hopeful starts here as the road to the Spinaway began yesterday with the Skylerville, typically the opening day feature of the traditional summer meet, now part of this 4th of July Racing Festival, at least this year. JK, a King's lover here on the turn, returning the favor to my sweetheart, who blew right by her going around the far turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same for the fillies, right? I mean, you get these horses that are capable of winning these types of races. Like, this isn't like a maiden race where she's running down some horse who has never won before. Like, she's running down another accomplished horse. It's that strength of schedule. When you can win races like this, it does lead and point to races like the Grade 1 Spinaway.
I said King Solver. How impressed were you, Paulie?
I thought I was really impressed. I tell you what, when you went right-handed with the crop, she didn't really like it. Her tail went up in the air right about here, but after that, he put it away. I think he knew, and then her ears went up again. She kind of grinded away the win and kind of came back a little bit. I thought it was a really heady ride by Flavien Prat.
Pratt, Rudy Brissett teamed up to win last year's Forego with Mulligan, another stakes win at Saratoga, this time the Skylerville with King Solver. Maggie, your biggest takeaway from her victorious effort in yesterday's Skylerville?
It's always promising, I think, Lafitte, when you have a 2-year-old winner, being able to rate and come from off of it, because so many of these 2-year-old races are dominated whilst on the front end by those speed horses. And King Solver, I thought she had a useful debut first time out, but again, that race at Churchill dominated by front runners, the top 2 running 1-2 around the racetrack. And yesterday, she still didn't break all that quickly, but she was so comfortable, you could tell, rating in behind horses. And when she got the cue to go by Flavien Prat, she really responded. And she was one that I didn't particularly like here in the paddock prior to that Skylerville, but when she hit the track, she became a different animal. She framed herself up, she grew, it felt like a hand, and just moved effortlessly over the racetrack. She's one that you have to get excited for because she hinted at the fact of winning yesterday's 6 furlong contest that longer is going to be better for her, and a great job by Rudy Brissett and his team. A really talented filly, and one that the future is looking pretty bright, considering that she has some fast races already under her belt.
On and onward and upward for King Solver in those very colors in the winner's circle of the Skylerville. Last year we saw the Queen's MG win the Skylerville. She ran in the Adirondack. She ran in the Spinaway. We don't see that very often, Jonathan, now, and it's only a few days difference. But the fact that the Skylerville is a little bit earlier than it traditionally would be, maybe an opportunity to see a filly or two back in the Adirondack and eventually going on to the Spinaway.
Well, I think what happens is because it's a tight window, what often happens is people say, oh, we'll skip the Adirondack, we'll just point to the Spinaway. But now that there's a bigger gap, they can run in the Adirondack. But they're not going to ever skip the Spinaway if they have a horse that's run well in both of those because it's a Grade 1. So I think you kind of almost, you kind of trick people. Like they're going to run back because they got enough time, but then they have a good one. They got to show back up for the Spinaway. So to your point, we might see some horses running all 3.
fillies in the Skylerville. Sanford coming up shortly. You're going to see that on Fox Sports 2. We'll be saying goodbye to our Fox Sports 1 audience in just a few moments for our FS1 audience. You know, let them know now who you're sticking with in the Sanford in the next race.
I'm going to stick with blinging it back. After seeing his stablemate Ewing run a little bit earlier, and we talk about those type of horses, that horse might go straight into the hopeful. You never know. I mean, it could be your favorite. So I'm going to stick with the 4, blinging it back.
Looking at the wagering, JK, blinging it back, was the morning line favorite. Obliteration now, the choice 6-5.
Yeah, I mean, look, I like Obliteration. That price isn't different enough, isn't a differentiating enough price for me to feel like blinging it back is like suddenly value. I think they're both going to be run well, probably. I just prefer the 2 Obliteration.
How do you read the fact that Obliteration, the performance was awesome? What do you read into the fact that he was cold, ignored, 10-1 at post time?
Well, the thing with Steve Asmussen is he doesn't work his horses that fast, right? He kind of keeps them, so they're never going to have super sharp workouts unless they just are just out there just pulling the rider around, going slow. So I think sometimes his horses can get ignored to a certain extent. It also matters who else is in the race who's taking a bunch of money. Then a horse can kind of slip up to 10-1. So it doesn't bother me too much, just a little bit.
Yet to win a Sanford, Steve Asmussen. That is hard to believe. Maybe that changes here at Saratoga. Obliteration 6-5. We'll see you, and you'll see the Sanford on Fox Sports 2. So we say goodbye to our FS1 audience, and, well, that's how we got things started on this Saturday. And Ewing, simply devastating in his debut. Impressive 2-year-old. Can't wait to see what he does next. What we'll bling it back to in the Sanford. Perhaps graduate. And later in the main event, Belmont Oaks Invitational Nitrogen. 5 for 5 this year. 5 stakes wins, seeking a first Grade 1 victory in the Belmont Oaks Invitational. We'll see you over on FS2.
Prince of Monaco's too good for most. An impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
City of Light, multiple Grade 1 winner, who posted 7 triple-digit buyers, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road, with graded stakes winners, Menti, Chop Chop, and Formidable Man, sire of multiple Grade 1 winner and champion 2-year-old Fierceness.
A powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Springs, New York. 4th of July behind us, but the 4th of July Racing Festival continues today. The party continues. And a race that dates back to 1913. Only race Man o' War suffered defeat. The Sanford for 2-year-olds, blinging it back, is the favorite. Was the morning line favorite, now the second choice. Never won a race. Will he graduate in the Sanford? He's trained by Mark Cassie. He'll be busy this afternoon. Not 1, but 2 Sanford runners. Strategic Risk is the other. Speedy debut winner in Florida last month. And later, Cassie to unleash that supercharged filly. Nitrogen. Perfect this year, 5 for 5. Will her unblemished season continue in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational? We'll see this evening. Live look on a picture-perfect Saturday in upstate New York. The Spa with 2 races down, 10 to go, and about to crank things up with the first of 3 graded stakes races just around the corner and just outside the paddock. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Riders not up just yet. These 2-year-olds in the Sanford, a race that dates back to 1913. Again, that only race Man of War was ever defeated. So much history and tradition. The next chapter in 9 minutes. Field updated odds obliteration, number 2 off that impressive maiden win, 6 to 5, bringing it back. Second choice, 2 to 1. Maggie Wolfendale is with us. This is where we lean on you most. Maggie, these 2-year-olds, how are the kids behaving before this Sanford?
This is a very classy group, Lafitte, as we'll begin by talking about your current favorite, Obliteration, who literally obliterated a field last time out in breaking his maiden. He was chasing early on and just launched this powerful move off the quarter pole and blew that field open by 7.5 lengths. He is a very focused individual that is impressive physically as well. I think he is a deserved favorite. As Mark Cassey, he's going to send out 2 in here. Number 5, Strategic Risk. Now, when he first walked in the paddock, he was behaving beautifully, but since they've tacked him up, he's gotten a little bit frisky, to say the least. Now, he won in emphatic fashion, too, and because he's a good-sized horse, he has a massive stride that we saw on display in that win at Gulfstream Park. So he's one that could be fast, and he's definitely getting sharper as they go postward. But Acacia, as we welcome you into the program, Acacia Clement, that is, you saw Mark's other horse in here blinging it back, who was flattered by his workmate Ewing winning today's first race.
Absolutely, Maggie. A very impressive 2-year-old debut for Ewing in the first race today. Blinging it back was the lead in the morning in that most recent workout, which you can see on First TV. And I thought Blinging it back worked very well with that too, actually holding a little bit best over that first-time starter in the mornings to my eye. After covering the Tremont last time out, this was a horse that I really liked, but he was wired by Mythical, who was a filly against the boys and just had so much more early speed. Blinging it back, I think, is a horse that mentally needed to mature a little bit. He was a bit more revved up last time out. While he's still sharp today, he's far more settled. The 6 fistful of money is a big price. I know that on paper it was a slow race last time out, but take another look. When Kevin Rice sends particularly 2-year-olds here to Saratoga, they're usually very well meant. This horse acted very laid back, very professional, does have to stretch out to the 6 furlongs, which is a little bit of a question for me, but one who finished the most professional in that race last time out, Lafitte.
We're all just spoiled racing fans on this Saturday afternoon at Saratoga with the 3 graded stakes events ahead. As I welcome in Jonathan Kinchin, Paul LaDuca. We were already treated, Paul, that sensational debut from Ewing in the opener, and now 2-year-olds in this historic Sanford.
Yeah, so a lot of people that have just joined us. It was the first-time starter in the first race named Ewing by Nick Sco, cleverly named, that just absolutely lit up the track. And so blinging it back is the horse that worked with them and I think should outwork the first-time starter, considering Blinging It Back has run twice, but we'll see what happens today.
Let's meet the field, see them front side post parade for this Sanford Grade 3. And we'll start with an outsider in Imagine John, 11 to 1, third in his debut Belmont Stakes week.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't run that quick and wasn't really bet that race. I think this horse will probably be better as they get a little older.
Obliteration coming in hot.
Yeah, and a horse that, for Steve Asmussen and Flavian Pratt, that couple maintenance works coming in here, Son of Violence.
Honey Dutch, Legion Racing, Awestruck Racing, first-time starter.
Yeah, Whit Beckman used to work for Chad Brown and for Todd Pletcher. They know how to win with first-time starters. You'd like to think he does too.
Belmont Derby winning jockey Manny Franco, then blinging it back. Can he break his maiden and graduate in the Sanford?
This gray right here in the Barber Silks has already been in the winner's circle in this festival.
And the Wild Applause on Thursday. Strategic Risk number 5. There he is. Gerard Ortiz, 3 wins yesterday. Cassie runners to break side by side.
All these Mark Cassie horses going wire to wire. I would imagine that Strategic Risk is another one that will be forwardly placed in here.
Strategic Risk has changed in strategy of late. Then a Fistful of Money graduated on synthetic at Presque Isle Downs in Erie, PA.
Yeah, Dylan Davis will get the ride here, and a horse that obviously needs to improve from the couple efforts. One effort on dirt. As you see, what a beautiful crowd.
Not the best seat in the house, as you always say, Paulie.
Best seat in the house is on Daddy's shoulders.
Not a bad seat in the house here at Saratoga. Good crowd on hand. First of 9 straight Saturdays of live racing at the Spa. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Just getting started. 10 races remain at this Sanford race 3. A little bit later on, the Belmont Oaks. It's not just Saratoga this afternoon. Also Monmouth Park. You'll see the Jersey Girl and a marquee day of racing of the year. Horseshoe Indy with 3-year-olds taking center stage in the Indiana Oaks and Indiana Derby. All the more reason to get involved, to get signed up. Have an account. You can afford glasses and hats just like that. Go to NyraBets.com. Use that promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NyraBets.com. Obliteration. Even money. Flavien Prat aboard. There he is. By Violence, as is Blinging It Back, both by Violence. And as we touched on at the end of the Fox Sports 1 broadcast, just shocking that trainer Steve Asmussen is yet to win a Sanford, JK. Based on Obliteration's debut, would this performance be good enough to win today, or would he have to move forward off that effort?
Him not winning a Sanford is almost as shocking as him not winning a Kentucky Derby. The thing about a horse like this, and with a trainer like Steve Asmussen, who's the winningest trainer in North America, some guys will have a horse like this, or girls will have a horse like this that wins, and they just can't keep them in form. They got him right for that one race, so that was all they could do. That's not Steve Asmussen. He makes careers out of horses. And what he can do with a horse like this, you'd like to think he'll take a step forward. And to your point earlier about the horse being 10-1, not really being bet on debut, maybe he wasn't showing a lot in the mornings and he still ran that good. Now, if he takes another step forward, how good could he be?
Sounds like a higher ceiling potentially, Paul.
Well, if you go over the years, I would probably guess that Steve Asmussen might be better second time out with his 2-year-old. So the improvement could be amazing. And then it was the 4, you saw the improvement second time out. So, like, if the 2 makes the same jump that this colt made, obviously he's going to be really tough. But I think this colt, with the fitness and working here over this track and getting even more fitness, I think gives them a tiny bit of an edge over the 2. But that remains to be seen.
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, the Sanford. You saw Jose Ortiz in the hot pink Gary Barber colors. Ortiz, who rode Ewing in the opener, trained by Mark Casse, as is Blinging It Back. And Blinging It Back, Paulie, just have to look around and say, like, thank God Mythical's not going to be in the same starting gate this time.
Yeah, Mythical just ran them off their feet. And the horse that was third here was a horse named Romeo, came back and won for John Robb and Xavier Perez. I thought this was a good effort. Mythical was really good. And sometimes when you get caught in chase, it's the worst spot to be in. And as you can see, at the end of the race, he kind of just put the stick away, did Jose the crop. And I get it was 6-5 that day, but I thought that was a useful effort.
Maggie and Acacia, I know it may not sound like it based on the conversation we've had about the Sanford, but there are 2-year-olds in this race not named Obliteration and Blinging It Back.
Yes, go figure. There's some other horses in here, as there's some that are trying to break their maiden, actually, much like Blinging It Back. As we'll start with a horse who is a second-time starter here for Jenna Antonucci, who did win one of these 2-year-old races. She won the Astoria last year with What in the Literal. But Imagine John, look, he comes out of a race in which Wesley Ward ran 1-2 with 2 horses that had experience. And I thought he was in chase mode. He was 3 wide around the turn, and I thought he stayed on fairly well. I didn't think he looked fit that day. He's only marginally more tucked up, but I just like how classy he acts.
Very professional acting. Yeah, you know him better. I was going to ask you if you thought he looked fit enough coming in here. He's not a horse.
No, not quite.
That's fair. Not a horse with the biggest stride, but he also didn't break that well first time out. And he gets Javier Castellano aboard, and he's going to have to break better from the inside post. But the fact that he seems to have a good mind on him at this stage of the game, I think, is a really big deal.
Now, a first-time starter that is trying to break through in a big way for Whit Beckman is number number 3, Honey Dutch. This is another Knicks Go progeny. And the second dam was West Coast Belle, who won her first 3 starts as a 2-year-old. Now, Acacia, I wasn't in love with him back in the paddock, to say the least. But when he got turned loose from the pony, oh yeah, wow, is this a good mover that covers a lot of ground.
He does, and that's what I was going to say. He looks like he's going to relish a bit more distance down the line, too. And it is hard coming into these races, but think about it. These are early 2-year-old stakes. A lot of the 2-year-olds are not quite ready yet. So it actually makes sense if you have what you think could be a precocious first-time starter, blinging it back, acting up a little bit, as I was just about to say, how he was so much more mature today.
You didn't even have to jinx him.
I didn't even have to jinx him. But as far as Honey Dutch is concerned, he warmed up beautifully out there. He too looks like mentally he could take a step forward and maybe a bit more ground, but a good-looking type.
Now, are you still sticking with blinging it back?
I am. I thought he looked beautiful in the warm-up. He was really aggressive in that he was throwing his head last time. That's the first kind of glimpse of it I've seen today. He's been sharp, but not too much, which I appreciate.
Well, we'll see if he can get to the lead here in his 3rd start, Lafitte.
And to watch when they spring the latch. Eventual stars that have emerged from this historic race dating back to 1913. It is the Sanford 2-year-old sprinting 6 furlongs obliteration. Even money. Steve Asmussen seeking a first Sanford victory. Frank Miramonti with the call. The Sanford live on Fox Sports 2.
Thank you, Lafitte. We're waiting on Strategic Risk. We'll break right next to his stablemate, Fistful of Money. The last one to load for the 110th running of the Sanford. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Sanford. An obliteration blasts right out of there and opens up 2 lengths in the first few jumps. Blinging it back comes away in 2nd. Imagine John 3rd. Strategic Risk is 4th. Then Honey Dutch 5th and 5 lengths off the lead. Fistful of Money is at the back of the field. Obliteration a half length in front, blinging it back, trying to apply some pressure in 2nd. Imagine John 2 off them with less than a half mile to go. The opening quarter in 22 and 3. They're followed by Strategic Risk, who's trying to inch up on the outside 4th. 5 lengths clear of Honey Dutch and Fistful of Money. The 2 favorites are head-to-head with Obliteration having the advantage coming to the quarter pole. He's in front by a half length. Blinging it back in 2nd, 4 clear of Imagine John there at the top of the stretch. And Obliteration and Flavien Prat waving off the brief bid from blinging it back. It's all Obliteration. Perfectly named individual is romping home in the Sanford. 7 lengths past the 16th pole. Obliteration is a star. He wins by 9 lengths. Blinging it back, Imagine John and Strategic Risk.
Obliteration says, I'll show ya, Hoya, destroy ya. Hammers him in the Sanford. Daylight win. First ever Sanford victory for Steve Asmussen. Flavien Prat, Obliteration. Jaw-dropping.
This is a fast time. This racetrack is not playing fast at all. 110 and change is crazy fast. And he put away the 4. He broke out of the gate like a rocket. And I love his action. He's got his head kind of low, AP Indy style. For a lot of people that don't know, great racehorse and a great sire. I love the way he's reaching out, and his head is just straight and strong. My goodness. We haven't seen this time all week.
The most impressive part about it is sometimes in these races, you know, other horses don't show up and you know, a horse will get loose, you know, quick away from the gate. Obliteration broke well and had a 3-2 shot in blinging it back, who we saw work with Ewing, who we saw run well in that Tremont. Hook him up, look him in the eye, and Obliteration completely turned him away.
Not the cleanest of breaks here, Paul, as the 4 and the 3 come together, blinging it back in Honey Dutch.
Yeah, the first-time starter got the worst of it there, did the 3. The 4 kind of came in, and, you know, at the starting game, it's just really hard. But like Jonathan said, blinging it back, had races, had a little bit more, I would say, you know, a race over this racetrack that's been playing pretty deep and pretty heavy. But look at the stride on the 2. The way he's reaching out and his head is not high, that is picture perfect.
Ears pinned, running through the wire, crop uncocked, Flavien Prat, Obliteration. For a stride or 2 Coming off the far turn, Jonathan, it looked like we had a race. It looked like we had a race with obliteration and blinging it back, and in an instant, it was over.
Oh, it certainly did for a second and a half, like you mentioned. Blinging it back, I don't think blinging it back ran bad.
No.
I just think obliteration ran really, really good. I think he is really, really good, and it's fitting that he obliterated the field, huh?
And blinging it back has to be thinking like, will you guys stop? You guys like mythical? Now this? I got to deal with this monster today? Obliteration. We go to Maggie.
Here with longtime assistant for Steve Asmussen, Scott Blasi. And Scott, Steve's not here for his first win in Sanford, but obliteration. He was fast today, and he destroyed this field.
He's just a very special horse, has a ton of class. It's fun to have a horse for the Ackerley brothers again. They were some clients from back in '96, first supported us. So fun that they're back in the game buying horses, and we're excited to have this horse for them.
With that performance, do you think he's one that can stretch out and be effective with a little bit more ground?
He's got so much class. I think we'll just take it one race at a time, but I think the sky's the limit for him.
He certainly showed it today. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, Scott Blasi with obliteration. Guys, he is back here at the winner's circle for his second win of his young career.
2 wins by many. I'll tell you one thing, Scott Blasi didn't sound. He did not sound surprised.
No, right? Well, here's the thing. We were all wondering, why'd this horse go off at 10-1 first time out? Maybe it was only 80% first time out.
Yeah.
My goodness.
He was dazzling. In the Sanford, first Sanford, for Steve Asmussen, obliteration by several, putting on a show in front of this excited crowd at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Downtown Saratoga. Looks just like her. You're watching America's Day at the Races. A few days, we'll call it Saratoga Live. They'll both be brought to you by Naira Bets. But in track anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. The festivities this week 4th of July Racing Festival. Back at our summer home a little earlier than usual this summer, and that fireworks show lighting up the sky last night, celebrating our nation's independence. Happy birthday, America. 249.
All I got to say to you is if I ever catch you line dancing to AC/DC, you're not my friend anymore.
I was praying I wouldn't show up in that image. Praying. And if you run against Obliteration, these 2-year-olds, you better pray he doesn't bring his best, because what we've seen thus far, this is the type of colt, you see something like that, Paul, and you just circle the name, and it's must see the next time he resurfaces.
Okay, let me reiterate. I apologize that Nick's go horse Ewing won't be the favorite for the hopeful. Here's your favorite, probably for the hopeful right here, Obliteration. I mean, I'm just astonished at the time. Deuces are wild, by the way, in the first 3 races. I'm telling you, just that time, 1:10-3. I don't know if we're going to see that even from some older horses today. That is just blistering over this racetrack.
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day results in Flavien Prat. You mentioned the hopeful. He won the hopeful along with 6 other Grade 1 races last year. Chancer McPatrick now rides a Sanford with Obliteration. You're looking at the 1863 Club. If it sounds like I'm stretching and stalling, it's because I am. And don't have to any longer, because now we're ready. Acacia with winning jockey Flavien Prat.
And Obliteration certainly lived up to his name in the Sanford, as I'm happy to be joined by winning jockey Flavien Prat. Flavien, it seemed like this race was over within a couple strides out of the gate.
Yeah, very efficient out of the gate. He jumped well, and yeah, like you said, I felt very comfortable at that point.
It has to feel really good to be on a young horse like this and see him extend that margin like he did in the stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you say, he broke well, and then around the turn, it looks like he was waiting a bit on horses, but as soon as I squeezed him, he extended himself really well.
Of course, your day is not done yet. Coming up later in the Kelso, you're going to be aboard Intellect for Chad Brown, a horse that was a deep closer. Given what we've seen with this turf course, any thoughts on what kind of trip we might see from him today, or can you change his running style at all?
I would like to, but last time I didn't want to be that far back, and it just wasn't quick enough to get a better position. So hopefully, you know, there's pace to run at, and he can make a good run. But I sure like the way he finished last time.
Certainly ran on well. Thanks for the insight. Congratulations here.
Thank you, Acacia.
Flavien Prat, plenty of chances for some more stakes wins today, but a nice way to kick off the afternoon, Lafitte.
It's what he does. 7 Grade 1 wins last summer at Saratoga during the traditional meet, and a new record for stakes wins overall. Here at Saratoga, Flavien Prat, Scott Blasi moments ago, JK telling Maggie when she was asking him about distance and if Obliteration can handle added distance. He just kind of shrugged and he said, the class. With his class, like leaving the door open to anything is possible with this colt. It's a sense I got.
I think that's what it is. I mean, I'm sure some old horseman types will kind of balk at this. I think at this point, it's a lot less about stamina and breeding. It's about class, right? Are you going to relax? Do you run your race in the paddock? Are you giving up a bunch of energy? Are you fighting with your rider? Or are you listening to the cues of your rider? That's the class I think they're talking about, and I think that's what allows horses to get more distance than maybe their pedigree will allow them to get.
That horse reminded me a little bit of Jackie's Warrior coming out of the gate when he broke
Saratoga special here.
Yeah, I mean, it was very, very reminiscent.
We at halftime, Paul? This should be like after the 6th race.
I still
we have
think
like 9 more to go.
I still think the band, national anthem, this is the Yankee Doodle Band, by the way, is the best. I'll go with band all day.
Not halftime, though. Could be practicing.
Well, yeah, maybe they're warming up.
For halftime.
Well, they don't want to scare the horses.
This is a Yankee Doodle Band. You weren't messing around. They're not messing around. The entertainment. Never know what you'll see in between races here at Saratoga. All part of the festivities, and we turn the page to race number 4. And these allowance runners take out the second half of the entry. Limes don't lie. Ragtime 6-5. Impressive debut. Belmont Stakes week. JK picking this one apart. What'd you come up with?
Well, remember a couple of minutes ago, Obliteration, we talked about how this horse wasn't bet on debut, but won impressively for Steve Asmussen. Ditto for Ragtime, was not bet on debut, ran impressively. I think he's another one who's going to take another step forward and give Godolphin another good horse, because we all know they need one.
At least something went right for Godolphin, Mott, and Alvarado that Belmont Stakes week. Ragtime coming out and breaking his maiden on debut. What will he do in his second career start? We'll see. The fourth race is next. Still have the Kelso coming up, the Belmont Oaks Invitational later on this evening. And again, it's not just about the spot today. Horseshoe Indy's marquee day of racing, Indiana Derby, cold battle. Big winter. Oaklawn, Smarty Jones, Rebel winner, forged ahead to Kentucky 11th in the Derby, denied in the Matt win. Looking to get back on track in today's Indiana Derby.
Galite to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth, then the chosen run, Elite Power to the front. At the 60 pole, Galite is second, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Stunning Claiborne Farm, stunning scenics there in Kentucky. As our coverage moves on to Shelbyville, Indiana, about 787 miles southwest, Horseshoe Indy, for the biggest day of the season. These 3-year-olds, and there is the field for the Indiana Derby. Master Controller, Cold Battle, 7-2, who we just touched on. Big Truz contender, Instant Replay, 4-1. Publisher drawn inside on the rail. We have boots on the ground, so to speak. Michelle Yu is with us on site. Horseshoe Indy, welcome to the broadcast. Michelle, for our viewers not as familiar, perhaps, that don't follow as closely, Horseshoe Indy this day, Indiana Derby Day, like, why all the excitement?
Well, Lafitte, I am sad to report I did not bring my cowboy boots because this is my first trip to Horseshoe Indy as well, and I didn't know that that was the going fashion statement around here, but it certainly is. And this is a huge day out here at the racetrack because it's a great family atmosphere. We've got this huge grass expanse. We've got food trucks here. There's a playground. There are tons of families and kids here. A lot of people inside right now because it is a little bit on the warm side, but everybody coming out to the rail to enjoy the races as well. And of course, they want to see a fan favorite in Coal Battle for 72-year-old Lonnie Briley. We saw him winning the Rebel this year, and then it's kind of gone a little off the rails for his last 2 outs, including the Matt win. He came back from the Derby in this spot. I think they were hoping for a little bit more of a pace setup for him, and instead it ended up being a 4-horse field. East Avenue went out to the front a little lackadaisical, and it just kind of took all of the starch at a Coal Battle because he had to lay a lot closer than I think he wanted to, and he wasn't able to hold off Burnham Square at the end. He wasn't able to flash that closing kick kick that we've seen from him earlier on in the spring, and he wound up finishing third of 4 horses in there. But today, I think we are going to have a lot more speed in here. You heard Lafitte mention Big Truz. He's going to be trying the round of ground for the first time. Master Controller looks like he wants to be forwardly placed. I think the speed is actually going to be there for Cole Battle today to make that closing kick that we saw. And the reason he ended up here is because between the mat win, they needed a race before the Ellis Park Derby, and this just wound up perfectly on the map for Lonnie Briley. So they ended up coming out here, and this is the one thing that Bethany Taylor, the assistant, said they're looking for. They want some respect for Cole Battle, and as the morning line favorite, looks like he's going to get it today.
Easy horse to root for. The winter he had at Oakland, looking to get back on track. It's a good field. It's an exciting race. That's the thing about 3-year-olds, JK, that, you know, you don't have to be good enough to win a Derby, a Preakness, of Belmont. The opportunities out there in races like this that have these big purses for 3-year-olds, there are several of them, the Indiana Derby among them.
Yeah, it's a great addition of it as well, right? You see a lot of horses, a couple horses were running in the Derby. Me personally, I like Tip-Top Thomas. Tip-Top Thomas,
Yeah,
say that.
Johnny V goes out to ride the horse. I'm with you. You know, there's buzz, too. Big Truz has had a ton of buzz, no pun intended, but that horse is, you know, first time out was giant. Second time out ran a huge race. Now going to try 2 turns for the first time with Declan Cannon. I think he's an interesting start in that race. But Cole Battle is the horse to beat because he can put himself wherever he wants to. But you also got Publisher in there. We saw Steve Asmussen win. Publisher was a horse that, you know, the gate has been his problem. The problem about Horseshoe Indy, you can't really launch from that far back at Horseshoe Indy. It's one of those racetracks you got to be up. But listen, on Arkansas Derby Day, he ran a good race.
He's a maiden, and he's going to run second. I think I was disappointed by the Arkansas Derby form in the Kentucky Derby, JK. I know you weren't surprised whatsoever. You were anti-Sandman, especially at the price that he was. I think 5-1 in the Derby. But from Sandman, Cole Battle, and Publisher here, I thought more of this race, watching it below par when it mattered most in the Derby.
Well, yeah, I think it was just a little bit of a dressed-up race where the race fell apart, right? And the pace fell apart, so Sandman and Publisher both looked a little bit better than I think they might actually be. But to your earlier point, these are 3-year-olds. They can change.
Yeah.
Publisher and Sandman both, not that Sandman's in this race, I'm just saying, they both showed some talent. And now if that talent, they can put it all together, get a nice circumstance, Publisher could continue to improve. It's really all about price for him, though.
Looking forward to this one, the Indiana Derby. Much more with Michelle on site. Live coverage as we get set for their marquee event. 3-year-olds taking center stage there. Here, 4th race coming up. Good allowance race. 7/8 of a mile, fillies and mares. You're looking at rag time. No, you're not going to get that 9-1 that we saw at Belmont Stakes week here at Saratoga. We welcome in Maggie Wolfendale, standing by with this Paddock report. Maggie, there's rag time, and then there's the one, points is points. What is she showing you here pre-race?
Well, points is points. Lafitte has to overcome the layoff, and I like what she's showing me here today because she's one that just didn't look great in her coat. Granted, it was over the winter time. That happens, especially with the fillies and mares, but her coat now is resplendent as she comes back here for Brad Cox and just looks really fit, really strong. My problem is the distance, and I know that she was successful in breaking her maiden. Her lone win came at 6 furlongs, but her fastest race came going 1 1/8 miles. Now, it could have been situational for the fact that the track was playing kindly to early speed with fade to gray, setting the pace, and them just running 1-2 around. But she was also flattered, for the fact that Fade to Gray came back and won with a 92, as we'll get to a horse that just has been scaring everybody in the paddock in a moment. That's number 5. But points is points. I wish there was a little bit more ground to work with her, but I really like the way that she's come back here, at least physically. As we'll move on to the horse who will occupy the inside stall in the gate, that's number 2. Next on stage, she's 3rd off of a layoff, but gets back to the main track. The last time we saw her on this surface back in February, she was against the track. She was wide on a day you wanted to be on the rail, too. She got bounced around at the quarter pole. But before that, her races, maybe against some weaker company, were pretty good. Flattered in running second to Bernie Takes Charge at 4 back. And this is a filly that, to me, sometimes struggles to carry her weight, sometimes struggles to carry her conditioning. And today, she looks phenomenal. Relatively speaking, based upon what I've seen from her in the past, I think she looks great here for Ray Handel. And I think 7 furlongs on the dirt might be what she wants to do. So let's take a look here at number 5. That is the horse making her first start for Chad Brown, Ali Eska, as you can see her now. This was moments ago. She was bucking, flipped the reins over her hand, but that was the second time she acted up. And she is one that now she's staying away from the rest of the other horses. I think that might be her trigger. She is accompanied here by Miguel Gutierrez, leading the way with his pony. Look, she is a big, good-looking girl, but she is quite frisky, to say the least. So mentally, she's going to have to hold it together. But you go back to her win, which was a slower race, but it was as a 2-year-old, and she got shuffled back at the start. She circled up around the turn. In the middle of the stretch, she rallied, and she was the only horse to make up ground. Now, on the flip side of that coin, Chad Brown does not have particularly good numbers. First, after a trainer change on the dirt off of a layoff, 1 for 6. If you drop the layoff, he's only 3 for 18, both of which with a negative ROI. But they paid a lot of money for this filly in the Whitney dispersal sale, $675,000. She does have a good second generational pedigree. Look, physically, she's a beast. Mentally, she's also a beast. So hopefully she can hold it together, guys.
Yeah, Flavian had to be thrilled to get a leg up on her based on how she's behaving here pre-race. Hopefully she keeps it together. She only has to do so for about another 7 minutes or so. Riders up. Post Parade next. 4th of 12 from Saratoga next. You're watching Fox Sports 2.
They're off in the Churchill Downs Stakes. And Gun Pilot 1:2.66 was that first quarter. But it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres are going to win the Churchill Downs. Gun Pilot by 2.5 over the wire.
Live look, Saratoga Racecourse. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Post-parade moments ago. Through the magic of television, we can still show you the field as they hit the track, starting with Points is Points. Maggie, love what she saw.
Yeah, look, I think this horse is very, very interesting. Has some back races. Last time was on the mud. Now gets a dry track.
High marks for next on stage as well. Picture there with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, turf to dirt. Does have a good record over dirt. 2 wins in 4 seconds.
Ragtime T Sovereignty.
This horse ran so good on Belmont Stakes undercard. You got to think this horse is going to take another step forward for Belmont.
Artemis Sound 7-2 had a 2-race winning streak, snapped most recent.
Yeah, this will be her first start here at Saratoga, but she's in good form for Todd Pletcher.
Adelisa's Smile to the outside, longest shot on the board.
Yeah, and this horse is playing really long. I want to say almost 99-1 in the multis, in the pick 3s and pick 4s.
Alieska looks more settled now. That debut win after a miserable start that we'll revisit.
Yeah, and ran well and got a nice number for a 2-year-old. Now, that number doesn't really compare to what these other horses have been running now, but if you just get that 10 to 12 to 15-point improvement with maturity, this horse could be right there.
3-1. There, another look at Ragtime, 9-1 winner in her debut. Let's revisit. This was the day before the Belmont Stakes here, Paulie, and Ragtime just finding her best stride with Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, she was impressive. And you know, Bill Mott is a Hall of Fame trainer, but one thing he is he's not a kind of guy that cranks his horses first time out. When they win on pure ability. Like JK said, I think this horse is going to improve. This was ultra impressive that day down the center of the racetrack. And now been able to run over this racetrack, train over it. They usually go forward. I would think Ragtime. I'm a kind of guy too that does not like to bet horses against winners for the first time. But in this kind of situation with other horses that are not as accomplished, I think the 3 is going to be really tough to beat.
Seasoned horse players probably know this, but if you don't, maiden races on big days are tougher than maiden races on a Thursday, right?
Uncle Mo, maybe, Travers Day, I think it was.
Belmont Stakes maiden race with Ragtime winning like that, he wasn't beating a bunch of tomato cans. Those are good horses.
And she was just getting started.
Yeah,
like, she was just getting
Philly Freedom,
started.
The filly she beat is in later in the card.
Yeah. Alieska, there she is. So let's go back to her debut. Paulie, and what happens as she tries to get out of the gate here?
Well, the 4 came out, and the 4 and the 5 came out, and the 6 and just squeezed the 7. It wasn't that the horse. I get it. The horse kind of broke flat-footed, but if you watch the head-on, the horse on the lead and the 6 kind of came out to the 7. But then here comes this horse with a patented run here on the outside with Ricardo Santana, and you don't see a lot of 2-year-olds do this, or 3-year-olds. It means first-time stars, but a 2-year-old at this time.
After all that miserable start, still able to accelerate late and graduate in her debut.
Yeah, but did it, like you said, did it impressively. And like I said, when you look at the paper, the figure's not that fast. You'd like to think if this horse is ready to run here today, it could improve.
Maggie doesn't look like she's wreaking as much havoc as she was in the Paddock minutes ago.
Yeah, good thing is Alieska settled beautifully when she hit the track and really kind of got out that nervous energy. You could tell, though, when Flavian took her away from the pony, she still had, as we say, that hump in her back. Horses, when they have that nervous energy, they tend to kind of hold their breath and puff themselves up, and then they just release it. And once she hit the backside, you could tell that she dropped her back and she settled into her stride, and so far so good. So if you like her, have at her. I'm gonna try to be a little creative in this spot. I'm actually gonna take the 2 next on stage because I like the fact she has some speed. I like her getting back to the main track, and this is the best I've ever seen her look. But let's take a look here at number 3, Ragtime. Your 4-5 favorite has been holding strong since. I did not see her. I was not in the paddock for that debut up here during the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, but she was very impressive with the score, breaking her maiden first time out. She's incredibly fit here, and she is a more compact, smaller, handier type of build. So I know she was a touch slow from the inside post. Look for her to be quicker this time around. She could very easily take this field gate to wire as she gets out to the 7 furlongs yet again. As we'll move on to number 4, Artemis Sound. You know, she's kind of that Todd Pletcher horse where they took a shot, dropping her, and she regained what seems a lot of confidence as she looks so much better than when I saw her last fall when she then subsequently went on that break. She has filled out. She is stronger across her top line. Her weight was not good going back to last year. So she's one that Sometimes you just need to regain a horse's confidence, get them going the right way, and it feels as though Todd Pletcher and his team have done that with her. Though I don't want to say even her biggest drawback, because it's not. She's 3 for 12 lifetime. You know, she's not a win machine, but yeah, she's kind of won where she's supposed to, and she was flattered with the 2 horses that finished either side of her. Dolomite coming back with an 88 buyer with her win, and Savas Melania winning with an 84 subsequently. Lafitte?
Artemis Sound, Arad Ortiz, Todd Pletcher. Looks on, 8-time Saratoga champion trainer. Artemis Sound steps forward. Adelisa's Smile towards the outside. Alieska, see if she breaks better today. Ragtime, the favorite. Post time for the 4th from the Spa. Frank Mirmati standing by.
And they're off. Next on stage is Very Alert out of there, but so too Adelisa's Smile, and these two hook up. Artemis Sound is racing in between those two. They are followed by Ragtime, who's 4th at this stage. Right in front of Alieska, who's 4 lengths off the lead. Points is Points at the back and in some traffic trouble, having to steady. Manny Franco stepping on the brakes. Nowhere to go in the early stages. You can't get more compact than this. The opening quarter in 23-1. It's next on stage just in front. Adelisa's Smile is applying a little bit of pressure in 2nd. Ragtime takes 3rd. Alieska is 4th. Points is Points on the inside of Artemis Sound. Around the far turn and pulling up, or at least bowing out, is Adelisa's Smile. Here comes Ragtime after next on stage. These two arriving at the top of the stretch together. It's next on stage on the inside, and Ragtime. Alieska angles out for the drive in 3rd. The gray Points is next. They're coming to the furlong pole. Junior Alvarado asking Ragtime to run, and she does respond with a big stretch kick. Ragtime authoritatively pulling away with each and every stride, wrapped up and still scores by 4. Next on stage, Alieska, Artemis Sound.
Daylight win after daylight win on this Saturday afternoon. Belmont Stakes winning trainer, Kentucky Derby winning trainer. You saw there in the shadows, Bill Mott. It all started with Ewing, then it was obliteration in the Sanford, and now Ragtime in her 2nd career start. Undefeated in the 2 starts, both here at Saratoga, in easy win. Onward and upward.
You make a good point. We saw 3 horses today that are all, one already won a stake. This one's going to win a stake. And I would think Ewing's going to be right there. But, Jonathan, this horse was always a little bit keener today, right on the bit, but never looked like the loser.
This horse was impressive, right? I mean, was in a little bit of a tight spot down on the inside, was patient. And when Junior asked, I mean, she was there. And, you know, you got, like you said, Lafitte, Belmont Stakes winning trainer, rider, owner, and sired by a Belmont Stakes winner in Union Rags.
Lots and lots of class, world-class connections. Ragtime, Dolphin homebred, Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott, 4 to 5 in the end. Points is Points, and all kinds of trouble towards the back of the pack. When we talk about when a rider, Paul, looks like they're like water skiing, just being dragged out there. That's essentially what you saw as Ragtime rounded the far turn.
What happened was Points on Points was just giving Manny Franco trouble, but got off to a really bad beginning. The 2 next on stage won the break and kind of came out into the 1, and then the 1 was trying. You could see Manny was trying to follow the 3 in Ragtime, but by that point, he just didn't have anything left. And I'll tell you what, the 5, when that horse matures, is going to be a better horse. He was given a lot of problems, too.
Alieska having to settle for 3rd, 3-2-5-4 here at Ragtime, JK. So we'll get a reaction, of course, but based on what she did in her debut and this win here, as impressive as that was, yeah, it looks like much bigger and better in stakes racing in her near future.
Oh, I would imagine
Speculating.
So. No, I would imagine so, and we'll see what schedule they decide to take. I mean, getting the win, the allowance win this early, you'd like to think they could catch a couple of stakes here throughout the meet. We'll see what Bill Mott decides to do. You know, he'll skip a middle race on you now.
From time to time. That tandem, not winning just big races, Grade 1 races, the Grade 1 races, whether it's a Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly and a championship, just FYI, whether it's Cody's Wish and a Horse of the Year title, whether it's Sovereignty in the Derby and the Belmont. What a force, this tandem. Mott, Alvarado, and that Godolphin Blue. Big Blue Ragtime rolls at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Union Rags, a proven sire with 6 Grade 1 winners. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags, Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train and Paradise Woods. His success continues with recent graded stakes winner Circle of Trust and multiple graded stakes winner and Grade 1 winner Power Squeeze. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back to the program. It's America's Day at the races here on FS2. Up here at the Spa, popular victory for the Godolphin-owned Junior Alvarado ridden Ragtime. And please be here with her Hall of Fame conditioner, Bill Mott. And Bill, Ragtime 2 for 2 in her young career. She just really has that lovely kick down the stretch where she puts her competition away.
She did. And frankly, today I thought she was a little bit of a short price based on the experience factor. Some of her competition had, more races under their belt, and we're coming back in 4 weeks off of a maiden win, and I was pleasantly very pleased and surprised that she ran as well as she did. She was very professional, and really looked like she warranted the 4 to 5 today. But usually that next race out of a maiden race is usually a big step.
And obviously that bears a lot of weight for maybe where you put her next. I mean, do you go to a stakes race for 3-year-olds?
Well, I think being a 3-year-old, I think that's probably what you do. I think that's the logical thing, so we'll just have to shop around and see where we go.
Speaking of stakes, Sovereignty, the Kentucky Derby and Belmont winner, worked yesterday, 48-4, while leading a older horse around the Oklahoma training track. And Bill, just talk a little bit about what he has shown you from that third jewel of the Triple Crown win.
Well, the good thing is he's come back and he feels like he's got good energy and he's eating well. His coat is good, and he's always looking for something more to eat, and he's moving well on the racetrack. So I'd say he's going, right now he's training as well as he did going into the Belmont. So far we've got more work to do. We've got a few weeks to go if we're going to run in the Jim Dandy, but all systems go right now.
I think everyone is excited to see him back at the races. Best of luck. Looking forward to seeing him, and congrats here with Ragtime.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Bill Mott getting a win for some very familiar silks in the irons with Godolphin, guys.
Global domination, Maggie. Godolphin. Oh, it's going to be a fun summer. Sovereignty, seeing horses like this. Ragtime, stakes race. I don't know, she's 2 for 2 at 7 furlongs. Test sounds good to me.
Yeah,
maybe a little
great.
ambitious, but still.
Yeah, but she's just doing it the right way. You like to think, this wasn't exactly the quickest paced race early. And, in a race like the Test, she's going to get a little bit more pace to close into with some of those horses stretching out and just some, more talented, speedy types. She's really, really good.
She takes her glasses off. She's got a beautiful white blaze. I love that white blaze, man.
Ragtime. Sensational. 3, 2, 5. As the beat goes on for Team Sovereignty. Race number 5. First look at turf racing this afternoon. New York breds. 9 and 10 are out. National Archive 5-2. Summer Whirl 5-2. JK, what'd you come up with?
I thought the 1, 4, and the 7 looked all very pretty similar. Whoever you thought had some improvement in them or could work out a good trip. For me, it was a 7 Summer Whirl, who last time off a long break got blinkers for the first time, ran okay. I'm hoping that'll take another step forward. Drawn well outside too, but it's hard to separate the 1, 4, and 7.
21 minutes out, race 5, an opportunity to revisit some of yesterday's highlights. The historic Suburban at the American Classic Racing distance of 1.25 miles. Turning for home, Phileas Fogg. He's loose and strong on the lead with Locke chasing him, with Antiquarian chasing him, but Kendrick Pauly is gone.
Yeah, you know what? I think a lot of people thought that Johnny V would go after the one with Antiquarian. What he did is he took back and turned it into a 2-horse race, and he almost got there. Kendrick Carmouche did exactly what he wanted to do. You can see him look back at Johnny V, saved by the wire, but it was a heady ride.
Yeah, I mean, Kendrick did everything right there, right? He opened up early, then gave the horse Phileas Fogg a breather, then opened up on the far turn to on the turn, like around the 3/8 pole to give him a little bit more of a breather. I mean, a little bit more space on the competition, and Antiquarian just missed him by a couple of inches.
Johnny V was frustrated. He says Antiquarian has this bad habit of losing ground on the far turn, and that cost him. He said he was right. He said, fine on the first turn. It's rounding the far turn. He loses ground. He's frustrating. He felt that was really the difference between winning and losing as they posed for pictures after that Suburban victory yesterday. Phileas Fogg, Maggie, and for all the highlights and all of the races and stakes races we saw yesterday and terrific performances here. For me, one of the highlights was Gustavo Rodriguez in your interview with him shortly after the Suburban celebrating his first graded stakes victory.
So special to be in the winner's circle here with Gus, as he is a guy, like I said in that interview, that I see on all of his horses every single morning. So it was so rewarding, I think, for him and his team who have done phenomenal work with Phileas Fogg. As he said, he won a 4-way shake for him last summer here at Saratoga, and saying luck was on his side to win that shake, but they have done all the hard work with this horse, who is now 6 for 8 since the 62.5 claim, and he's a horse that likes to freewheel on the front end, and he deserved this Grade 2 Suburban win. And just for Gus and his team, they're a small stable. They have put it all together, and the big guys deserve to have a lot of horses and deserve to win a lot of these races because they work hard too. But it just goes to show that there are many good horsemen that occupy the stalls of this backside here at Saratoga and across the country. Gustavo Rodriguez is definitely one of them. Guys?
You could feel that emotion through the screen. His first win in a graded stakes race. I thought this was kind of a fun part of the story. Rudy Rodriguez, for fans that have been following the sport for a little bit, just a few years, might not know Rudy used to ride. His one Grade 1 victory, Frost Giant, in the Grade 1 Suburban when it was a Grade 1, and now his brother, Gus, his first graded stakes victory as a trainer in the same Suburban.
Yeah, he won it for Rick Dutrow. And that's why he became Rick Dutrow's assistant trainer, and then he went out on his own, Rudy Rodriguez. But I remember at the wire, Rudy might have thrown his whip into the stands when he won the race on Frost Giant. And I want to say he was 60-some-odd to 1. He was a giant price that day.
An important race for the Rodriguez family. Yesterday I was driving down Union right after the races, and I saw they were having a barbecue out in front of Rudy's barn, so I'd imagine that they were celebrating.
You have that BAM's Auto Body T-shirt on?
He didn't have his AirPod in either.
BAM's Auto Body. And dense fenders, they handle it all. Rodriguez is the brothers, and that's Suburban. Fun to watch yesterday here at Saratoga. As our coverage continues, 5th race, 17 out, plus, look at that, Thrilla in Manila indeed. Zulu Kingdom does it again, a win machine. Taking down the Manila yesterday at the Spa. That's next.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
What a cool shot. Bird's eye view. Saratoga Racecourse. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Expanding the set. 4 strong now. Megan Burgess joining us on set. Megan, great to have you on the show. Great stuff yesterday. And what are you looking forward to more this Saturday afternoon?
Well, it was an incredible day yesterday. First time joining you all here, and it was truly a privilege. And now I get to be with my old friends. I mean, we go way back. From yesterday, for sure.
Thursday.
But they were
way
having way too much fun up here without me. They were having their hot dog eating contest. They were having their fun, and it was time for me to come on in and crash the party. So I'm excited to do so here with you guys today.
Great to have you on set. And some of the highlights yesterday, you know, the Belmont Oaks Invitational, a little bit later on this evening, 3-year-old fillies, lots of grass racing, this 4th of July Racing Festival, and the Manila, Megan, and Zulu Kingdom, who just wins here, even though he wasn't necessarily on the best part of the turf course for this particular victory.
He wasn't, and it was an extremely impressive effort for him. We knew he was going to be extremely strong in this race, but I do want to draw attention to the horse, the number 8, Capitol Hill, cruising right behind everybody. I mean, this was a track that was hard to make up ground on, and he managed to do so in an impressive fashion. I thought it was one of the best performances of the day. All the credit to Chad Brown's decision to keep this horse at the mile. I thought it was a very, very good rendition of this year's Grade 3 Manila.
You know, look, I thought he was outstanding. I think it was, like we talked about earlier, I think at around a mile, he's the best 3-year-old turf colt in the country, right? You always have test score probably a little better, a little bit longer. But that's one of the things about being Chad Brown is you get the advantage of putting horses exactly where they want to be. Because if I owned Zulu Kingdom or trained him, I couldn't control myself. I'd have to run him in the Grade 1.
I was good. I'm going to ask you to speculate, if you don't mind. Because the American turf, this is like perfect timing for Zulu Kingdom. The first year the American turf is a Grade 1 is the year he wins it. Let's say it was still a Grade 2. Again, asking you to speculate, would we have seen him in the Belmont Derby or the Manila yesterday?
I mean, I would think so. Probably. I think they might have taken the chance. But now that you've checked that Grade 1 box, you know, whatever you're looking for, whether it's creating a stallion or whatever you're trying to do, I think that when you get that grade 1 checked, you don't have to chase it as bad moving forward. Now, if Zulu Kingdom were a her, then I think that grade 1 maybe could be a little bit more exciting to get another one and get multiples of them.
Listen, I think Flavien Prat's been the key, too, to this horse, because this is a horse that used to lag a little bit out of the gate and try to get going a little bit, and Flavien keeps on putting the horse in the right spot. You know, you knew the race was over when he's stalking because you know he's just going to outfinish you, Zulu Kingdom. But I'm with Jonathan. I think the mile is probably his scope, but he can win going a little bit farther, maybe against some of the other horses. You know, in the American Turf when he won that race in kind of comfortable fashion, but I just think he's a way better miler. He's now got more tactical speed than he had before.
It looked like he was going to win that American Turf by like 6, and then in the end it was a little bit closer, so you wonder, about distance. And Graham Motion said with test score, like, he was thrilled that Zulu Kingdom was in the Manila instead of the Belmont Derby. Worked out for all parties involved. Megan, and what a 4th of July racing festival it's been thus far. What, on that list and those winners, which performance impressed you most?
Well, I've done the Great Migration from Kentucky. I was able to actually see Obliteration in the flesh. I thought it was an absolute abomination that he was 10-1 on debut, and I knew this colt had talent. He was extremely precocious. He was an early forward type. Physically, he's a standout, as you can see on the racetrack. So seeing him be able to seal the deal in graded stakes company today was a huge treat for me, being able to kind of follow this horse, Lafitte, back in Kentucky. Now that form really culminating here in Saratoga, right where you would want to be.
Yeah, we heard from Scott Blasi after the Sanford, and it was one thing he did not sound was surprised based on Obliteration and what he did to that field. Again, 2 daylight wins and now a graded stakes winner here at Saratoga. Obliteration, first Sanford for trainer Steve Asmussen. We march forward for the 5th race. Live look here at Summer World. These New York breds, first look at turf racing this afternoon. Mile and 3/16, $95,000 purse to Maggie in the paddock with this race 5 paddock report. Maggie.
And Lafitte, I think the distance is a big kind of question mark or a marker when it comes to this race. Which horses are going to handle the mile and 3/16? As we'll begin with Summer Whirl. She projects to be one of the shorter priced horses in here for Graham Motion or Belmont Derby winning trainer from yesterday, as she is second off a layoff. I picked her last time, and I was hoping that I'd see her a little bit more forwardly placed than what she was. Ultimately, that wasn't the case. I thought she rallied fairly well to pick up 4th behind Spool that day. Now she picks up Luis Saez, who at times can be a bit more aggressive, and 2, the stretch out might put her a bit more forwardly placed than what we've seen from her. Now she looks incredibly fit and strong, and she's one that I think the distance is going to be her friend, as the same thing can be said for number 4 National Archive, though she's a little bit up against it. I think for the fact that she's a 3-year-old trying to tackle some older, more accomplished runners. Now, she is a bigger type, and so she matches up well from that perspective against them, and 2, with the distance in mind. I just wish she looked a little bit stronger, though her last race, I think, much better than it may appear on paper. She broke from the far outside over that course that was labeled good that day on Preakness Day up at Belmont at Aqueduct, and she was just wide throughout. She was a little rank as well, so maybe they're going to allow her to be a little bit more forward, much like she was going back to her maiden victory where she sat a stalking trip. So she's intriguing. Like I said, I just wish she looked a little bit stronger overall. Now, a horse that has done incredibly well from 3 to 4, and I think it's a good marker of how, yes, horses change from 2 to 3, but they also can take a massive leap forward from 3 to 4. And that's what number 2 Boxed Wine has done, as she is second off of the layoff. She had a rough beginning, but that's kind of her. She is her own worst enemy when getting out of the gate. And it wasn't a good effort, I'll be totally honest, but it was dominated on the front end. And now she has Ricardo Santana aboard, and I wonder if he can get her, I don't know if he can get her to break better, but at least get her more forward position. She has filled out tenfold. I wasn't in the paddock, though, for her June 22nd effort, but she's so much more relaxed. And I think that's such an important factor when horses are trying to get longer distances for the first time. So she has done very well with that age progression, mentally and physically, Lafitte.
Laid back, conserving energy for when it matters most. In about 7 minutes, Boxed Wine there trying to trigger the upset in this 5th race and all the action. The remainder of this festival. And the traditional summer meet gets started Thursday. Get involved. Join us at NyraBets.com. Sign up. When you do so, use that promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NyraBets.com. That gorgeous paddock here, Saratoga. Maggie talking about Boxed Wine, an outsider perhaps with a shot. Another outsider in Back Check, who just graduated in a maiden claiming affair. Belmont Derby winning rider Manny Franco to pilot. There is Maggie. There is Manny, Megan. All smiles after his win in the Belmont Derby. Back Check here. How do you, kind of chances do you give her facing winners for the first time again, coming off a maiden win in a maiden claiming event?
I thought this was a really particularly strange race based off of a pace situation. There's not a whole lot of it in this race, and you can kind of gauge this filly as a one with upside or one that needs experience. I went with the upside angle with her. I thought last time out in that aforementioned maiden win on June the 13th, the rail was kind of the advantage on the outer turf. The inner turf played fairly, but she kind of completely missed the break, stood in the gate, was off very slow. She moved forward along the rail and made up some really solid ground into the turn. She had that seam kind of in the rail and a very ground-saving trip when it came down to the top of the lane, but she really managed a strong late turn of foot. And then in these kinds of turf routes where there's not any early pace, they kind of turn into that sprint to the finish in the final early stages. I really liked to see her acceleration and be able to see that finishing ability that I think is going to be key here in this kind of pace setup.
After spotting the field, Paulie several lengths still against this competition, able to close fast enough to pull out the victory.
Yeah, and actually won the race by about 3/4 on this day. It was a good job by Manny Franco. Sometimes when you get left in the gate like that, you give up a little bit and you rush. He sat back and made one run. That's what you have to do. She was able to beat maiden 50s. This is a step up. She can't make that kind of same mistake, but you can see in that replay, she's got the talent.
Miguel Clement with the leg up. Manny Franco. This Manny, Megan, Maggie. This ain't gonna work for me.
Miguel.
This is not gonna work for me. And Miguel as well. You all need nicknames for the remainder of this broadcast. This is not gonna work for me at all. Look at the favorite there, JK, and Summer World. What are you expecting from her?
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, I think the 1, 4, and the 7 are all very similar. I think it's going to be hard for anyone else to win this race out of those 3. But it's all about who's going to get the best trip or who has the most upside. And for me, the 7 has upside in the fact that last time she added blinkers for the first time, and that was for her first start off of a little bit of a break. Grand Motion, not one that's like known to crank them up first time back, first time out. Let them kind of run themselves into shape. I feel like she's going to take another step forward, and I'm hoping that a more fit version of her with blinkers can be a little bit closer, and you get Luis Saez, and once upon a time, he used to be really aggressive all the time. I'm hoping here with this outside draw, he can get his position moving forward and end up working out a nice trip.
Megan made a very good point here. There's no pace, and who's going to have the intention? And I think that's why the 1 is getting the money, North End Lady. I do think that maybe she gets pushed forward. Now, she's a 5-year-old mare. We've kind of seen what we've seen from her. I look at jockeys now, like maybe Ricardo Santana. I know Box Wine has been slow, but sometimes these type of races, they can push forward. And maybe the 5, the biggest long shot here with Romero Mirage, someone's going to have to push forward, because if the 1 gets the front end here, she might be very tough.
Some very good turf racing, the latter half of the program, the call to post, the Kelso a little bit later on, a prep for the Grade 1 4-star David in many cases, and the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational featuring Nitrogen. That's later on this evening. Here, post-parade for this 5th race, there's North End Lady to kick things off in Dylan Davis.
Yeah, back in the Barclay Tag Barn, actually wintered a little bit in Gulfstream, 5-2.
The laid-back, relaxed Boxed Wine.
As Paul had mentioned, possibly a move forward as far as speed is concerned early with Ricardo Santana taking them out, but has been devoid of it as late.
Manny Franco back check.
Good win last time out when being left in the gate. If she can get out of the gate today, 3-year-old filly is improving.
Sanford winning jockey Flavian Pratt aboard National Archive.
Gets back to the turf after breaking on the far outside and up against it last time out coming off the layoff.
I'll let Doro outsider at 37 to 1.
Yeah, filly by Bolt Dioro. I think she got to show a little bit of pace.
From Hello is kind of one-paced, one-geared.
Has not managed a win on the turf despite 13 of 15 starts on the grass.
Katie Davis aboard. Then the favorite in Summer World, Louis Saez, 2-1, 2 minutes out.
Yeah, put blinkers on last time and kind of ran even. They've tried a little bit of everything, has Graham, but her numbers do tower over the rest of this field.
Number 8, Love You, Miss You, Mean It. Back to grass, where she graduated 2 starts back.
She wanted no part of the slop, where she was rained onto last time out, and her 2-back win at the 8.5 furlongs was a strong performance.
That's the field for this 5th race. New York breds, mile and 3/16 on a firm turf course. Another look, JK, at your top selection in the favorite Summer World.
Yeah, look, I just think she's going to end up getting a better trip than the rest of these. I'm hoping that Louis is going to be a little bit more forward. I think that her last race, she had an excuse. She was coming in off of a break. They added blinkers last time. I thought she ran fine enough. And I think that with these blinkers, and especially the way my man Louis is warming her up, the intent is going to be a little bit more forward. And I think if she is more forward, she's going to end up getting a better trip than the 1 and the 4, although I think she's very similar to them, and I think she'll win. I'm not cutting in line to bet her to win. I think the 1, 4, and the 7 are all very, very similar.
Yeah, but you see how she just blew by National Archive?
Yeah.
Paul does not want to see that in the stretch. Paul going with National Archive.
Yeah, I like the 4 in here. Listen, she ran against the boys first time out as a 2-year-old. Then Flavien Prat got aboard her, and what happened? She got more involved in the race in her second start. And then last time out, Dylan Davis got aboard, and she just did not break well. I think that now with Flavien aboard, with this race, not with a lot of speed, this could be the horse that, if Flavien can get out of the gate, could lay a lot closer.
Maggie, you're going with Boxed Wine, but what are you seeing from North End Lady and Dylan Davis?
What I see is what I like. North End Lady here, Lafitte, is one that just is incredibly well turned out, talking about number 1, North End Lady. And she just carrying her weight well, just a resplendent coat on her too. And she's one that kind of is hinted at possibly being able to handle this type of distance. Now, the only time she went a similar route of ground is 2-back, but that was on the Tapeta. She was the beaten favorite that day. I just think she's going to have to get faster, and at 5-2, based on form, those things aren't adding up for me to take her necessarily, though I do heed the fact that Barkley has her looking tremendous heading into this one. Now, a long shot, as Miguel Clement sends out a 3-1 shot in National Archive, but number 3, Back Check. Yes, she got the job done when dropping to the maiden 50, but that was an extraordinary performance for the fact that she completely blew the break, spotted the field maybe 5 lengths, to be generous, and got over to the rail. Manny did an excellent job with her and saved ground on a turf course that you wanted to be doing that, but then just kind of exploded through the stretch to get the job done. Now, it was a slow race. And the thing is I'm not sure she gets better with more distance. Now, logical thinking would be like, okay, she's slow out of the gate, so therefore she'll benefit from getting more ground. That's not always the case. Sometimes if they're slow out of the gate, then they get a pace to run into, and they have that turn of foot. She presents herself more of the latter. She's a smaller type, more compact and built downhill. Not sure that this is going to be to her liking, but again, Lafitte, she's a big price in here at 11-1. But hey, I'm going with the 10-1 shot, and Boxed Wine could not get over how well she's turned out today.
Maggie Boxed Wine, Megan Back Check. So we saw her, overcoming that adversity. How much, Megan, would she have to improve, though? How much faster would she have to run today to trigger an 11-1 upset?
Well, she would obviously have to take a step forward. We do know that about her, but at the same time, this is a really evenly matched group in terms of figures. There's not a huge standout. We mentioned the number 7, Summer Whirl, is very comparable as far as consistency is concerned, but I really do think a step forward is in store for the number 3 Back Check. Also interesting pedigree there for her. She's actually a half to Iron Orchard that we saw win here on the dirt for Danny Gargan. So interesting there. We might see this filly potentially make over to the main track, but I'm seeing a step forward in store for her on the grass.
See how it all unfolds. Filing into the gate, these New York breds, mile and 3/16 on the Mellon turf course. Frank Miramotti with the call. Post time, race 5, Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2.
They're in the gate. We have a restless runner there. It's number 3, Back Check. Back Check has unseated the rider. And we'll see if this will cause any sort of delay. If so, we'll send it back to Lafitte. But nope, back on board. Once again, she's acting up. And they're off, and Backcheck did have a smooth start. It was a quick one for Alette Doro in the center of the course. Here's Boxed Wine and North End Lady along the inside. They're followed by From Hello, who's in fourth as Alette Doro sprints quickly to open up. Love You, Miss You, Mean It is in fifth. 2 lengths clear of Summer Whirl. Summer Whirl racing right on the outside of Backcheck, and that leaves National Archive as the trailer. Ambitiously placed Alette Doro has opened up 9 lengths, 22 seconds flat. She's having fun now. It is Alette Doro well clear, with Boxed Wine second, and then it's From Hello in third, followed by North End Lady, Love You, Miss You, Mean It next. A length and a half to Summer Whirl, who inches up while 3 deep. Then Backcheck in National Archive. Alette Doro ran an enterprising half in 46 and 2. This big long shot with a huge lead. Boxed Wine in second, followed by From Hello third. Then it's Summer Whirl advancing steadily on the outside. On the extreme outside, National Archive in the yellow. In front of her still is North End Lady as they start to get closer to Alette Doro. Reality setting in for Alette Doro, 2-length lead. Here's Boxed Wine pouncing, and there's a big move from National Archive, who was last moments ago and is now head and head with Summer Whirl as they reach the top of the stretch. Summer Whirl on the inside, and National Archive in the center. Boxed Wine is racing in third, and in behind them, North End Lady, Love You, Miss You, Mean It. They're inside the 8th pole. Summer Whirl, National Archive. Summer Whirl's just in front. National Archive trying to get by Summer Whirl or National Archive. Here is the line. Photo finish looked like National Archive, but it's close between her and Summer Whirl. In behind them, a photo between North End Lady and Love You, Miss You, Mean It.
It's a great call. And it was a great finish. A driving finish on this Mellon turf course. National Archive running down Summer Whirl. Flavian Pratt, the Sanford win earlier. Obliteration strikes here with National Archive. Paulie, well done. 5-2 at post time.
I tell you what, this guy's some kind of rider. Because you know what? Out of the gate, the 5 who just went ballistic on the front end, he smashed the 4 at the beginning of this race, and now you get to the stretch, and Flavian decided, you know what, I gotta make this move now, or I'm gonna get caught behind horses. He was able to sustain it.
I mean, Flavian gets a lot of credit for being aggressive early in races, putting horses in position. But, like, that's the same aggression. The same thing in his head that makes him be aggressive early is the same thing in his head that made him move where some people might have thought it was too early, but it was the move that made the difference. If he waited, I don't think he beats the 7.
No.
The number 5, Alette Doro, though, I don't think any of us expected 46 at the half in this kind of race whatsoever.
Winning trainer Miguel Clement.
He never gets really excited, Miguel.
It's, you know, it's like
Cool
another
customer.
day at the office, like he's been there before, which he has, and learned from his father, late great Christophe Clement, world-class trainer. Miguel here. Now he shoulders the load and had National Archive ready to rock and roll. Megan, we've had so many impressive blowout performances in the early part of the program here at Saratoga today. This one, tooth and nail, a thriller, slugfest to the wire.
Well, that's the joy of these turf races, right? We see these horses pull away on the dirt. Oftentimes you don't, unless it's a very specific or special situation, you're getting these thrilling finishes. People love to see them. You have a completely different pace situation that nobody saw coming. This was a really fun race.
Little subtle thing. If you watch right here, the 4 kind of swaps leads and kind of hops in the air late in this race right here. And that kind of propelled right there.
Right
You see
there.
that?
Right
and
there.
she kind of propelled her to the front end. And, you know, she kind of like just jumped over to her lead real late in the stretch.
Lafitte, I said something a little earlier. I'm gonna change it a little bit. I said that
won't be the first
time.
time.
Exactly. I thought the 1-4-7 were the best horses in this race, and that one of them was going to win. But I said whoever got the best trip, and it wasn't the best trip. It's whoever got the best ride, and it was Flavian who gave the best ride on National Archive.
Speaking of cool customer, Flavian Pratt delivering another perfect ride here with National Archive in the 5th one. The Sanford earlier. Results, reaction when we come back. National Archive in the 5th at Saratoga. Finally puts away Summer Whirl and goes on to her 2nd career victory. You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2.
And they're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
For years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
The most underrated sale in America, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. Precocious yearlings selected on pedigree and superior conformation, plus a showcase of the freshman sires of 2025. Recent grads include Grade 1 winners Chancer McPatrick and Carson's Run, with a growing list of graded stakes winners. Buy smarter, buy earlier, buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us. Here on Fox Sports 2, America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. National Archive. Megan, while we love turf racing, its finishes like this Summer Whirl, National Archive throwing down to the wire.
Really exciting race from here. I think this filly is going to take another step forward. We saw that she was able to get the distance. She's certainly bred to do so. That Constitution up there with the quality road mare. And I just think that, again, as Paul had mentioned, a beast of a ride by the best in the game in Flavian Pratt.
By that much, about ahead. National Archive over. Summer Whirl, winning pilot Flavian Pratt, winning trainer Miguel Clement in the winner's circle with Maggie.
That's right. National Archive getting the job done. Miguel, I know she is a filly that you guys liked a lot going back to last year as a 2-year-old. Kind of satisfying getting this win against winners and only her 4th start.
Yeah, it's great. Delighted for Mr. Dick Leahy, who's a great supporter of the stable. So it's very rewarding when we give him a break, bring him back the following year, and they keep rewarding us.
The distance, too. Such a big, scopy filly. She relished it today.
Without a doubt. A mile 3/16. She's got a long, beautiful stride. Touch one pace. The longer, the better for her.
We've discussed you are incredibly knowledgeable and fluent in many languages. You know, it's nice having a French jockey as well. You can speak to him in French.
Yeah, no, listen, it's great. Flavian's riding terrific at the moment. And I don't have to speak to him. He does his homework, and he pretty much tells me what to do. You know, I'm a young trainer. He's very experienced.
The feedback, is that integral?
Yeah, it's great. Listen, we're the same team, and the more we can learn from a race on my side and on his side, the more we learn together.
Well, excellent job as always, and well done. Congrats.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, Miguel Clement getting a win here with National Archive. As he said, the pilot on her back does help quite a bit. Livy.
I wish my managers listened to me a lot more.
Well, your communication skills. Your communication skills, Paul. I mean, it's all about the approach and tone, man. They weren't responsive?
I guess when I was throwing my stuff in the stands, that was probably the key part.
National Archive. Flavian Pratt, Miguel Clement, and just important, Megan, before we get to the traditional summer meet here at Saratoga for these horsemen and getting that motivation going so you hit the ground running starting next Thursday?
Especially for a barn like Clement. You know, Miguel has been through the Flying Start program. He's extremely experienced. He's been right there with his father, and it's really exciting to see him be able to take over everything and being able to have that smooth transition in an incredibly difficult time. So it's always exciting to see them do well, especially with horses like this that are becoming better and better with every step.
So much great racing still coming your way. The Kelso a little bit later on. The 3-year-old fillies, Belmont Oaks Invitational Grade 1 featuring Nitrogen and more 2-year-olds. 3 2-year-old affairs this afternoon. This one on grass, a mile. 2-year-old fillies. Matadora drawn inside JK 2-1. Who do you have graduating in this 6th race coming up?
I landed on the 7. I thought the 5 and the 7 were both interesting. I thought the 5 was going to be much shorter, and maybe he will end up being shorter. According to the pick 3s, he's going to likely be the favorite or right there with the 1 Matador. I thought the 7 was interesting. I thought the horse had some experience, ran okay last time after breaking slowly, so I was just looking for one that would be a little bit of a better price than what the 1 and the 5 will end up being.
Now that's next to more freshmen, these time fillies on grass. The next race here, the 6 coming up 20 minutes out at the Spa, plus bonus coverage on their marquee day of racing in Shelbyville, Indiana, Horseshoe Indy, Indiana Derby, and the fillies in the Oaks. A preview next.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Two-year-old fillies making a lot of noise behind us here at Saratoga. Don't think they can hear it in Shelbyville, Indiana, where it is their signature day of racing. Yes, the Indiana Derby, but then the girls as well in the Indiana Oaks. 3-year-old fillies. There's the field. And Clicquot, 8-5. Heavenly Sunset, 9-5. Michelle Yu on site at Horseshoe Indy. Michelle, it's easy to focus and get locked in on the 2 standout fillies in this Indiana Oaks, but it runs a little bit deeper than that, doesn't it?
I think so, Liffey. Looking at the field, those 2 draw your eye instantly, but in this compact field, I feel like it's truly an anybody can win this race. Now, a girl after my own heart is Cliquot, because she is named after my favorite brand of champagne. And giving you a hunch play in 2018, Talk Veuve to me also won this race. But the two, Cliquot and Heavenly Sunset, actually met in an allowance race last time out. Heavenly Sunset set the pace. Cliquot was able to wear her down and get the victory. I think that it was really impressive for Cliquot as well, because she was coming first time a route of ground for trainer Brendan Walsh, and she's been perfect 2 for 2 in her last couple, although she was defeated on debut. We don't generally see the Walsh horses fire out of the gate, so overall I thought a very good effort. Both of those fillies are lightly raced. They're both taking a step up into Graded Stakes company for the first time, and Heavenly Sunset, even though she was bested by Cliquot last time, certainly could hold on today. The track has been playing a little bit speed favoring. In fact, we just had a stakes race go off behind us, and the winner was wire to wire there, so intriguing from that aspect. I also thought the one Sturgeon Moon is worthy of a look. We haven't seen her this year yet. She comes first time for Will Walden, who's about 24% off the layoff. He's 21% out of his barn, and she has been working lights out at the training over at Keeneland.
Get it together, Dan.
So she looks fantastic on paper. And then the 3 Dorlorraine for Owen Hardy. We're talking about the fillies that are stepping up in class, first time stakes. She has all the stakes action you could ask for. She's multiple graded stakes place, and I have to say she has the best company lines of any horse in this field.
Strength in schedule. Michelle, thanks so much. Much more with Michelle from Indiana Grand there. A little bit later on, Horseshoe Indy, of course. You can hear these 2-year-old fillies making all kinds of noise behind us. Megan, we were having this conversation before you crashed our party. That with 3-year-olds here in this particular division, the Glamour division, with the boys and the girls, that just because the filly doesn't win an Oaks or an Acorn, how many opportunities there are out there in races like this, graded stakes races offering these big pots.
Black type is extremely important when it comes to these mares as they launch their broodmare career. It's incredibly important, and I think especially with the notes that Michelle had given us earlier as far as the speed favoring nature of this racetrack, I think that enhances the chances of these two standouts in this Grade 3 Indiana Oaks. And I've gotten the opportunity to follow these two fillies on that Churchill circuit. Brendan Walsh is extremely high on this filly, and Michelle, I agree with you. A girl after my own heart as well with the champagne there.
Indiana Oaks, much more with Michelle a little bit later on, and the Indiana Derby this evening as well, plus 2 graded stakes races still here from Saratoga coming your way, the Kelso and the Belmont Oaks Invitational. These loud 2-year-old fillies debut for many of them, and Matadora pictured there, the current favorite. Much more, Maggie's Paddock report, riders up post parade in the 6th of 12 from the Spa next.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We know that the horses are the foundation to this industry, but it's the people that brings us together. We need to celebrate the community that is horse racing.
The stories are amazing. The people that you meet and the love they have for this business warms your heart and renews one faith in this industry.
I think this is one of the best things we've done in the last few years in horse racing, but it has to happen with somebody nominating an individual.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Belmont at Saratoga. This 4th of July racing festival rolls on, and a third 2-year-old affair on the afternoon is next. 2-year-old fillies mile on grass. There's Matadora, the favorite, little antsy here in the paddock. Maggie is with us. 2-year-old fillies. Maggie, what are you seeing? Who's making all that noise behind us?
Well, Lafitte, there was just a ice cream eating contest in the backyard here. Not particularly the greatest race to have that going on, namely because it upset these young fillies, but primarily because I wanted to partake in it, but I have to be here in the paddock, so no kidding. As we'll take a look here at number 1, Matadora, a filly that I saw first time out when debuting, going the 6 furlongs at Aqueduct, and I literally wrote my notes, does look like she needs longer. Well, we get it here, going a mile, plus she occupies that inside post position for a filly that broke well that day, sat behind 2 dueling leaders who did include the eventual winner in Nona's Love, but she was the only horse to have experience in the field, and I thought ran on okay in the end. I think that she's going to take advantage of that inside post position with Arad Ortiz and be prominent throughout. She is sharp here. She's wearing a hood here in the paddock. We'll see if they take it off, but I liked her first time. I like her even more given the conditions of this race. Moving on to number 4, Starlit Sky, as George Weaver will send out 2 breaking next to each other. She's the one that has experience and made her debut go at Indiana Grand, or Horseshoe India, I should say. But looking at her pedigree, now Connect, not the greatest turf influence, but the Dam, she was stakes placed on the turf. And though she is half to Kinetic Sky, who was an accomplished dirt horse at middle distance, was a stakes winner. And the family really didn't like the turf. But she worked with her unraced entry mate and stablemate in here, and I really liked the way that she was working that day. She looked to be going better throughout, and her unraced stablemate really didn't have any gallop out at all. So they might be big prices in here, but I just thought that based upon that work, Starlit Sky looked as though she should appreciate the turf. She did work in those blinkers that she's going to wear today. Moving on to number 5, Embrace Time, one of 2, not this time, progeny. And I like his progeny on the turf, and watching this one's last turf workout, she was well in hand. She has lovely action over the surface. She didn't gallop out too much though, but I thought maybe that was a product of it being the last work prior to this start, and a lot of times you'll see just a quick tune-up from these trainers when that last work coming back into their debut. Not the biggest, but boy, is she well balanced and athletic. I love the way she's put together. I love the way that she's acting here for Brad Cox. She looks to be a big threat to the horses who have experience, who do at least have that edge over her, as a very experienced runner in here goes out for Wesley Ward in number 8, Guarano Ranch. She's a daughter of War of Will, whom he hasn't had the best start when it comes to his progeny being precocious, but I liked him on the turf, so I like this filly on the turf too. And if you go back a generation, the second Dam, Mariel and Kathy, she was a stakes winner on the surface. She has a massive turf hoof on her, Guarano Ranch, very slack pasterns, and I love her disposition here in the paddock in that she's very laid back for this first try around 2 turns. Now, unfortunately, she gets the outside post position where I think that Matadora holds that edge over her, but again, as she stretches out, Lafitte, look for her to get a forward placement.
It's no problem. That post for a 3-time Kentucky Derby winning jockey who you're looking at. A leg up for Victor Espinosa. Eventually a leg up for Victor Espinosa, who rides Guarano Ranch, is going to spend the summer here riding full-time at Saratoga. Victor Espinosa, the Triple Crown winning rider with American Pharoah back in 2015, in that frenzy, the crowd, the moment, the sport Paulie had been waiting for 37 long years, ending that Triple Crown drought.
Yeah, and what a special horse he really was. And poor Frosted. Although Frosted got his day in the Met Mile.
Yeah. In the Travers, too.
In the Travers, he actually gave an assist for Keen Eyes.
Yeah.
But, you know, American Pharoah, I still am amazed that this horse ran dead last in his debut. But it was just one of those things. And then the Travers, Frosted went after him, and then Javier Castellano's only won like 7 or 8 of these.
7-time Travers winner Javier Castellano on the outside. American Pharoah, Victor Espinosa, yes, softened up by Frosted. American Pharoah ran so well, JK, but just not enough to repel the late charge of Keen Ice in the end. And 50,000 shocked fans here at Saratoga.
The mistake horse players and racing fans often make, they become too results oriented. This was the best race American Pharoah probably ever ran. He just got beat. Frosted's rider got injured, then there was a new rider, and they ran at each other early, and it just. And then even Baffert said that he regrets letting him go as quickly as he did that morning, but all those people were out.
Revved his engine with all that energy, and
probably went a little too quick. And that was when the Haskell was, I think, 4 weeks away instead of 5 now. It was a lot of things, perfect storm to get him beat that day.
So now we're going to spend a summer here at Saratoga, going from California to New York, and worked well for that gentleman, right? Flavien Prat, record-breaking season in summer last year at Saratoga. Victor Espinosa riding full-time this summer at the Spa and aboard Garano Ranch here in her turf debut. Let's meet the field, starting with the favorite, Matadora. Maggie liked what she saw. She's the favorite 2-1 Rod Ortiz to ride.
I just have a hard time with a horse who gets a great trip and doesn't win coming back. Are they going to get another great trip?
Mappy, Lipa Koik, first-time starter.
Likely needs a race. Sire Liam's map, not entirely strong with his first-year numbers, and Contessa winless in maiden turf routes the past 5 years.
Stylish gem, Luis Saez.
Yeah, George Weaver had this horse on the turf a couple of works back. Actually worked with the horse we're going to talk about next.
Starlit Sky, second start, turf debut.
Opposite of her stablemate, her last work, as she was responsive when asked, and well ahead of Stylish Gem, who, of course, stablemate, familiar workmate, who races alongside her in debut.
Embrace Time, more on her in a moment. Flavien Prat looking for a third win this afternoon. The Grumpy Rabbit, not this time, first-time starter.
Well-bred daughter of Not This Time, whose dam is a half-sister to Grade 1 Whitney winner, Cross Traffic.
Connect the Stars. Mark Cassidy looking for a second win this afternoon.
Yeah, this is where I land. I thought the horse ran sneaky okay last time, and I thought I would get a much better price than what I would be getting on a horse like the 5 or the 1, but unfortunately it's 4-1. It doesn't make me feel too warm and fuzzy.
Triple Crown winning jockey Victor Espinosa, Garano Ranch turf debut.
Experience is a hot commodity in these kinds of races, and as she hits the board, although not that quick in terms of overall speed figures, and like I said, consistent, and now moves to the grass.
2-year-old fillies, mile on a firm turf course, inner turf course, where speed has dominated throughout the first few days of this 4th of July racing festival. Another look at Connect the Stars, Tracy Farmer, homebred JK. Paul, you're in her corner.
Yeah, I like her a little bit. She didn't get off to the best beginnings, but I think she was a filly was meant to go long, and now Dylan Davis will take the call for Mark Cassidy. And better beginning. I think this horse is bred to go a little bit further, and her race was a little bit better than look last time out, and I think that 4-1's a little bit short. I thought I would get maybe 6 or 7-1 on her. I do think the 1 is the horse to beat, but I'll take a shot with the filly by Connect.
Yeah, look, like I said, I'm not crazy about the price. But I do think the horse ran okay last time. I think the horse has an opportunity to move forward. If I'm being honest, I think the 5 at 4-1 is probably a little bit more attractive. But based on those will pays for the pick 3 that I saw flash on the screen on our house feed here, I do think the 5 is probably going to come down a little bit from 4-1.
Enough going on for the handicapper on this Saturday afternoon, Jonathan. The 12 races here, Saratoga, and the cross country moments away. The Jersey Girl at Monmouth Park. Here, the Kelso a little bit later on. Keep prep for the 4-star day. The Marquee Day of Racing Horseshoe Indy, the Indiana Oaks, Belmont Oaks Invitational, and Indiana Derby to wrap things up in the sequence.
One of the things I love about these cross countries, an opportunity like this where you can have all stakes races, right? You don't got to deal with any pesky maiden races or claiming races. You're getting stakes races where you would like to think that everyone is in there fully intending to win that race, not set them up for another one.
Now, Megan, that Jersey Girl looks a little bit different now than when it was originally drawn.
Well, it's entirely affected by those scratches. Trainer Tim Shaw, very high regard for the number 7 there, as you just saw. Precious Avery, the blinkers come on, and she will be the speed on paper of this group and aiming to lead them at the first call.
Yeah, you know, when you look at this group, it's scratched down to 4, and there's some devastating scratches in there. I think Megan's completely right. They're going to have to catch the 7 around the racetrack. Now, the Eddie Owens horse will always take money. Eddie takes a lot of money there anyway. And to me, that horse is going to be dead last. I'd rather have a horse forward. I thought the race was 7 or 6 or 6 or 7.
Cross country pick 5, Jersey Girl. You see there, live look, Monmouth Park on the right. On the left, 2-year-old fillies continuing to warm up, getting closer to post time for this 6th race. We check in with Maggie.
You know, Lafitte, the biggest question I have about this field is where the heck did the name the Grumpy Rabbit come from? I love it. As the Grumpy Rabbit, the horse, she made a great impression back in the paddock. She was very professional. She's a lovely physical, as we have seen Kenny McPeak when selecting horses, you know, come up with bargain buys because he is so astute at assessing the individual. And it looks as though the Grumpy Rabbit probably ticked a lot of boxes, and furthermore, she has a lovely pedigree, especially when you go back a generation. Obviously, being by not this time doesn't hurt her. He strikes at 18% with his juveniles first time out. And the second dam, Stop Traffic, she was a Grade 1 winning dirt sprinter, actually winning the Ballerina over this same racetrack, but that was on the dirt. And the dam, she is Have to Cross Traffic, multiple Grade A Stakes winner on the dirt. Now, maybe it's more of a distance thing. I'm not totally picking up turf with her, and we've seen Kenny McPeak do this, where obviously there's no, long dirt races, but he knows his horses want the distance, so his only option is to go to the turf. She was very green when getting on the track. Kendrick did a great job with her, settling her, getting some of that nervous energy out. One I want to watch with interest, and she's taking some nibbles on the board. You know, sometimes these Kenny McPeak firsters are 28-1, and she's only 8-1. But I couldn't get over how well number 5, Embrace Time, looked back in the paddock, out on the racetrack. There's pedigree, there's connections. She does give up experience to the 1 and the 8, which does concern me, but I just liked her so much as an individual. Lafitte?
Maggie likes what she sees. Embrace Time. Flavien Prat, 2 wins already. JK, did you adjust your handicapping, being that this is on the inner turf course and how we've seen inner turf course races play out this first few days, even though there's just been a handful of them?
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to try to find the inside. One of the reasons why I like Think Big later today, because I feel like Think Big's going to end up getting a nice pocket trip on the inside, and he's going to sprint for home. Yeah, I mean, you'd like to think that Matador is going to end up working out a nice trip from the inside post. If Irad can hold that position, she's shown to be tactical enough, and that's probably why she's being bet as heavily as she is. But let's see, it's a great time to check. There's nothing that's really changed to suggest that what we saw yesterday is going to be different today, but the only other thing that could happen is someone could show a lot of speed, maybe Embrace Time. Brad Cox never shy with speed horses. Maybe if that horse breaks, gets to the rail, could take advantage of that bias as well.
Megan, you're calling for the upset, Starlit Sky.
Another upset, and I think as we saw yesterday with the win on the turf with Mo Dodgy, adjustments and progression is key. This horse did no running on debut, but the blinkers coming on has really lit this filly up in the morning. I'm expecting her to take a step forward on the grass.
Connect the stars, Paul.
Yeah, I like the 7. I think maybe lay back in. Victor Espinoza didn't come here to take back. The 8's going to go to the front end here.
Filing in. 6th race of 12, live from Saratoga here on Fox Sports 2. Frank Miramati standing by with the call.
Thanks, Lafitte. We're waiting on Hall of Famer Victor Espinoza. Welcome back to Saratoga. He and Garano Ranch complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Matadora broke well, so did Starlit Sky, and here comes Garano Ranch. Garano Ranch is forging to the front. Connect the Stars comes away in 4th. Embrace Time is mid-pack. On the inside, Mappy a little tough to handle, trying to hug that hedge, and bouncing around just a touch, 6 lengths off the lead, settling down now, 4 lengths clear of the Grumpy Rabbit, and Stylish Gem is at the back of the field. So Garano Ranch makes it over to the inside through a quarter that went in 23 and 4. Garano Ranch is the leader. 3/4 of a length prompted by Starlit Sky, applying mild pressure second. Good trip, Matadora in 3rd, 4 lengths off the lead. Connect the Stars covers her up. It's another 2 lengths back to Mappy and Embrace Time, who have been right together throughout. The Grumpy Rabbit is next, and Stylish Gem. 48 and 1 for Garano Ranch, taking him into the far turn with Starlit Sky a length and a half back second. Matadora inching a bit closer. Connect the Stars is 4th. It's another 2. Embrace Time and Mappy both have 6 or 7 to make up. The back markers remain the Grumpy Rabbit and Stylish Gem. They're coming to the top of the stretch, and Starlit Sky is right alongside Guarano Ranch. Guarano Ranch, Starlit Sky, clear shot. Matadoro angles out, and in the center, here's Embrace Time, starting to roll home with meaningful strides. Embrace Time on the far outside is now head and head for the lead in a driving finish. Embrace Time scores at first, asking another for Flavien Prat. Connect the Stars. The Grumpy Rabbit came rolling, and Matadora fourth.
In a groove, in a zone, locked in, whatever you want to call it. Flavien Prat, 3 wins so far. Embrace this time, the first starter by Not This Time, accelerates late, impressive on debut.
Good call by Maggie. Who this horse was the impression. Look at the 7. The 7 got re-engaged. And so did the 1 when the 5 kind of went by, JK. The 8 on the rail hung around a lot longer than I actually thought, but man, Flavien, when he gets hot, him and Irad, they're starting to put on a show.
Look, we talked about it. If the inside is where you want to be on this turf course, this horse ran huge first time out.
He did.
Definitely one to keep an eye on moving forward. And there's nothing like breaking your maiden at Saratoga in the house silks.
In the house silks.
Embrace Time. 5-2 over Connect the Stars. Paul, your top selection at 5-1, 5-7, 6-1. The Grumpy Rabbit, so that's the Not This Time first time starters running 1-3. To Monmouth Park, I'm going to lean on you here, Paulie, and the cross country pick 5, the Jersey Girl, and yeah, several key defections changing the complexion of the race.
It does. I mean, like I said, Eddie Owens Jr. horses will take a lot of money there. I do think Bel Pensiero is a horse that does have some backlash you can go to. That's the 6. I'm surprised that all the money is going to the 8 horse in here. I was more 6s and 7s, but I might be wrong. You look at some of the will pays, they're very close, all 3. The 5 is sort of on the outside. I just don't get the 8 at even money. I think it should be a little bit closer between the 6, 7, and 8.
Betting, Megan, in this situation, how are you handling it with now a 4-horse field?
Well, there's not a whole lot of value to be found here, clearly, but I think there could be value even at 2-1, now 5-2 there for the number 7, Precious Avery there for Tim Shaw. Blinkers coming on. She's been in very consistent form. He wanted to race her into shape for this race. I do believe he has been able to do that, and I think she's going to be extremely competitive, kind of getting that tactical position, being able to lay off of things and hopefully improve and remark on the goal is that her trainer has set out for her.
You spend a lot of time at Monmouth Park, Paul. As far as advice for the player at home, doesn't follow as much Monmouth, perhaps for whatever reasons. Are there any angles that you lean on a little bit heavier at Monmouth than you would say somewhere else?
No, not really. The jockeys are very key. Now, no, there's no Paco Lopez in this race. You got Ramon Moya, Sammy Marin, who's probably the most accomplished jockey when it comes to the turf. Not many angles in this race. I just thought this race was wide open. I prefer the 6. I think Anthony Margada, that's a crazy price on the 6 at 7-2.
I'm just curious to see who's going to find the front end here. I thought it was between the 6 or the 7.
7, yeah.
When I don't know and I can't decide, then I'm always going to side with the horse drawn towards the outside. So I'll go with the 7, Precious. What is this? What are we saying?
Avery, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Let me see your past performances, and I'll try and tell you.
A-V-A-R-Y?
Avery?
Okay,
Avery.
Avery.
I think. Not traditional spelling, but
Yeah,
we'll go with it.
Try to trick me, try to throw me for a loop.
We'll see what Matt Dinneman says, who has the call. Post time for the Jersey Girl, start of the cross country, pick 5.
And then riding, pretty. We're ready to go. They're off in the Jersey Girl Handicap. Precious Avery gets the first call of the race. She won the start, and she goes right to the lead from Bel Pensiero, who takes a hold. She will track in second, riding pretty into third with Summers coming with 1 lap to go. It's Precious Avery shipping in here to New Jersey today and opens up 2 lengths and goes well within herself here. She's on a hold. She's just a little bit keen, but really she's going nice and easy here into the turn. Precious Avery wants to run, and her jockey, Sylvester Gonzalez, is going to let her do just that. It's going to be Precious Avery to set the pace, and she's opened up about 2.5 or 3 lengths on Bel Pensiero, and regular rider Ramon Moya tracking in second. Another 2 lengths to Summers Cummins, Sunny Leone, riding pretty. Samuel Marin at the back with her, and she just flicked her tail around a little bit there, and she's trying to move closer down the backstretch with Summers coming. They join Bel Pensiero, and they're 2 lengths behind Precious Avery, who gets a breather here, and now they're starting to bunch up. Precious Avery, the leader, with Bel Pensiero, who's right alongside now. So moves are being made as they go into the far turn. These two are even into that turn. Summers Cummins made a brief bid, is bowed out in third, and riding pretty needs to get going on the fence. She's taking third, has 4 lengths to gain. Precious Avery at the quarter pole has something for the final quarter mile, it appears here. She's a length and a half clear of Bel Pensiero, who's come under a hard ride, 3 wide, riding pretty right up the inside. Here she comes, riding pretty from the back of the field. She's still swishing that tail around, but she went right by Precious Avery with 1 furlong to go. And it is riding pretty. She's looking pretty here with 1/16 to go, and she is the Jersey Girl Handicap champion. Wins by 2.5. Summers Cummins second, Bel Pensiero third. Precious Avery really faded in that final furlong, had no excuses, and faded to the back.
You think that gives her like jet propulsion? You see that?
Yeah.
Riding pretty.
Sammy Marin schooled everybody in that race, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, the horse was going to win anyway, but he just sat back where everybody went at each other.
That's jet propulsion. And JK, you are the king of the fast cap.
I didn't pick
king of the fast cap.
I thought I
Did you say the outside?
You said the outside,
just take,
but then you gave the wrong
outside
horse.
speed. I meant the outside speed. No, I can't take credit for this one. My horse
Next
ran
time,
fourth.
Just take it. Easy win in the end. Kicking
so
off
good
the.
till we went to Mama.
Yes, jeez. All falls apart right
was like,
at the end.
okay.
Just sitting there quiet.
I was like,
How about Flavian in the afternoon? He is off to here, Megan, with the 3 wins to Sanford, and that score on that first-time starter. Embrace time.
I mean, I've been a fan of him for a really, really long time, and being able to see him kind of execute on pre-Flavian hype, kind of, you know, we knew he was talented, we knew he was strong, but I feel like he's really just putting it all together, and he's got a lot of really, really talented connections that are providing him with those opportunities to win. And not just that, but he's elevating them. You mentioned Miguel Quilmot. I'm a young trainer. I'm kind of being told what to do, and he might be in the driver's seat with some of those assignments as far as making out those kinds of trips. So well done. One of the maestros. Always happy to see him succeed here.
Great to have you on set. You're not done just yet. Off to report, yes?
Yes, I will be hunting you down, guys. So just be on the watch for me out there in the paddock.
So she's not done. She'll be out reporting. Here's our coverage continues. She'll have the Kelso coming up in the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational. JK, Paul, and I stepping aside. Greg Wolf and the crew taking over. She sent things back to Maggie with winning trainer Brad Cox after saddling that first-time starter to victory in the 6th moments ago. Maggie.
That's right, Lafitte. Please be joined here by Brad and embrace time. As you were just telling me, you trained her dam, and mixed feelings about how she would perform today, though.
Yeah, I mean, we liked her a lot down in Kentucky, and we shipped her up here a while back, and she kind of struggled across the street on the Oklahoma track. We breezed her on the turf last week, and it was a decent move, but was a little unsure how she'd run today. I actually thought she'd be a little bit closer to the pace, but it looked like they broke running, and Flavian got her to settle, and she finished up well.
How about her performance, too? Because I don't know if you've been watching our inner turf courses, especially with the rails down. They've been dominated by inside speed.
Yeah, it always seems like the inner turf course here is, speed's good. And honestly, when the book came out, I marked the race for her a while back. As soon as it came out, and I was like, inner turf, maybe she'll break running. And then I started noticing in the paddock there were several horses with blinkers on. I was like, we may not be on the lead. And she didn't break quite as well as I thought, but she finished up well. That's the main thing.
She looks promising, but you'll send out Fionn in the Belmont Oaks. I feel like nobody's really talking about her. Obviously, nitrogen in the race, but she's literally done nothing wrong in her career.
No, I mean, yeah, she's ran against some slow paces, closing some slow paces this winter at the fairgrounds, and she got a great setup last time and finished up well. Yeah, I mean, look, I think Mark's filly's very, very good. I went back and watched a couple replays of her this morning, and she's very special. So, I think some things will have to happen for us to beat her, but it's racing, anything can happen, and I think she's going to run a big race. Just hopefully, she's there at the end.
Well, best of luck with her. Congratulations, though, with this very promising 2-year-old filly.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Brad Cox looking to gear up for a big afternoon as Embrace Time. She makes her first start a winning one. Well, that will do it for me as well here for this first part of the show. But stay tuned. New crew coming up, and the Dollar Pick Six kicks off in race number 7. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Pandagate has now taken the lead and quickly opens up here. Pandagate with a quick burst really handled this field, won by 7 or 8 lengths at the end.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Welcome to our continuing coverage of the July 4th Racing Festival from Saratoga. Fireworks may have taken place last night. Plenty more to come on track over the next couple of days of this sensational weekend here in upstate New York. Thanks for spending part of your weekend with us here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Welcome to America's Day at the Races. I'm Greg Wolf. Some big action really set to take place this latter half of the card. We'll have the Kelso coming up, big audition for the 4-star day, big race in its own right, of course, and then potentially the best 3-year-old turf filly in the country in Nitrogen, who may, at least from her last start, looks like she's a lot better on dirt, and she is going to be on dirt in the Alabama later on in the meet at Saratoga. That is Nitrogen. She's 4-5 morning line. She's reeled off 5 consecutive victories, even a race coming off the turf. Not only did it not stop that win streak, it looked like maybe that's the path forward. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Richard Migliori with you, and Nitrogen looks like a star in the making.
Yeah, I mean, you and I were talking a bit about it earlier off camera, and look, I think there's a really good claim that she's the best 3-year-old filly in the country. Mark Cassidy has 2 of the 3 with Lucara as well. Whether or not she ultimately is dirt horse remains to be seen, but I do think, and she's good, I'm not trying to knock her in any way, but I think, Richie, this race is more competitive than her 4-5 odds suggest.
Well, I agree. You know, there's a horse like Mayday Ready who was very good at 2. Now, she had a kind of odd end of her campaign last year, going to Japan, and then ran in the off-the-turf Wonder again, which was dominated by Nitrogen, but that race might just help her from a fitness standpoint heading into this one.
And I think totally justified. The number 3 horse ran exceptionally well in her last start, and much better than a horse that was very impressive in winning the Wild Applause here on opening day. But all respect for Nitrogen. I mean, she has been exceptional, getting better with each start. She has a big edge on these. I just think it's a more competitive race than the odds may suggest.
5 wins in a row, 4 graded stakes. Even that, as we said, that race that came off the grass that has pointed a path forward, maybe back on dirt in the Alabama. It can be fun to see Nitrogen back in action in that Belmont Oaks Invitational, race 11, 6:13 Eastern time.
And we saw a Belmont Derby winner in Catholic Boy also be a Travers winner in Catholic Boy on the turn, and she could be one to win the counterpart races, actually, which would be pretty cool. And then they breed her to Catholic Boy?
Oh, there you go. That sounds like a Gallop racer mating, you know. Horses are good on turf as dirt, and usually it's a specialized thing. Horses excel on one surface as opposed to another, and very rare and good thing when they can do both.
You basically stole a year of my life by getting me hooked on Gallop Racer about 25 years ago.
Well, I started doing it. I was injured. I couldn't ride, so I rode Gallop Racer.
And did you go to the top of the standings, the jockey standings?
Dominated.
Never got taken down.
Coverage from Shelbyville, Indiana as well, with the Indiana Derby coming up. We'll have the Oaks for you as well. And one of the great stories going into the Kentucky Derby this year, the rise of Lonnie Briley and Cole Battle. And we'll see him back in action today. And what, is he the horse to beat in this race, Andy?
I think you could make an argument he is. You know, Publisher is a very pace-dependent horse. Tip Top Thomas, the 6, coming off a very soft trip. I think Big Truz is the horse that all of us are a little interested to see him stretching out. But Cole Battle's got the consistency, and he's a major player, even if you don't think he's the horse to beat.
I know you got to spend some time out there and with Lonnie Briley as well. He was obviously captured, you know, the nation's attention with what he achieved as sort of the little horse stepping up.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's kind of an underdog story in some respects. Lonnie Briley, somebody that has been so well respected in the industry for years before going out on his own as a trainer. Worked for John Franks when he was leading owner for many years in the country. He's a cool little horse. I think that he's, you know, go back to Smartin, the horse that Woody Stevens had. And when they shopped around, they would win derbies in different places. He just was a cut below the very best.
Yeah.
That is to come later on this afternoon. There is a big scratch in there as well. Chunk of Gold comes out, one of the 3 who had competed in the Kentucky Derby. But Publisher, Cole Battle, still a couple of horses who've been in that Kentucky Derby first Saturday in May. Let's get back to today's action here at Saratoga. Pick 6 begins coming up next in race 7, 6.5 furlongs, maiden special weight. And Philly Freedom, 6-5 favorite on the board with a start under her belt for Chad Brown.
I won't be surprised if she wins. She comes out of a very interesting maiden race here on Belmont Stakes week. But you know what bothers me about her, Richie? She was 27-1 first time out, which is a pretty good indication that Chad Brown wasn't particularly high on her. And sometimes these horses that surprise in their first start, they run back to the money in their next start. And I couldn't imagine taking her at 6-5 when she ran second at almost 30-1.
Yeah, I think it's a very fair point. Usually horses take money because they've trained in a fashion that points out their ability, and it seems like she may have surprised everybody a bit.
She surprised. I mean, I've spoken to Chad Brown since, and he said she did surprise me. I did not expect her to run this well. Now, listen, maybe she's just a horse that never showed people things in the morning, and she did run well in here. You're going to see her move in a second. The horse who's in front was a very highly touted Todd Pletcher Mike Rapoli horse that disappointed and finished third. Now, the winner of the race came back to win earlier today, very, very impressively. And actually, a bunch of horses out of this race are coming back on Thursday's card. And this horse did run pretty well to be second, albeit with a good trip.
6-5 for start number 2 coming up. There is a look at Philly Freedom, 6.5 furlongs in this maiden special weight. Let's head to the paddock with Acacia Clement.
And we'll start there, Greg. And I think in large part, yes, well, Philly Freedom did run very well first time out. She was also beaten by Ragtime, whom we just saw come back to win race 4 a little bit earlier on. So could potentially be a live race and a good one that she did face first time out. I was not in the paddock for that debut. I believe it was Michelle, actually. So neither Maggie nor I have notes from that race. But taking a look at Philly Freedom, she is a horse that I thought had no speed, coming out of the gate in that first race, but she actually ran on behind horses and coming up the inside down on the rail. Not necessarily an easy thing to do for a first-time starter. It's also not easy to debut at 7 furlongs, which she did and made a valiant effort for herself that day. She's not the biggest, but she's very athletic in the way that she's put together. I actually like the slight turn back to the 6.5 in here today. And watching some of her workouts, she has been coming from behind company and running on late in those stretches. So she's a horse that I think has every reason to take another step forward. And also Philly Freedom, kind of a hunch bet on July 4th weekend. Taking a look at the number 7, Celestial Speed, though, if you talk about watching workouts, that work from the gate to works back was in company with the impressive 2-year-old first-time starter, Iron Orchard, whom we did see win the other day for Danny Gargan. Now, that one had much more speed coming out than this filly did, but I thought that this filly, Celestial Speed, finished in that work better than her younger counterpart. She comes in with no excess weight. I mean, she is incredibly fit and defined coming in for her debut race. I do wish overall she carried a bit more condition, but that just might be her. Like I said, she's certainly fine-tuned and looks incredibly ready for this first start. She is the half-sister to multiple stakes winner Dicey, who was good, particularly sprinting, and the dam's been a pretty good producer with all 4 of her foals winning on the track. So if this filly can show a little bit more speed than maybe she did in the morning, or maybe it was just a rocket of a 2-year-old she was working with, she's certainly one who looks ready for the debut. Another first-time starter is the 5, Gins Beach Road for Mark Casse, as this is a horse with a very intriguing pedigree. She's out of Yellow Agate, who of course won the Frazette and was very precocious and impressive here at the Spa as a 2-year-old, but her production thus far have been horses that either want to go much longer or on the turf. She's the full sister to Agate Road, who was pretty good on the dirt, but was better when switching to the grass. Also the full to Plentitude, who my father-in-law trained and was much better on grass as well. But then also the half to Gasoline, who wanted to go very long on the dirt. So it's an interesting pedigree for Gins Beach Road. Looking at her, she is a tall and leggy type. I do think that she will appreciate some more ground down the line, and maybe this 6.5 is a starting point for her, but really nicely put together. And no matter what the surface, Greg, it has been a family of runners.
Some interesting first-time starters coming up in this 7th here at Saratoga, including that one right there for Mark Casse. But some intriguing runners coming back, too.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of can separate the field, right, with the first-time starters, horses like the 5, the 6, the 7, and then look at ones with experience. And I'm interested in Trango Tower, who lost Lacara first time out. I'm hoping that horse just sort of need to race a 2-year-old and run better. Obviously needs to run better. And even the 8 Practical Love, Richie. Take a look at this horse's PPs. Forget about its debut at Saratoga as a 2-year-old. And the only race the horse has run on a dry dirt track was a buyer figure of 76, which makes her as fast as the 4, who's 6-5. Maybe this is a horse that shouldn't have been on the turf and needs a dry dirt track. She runs that race. She can win.
Oh, absolutely can win. And I always attracted to horses like this because their form is a bit dirtied up because of the different surfaces or racetracks that were not fast.
And sometimes it's hard to sort of see through the murk, you know? Like, it's just kind of hidden there. And once you strip things away, this horse looks a lot better. The public is not fooled either. They're making this horse the 4-1 third choice.
So coming down Champions Way, Post Parade coming up, 8 minutes away from the start of a pick 6 where, look, most tickets are going to single nitrogen. I think we're all in agreement on the desk that she's could be vulnerable. There's no question she's sensational, but maybe think twice.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything but respect on this desk for nitrogen.
Of course.
She's been a dominating horse in her division. This is a tough race. There are some horses that are moving forward, and they have a right to move forward. And the other thing about nitrogen, and I'm not, knocking her, she's had a pretty heavy workload.
Yes, this will be her 6th start this year already, and she's faced top flight company in most of her starts.
Kelso, just quickly, your thoughts on that race?
Kelso is a great horse. That's one of my
Yes, he
thoughts.
would
on
want
that
more on
race.
him coming up.
Richie actually rode him in his maiden race. You know, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out because people are aware how the inside's been. Now, we just saw a race at a mile on the inner turf that actually fell apart in the end. And the horse who won was too wide early and moved outside the field, so maybe it's an indication after running a couple days on a little bit fairer. And that's a real question here. And are either of the sprinters going to show speed against Donegal momentum?
Yeah, that's interesting question, that pace scenario. Here's Trango Tower, Chad Brown, and what a field she faced first time out.
Yeah, I'm just kind of hoping that she's one of those horses that wasn't ready to run as a 2-year-old that could get her act together here. Chad Brown worries she might need a little more distance.
Lacara won that race, has won the Acorn and Ashland. Solo Vincere went by.
Yeah, a horse that's switching surfaces. Actually has a sibling that was good on dirt.
Philly Freedom, the favorite.
Yeah, comes out of a really good race, and Ragtime came back to win earlier on this card.
Mark Cassie firster.
We got through her pedigree. It's strong.
Bedford the Brave for David Donk.
Dave Donk's horses usually get better with a race or two under their belt.
Celestial Speed, 9-2 with Kendra Carmouche.
Worked favorably with a 2-year-old that won the other day. Whether or not that means she can win here, that's an entirely different story.
Here's the Mott filly with Junior Alvarado, Practical Love.
She can run back to that March 16th race at Gulfstream. She is a major player here.
That was the last time on a fast dirt surface, by the way. And then Ratu Jawa, Omar Hernandez Moreno.
I think if this one wins, even if Nitrogen wins, we'll have a big 6 carryover.
I think you'd be right
I'm
about
right
that.
on top of that. You know, that's
52
why I
to
get the
1
big bucks.
right now as you take a look at that pick 6 pool. Here's Trango Tower. So you have beat by that debut, Lacara, who won the Ashland, won the Acorn. Quick Kick was 3rd in that race. It was 2nd in the Alcibiades. And out of the dam, Lewis Bay, who was trained by Chad Brown.
And I believe that I'm right in the discussion we had with Chad earlier that she may have been 2nd to Songbird. I'm going to stick to that I may have been right. She was a very nice horse for Chad and for Alpha Delta, who also campaigned last year's runner-up for the Eclipse Award, Raging Sea. You know, I'm just kind of hoping she's got a good pedigree, and I know she's a Curlin, wants more distance, but sometimes it doesn't matter as much when they're running in maiden races, Richie.
Yeah, no, and I think that she comes out of a race that was loaded, obviously Lacara, Quick Kick, and she actually showed run in the midst of the race. I always look for that 1/8 to 3/16 of a mile, someplace in the confines of the race that a horse shows some ability.
And now, chance to mature, grow up. This will be the 3-year-old debut. You would expect improvement anyway, but especially out of this barn.
And she's 10 to 1. So if I'm right, I'm getting paid. You're always going to be wrong. If you're not comfortable being wrong, this is not the game for you. And I just feel as though the 4 at 6 to 5, I think she's a little bit dicey, and I don't really know that necessarily that she's ultimately going to prove better than a horse like the 8, who has that good race, and she's 7 to 2. And I just think it makes the 4 kind of a horse you want to take a small shot against.
Now with more on Trango Tower, this stablemate to the favorite. Let's go back to Acacia.
She's coming in off a layoff, and I thought what Andy commented in the post parade was interesting in that thinking, that Chad thinking that maybe she would appreciate a little bit more distance, because I was watching her and saying she's really switched off coming back and trying to sprint and even cut back in distance a bit in here. Now, I'm wondering if maybe she's a bigger price because she has been training over at Monmouth, but we have seen throughout with Chad Brown runners that are based with the Monmouth strength, they can come here to Saratoga and be incredibly effective and sometimes go off at big prices. So do not make the mistake of thinking that it's a secondary or even tertiary string with the horses stabled and training at Monmouth. I'm not concerned about that at all. But coming back, she is very solid, very strong, much more calm this year as a 3-year-old. But like I said, I was actually hoping she would perk up a bit on the track for a sprint distance, one that I would watch with interest, but I would agree, maybe we'll appreciate a bit more ground. The number 8, Practical Love, is where I'm going to land, though. I wanted to watch her on track as she got much sharper once they left the paddock, and as you can see, she's really touting herself and framed herself up beautifully out there on the racetrack. I do think that the first-time starters are really intriguing. I just was really kind of won over by the way that she framed herself up, and she was wide last time out when on the dirt in that off-the-turf race on a wet track, and she was high-headed, kind of closing, looking like she was not appreciating that wet kickback coming back on her face, but still ran on. Very, very fit for Belmont, and see if he and Junior Alvarado can team up for another win on the card, Greg.
Yeah, they're on a roll. That maiden winner looked pretty impressive earlier today.
Yeah, Belmont's a trainer that has very good numbers with horses that come out of a maiden win in their next starts.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, Richie, a very hard thing to do, to break their maiden first time out and get them to run back or even improve on that.
It's one of the tougher jumps for a horse. You're facing all horses that are on level ground. Nobody's won a race. Now you're going against horses that have already found the winner's circle, and it's a tough step. But I think it speaks to the fact that Belmont doesn't over crank them up for their first start or their
That's fair.
their
They
maiden
win they win their first time out if they're that kind of good horse.
and they'll actually go
That
forward.
Filly that won for him first time out and won earlier today, Ragtime. Is she good enough to go on to the test?
Oh, well, you look at the figures. I mean, she ran a figure in the mid-80s, right, first time out. If she improves
In the
on that,
debut, yeah.
I mean, that winner of the Victory Ride got a 101 buyer, and that was a very fast race. But you don't skip a race like the test because one horse runs a big figure. And I wouldn't be surprised. She's a Godolphin horse. They may want to take a shot. I mean, there's only one test.
Yep.
Other than that, it's the La Brea at 7 furlongs in California at the end of the year. And I think that's an interesting point. She could easily be in there. I hope she is.
Well, even if she hits the board, it enhances her value greatly, being a Grade 1 placed runner.
And I think the Sheik's a little short on cash, so he may want to look to sell her if she finishes second or third there.
Yeah, it's an interesting point.
Yeah. I'll help him out if he needs something.
There's Gins Beach Road. Mark Casse with his first-time starter. You see bullet after bullet after bullet, quickest workout in the morning. And there's Mark Casse, the Hall of Famer, who is already off to a tremendous start. He won the Wild Applause with Classic Q.
Dual Hall of Famer, right? In the Canadian Racing Hall of Fame.
How about Ewing?
Ewing was spectacular today.
It was almost as good as Patrick Ewing. He may be better than Patrick. Patrick lost his first 5 or 7 games with the Knicks.
Did he really?
I was at his win against Phoenix. I believe he beat Phoenix for his first win as a Knick. I was there, me and about 5,200 other people at Madison Square Garden. A very different love of the Knicks back in those days. Not like now.
Little
only
rougher,
the real
tougher
fans,
version of the Knicks.
Only the real fans were there, you know. Bernard was hurt, but I was there.
Well,
for
yeah,
it.
a son of Knicks go, appropriately named, Ewing, looked very good in the debut from the Mark Casse barn, so we may be hearing a lot more from that horse going forward.
I think we saw 2 very good 2-year-olds running earlier today. Not only Ewing, but Obliteration. Obliterated that field. We'll talk more about that, I think, a bit later. But
yeah,
we've seen some good 2-year-olds, and it's early. And we probably haven't seen nearly all the best 2-year-olds out there.
This isn't even the Saratoga meet yet.
Right.
No, but that's one of the things we've seen over the years. The horses that win up here or break their maidens. I've got programs back from the 80s. And in a 10-horse maiden race, that horse won the Derby next year. This horse wound up becoming a sprint champion. That horse was a turf champion at 4.
I always find it's the also rans.
Right.
That are interesting to look at those races. You're like, oh my God, I didn't realize such a horse that won the Met Mile was 4th in that race or something, you know? It's always very
How about
interesting.
that? I mean, the maiden race from Saratoga sees the Gray Dornick were 1-2.
Yeah.
And they'd go on to win
That's amazing.
each leg of the Triple Crown the following year. 6-5 favorite, Philly Freedom. Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt, the 4. Stablemate, interesting though from the inside. 3-year-old debut of Trango Tower. And then some intriguing first-time starters like Mark Casse's Gins Beach Road, the 5. And Celestial Speed for Danny Gargan, the 7. Let's set it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the calls. You get a look at the Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott. Let's go to Frank.
Thanks, Greg. We've seen quite the performances in the first half of the card. Another one of these eagerly anticipated maiden races at Saratoga Racecourse coming your way now. Last couple to go in. Mark Casse's Gins Beach Road. He unveiled Ewing earlier. First time starter for the Live Oak Plantation. Here's Ratu Jawa to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Practical Love, Gins Beach Road to the front. Ratu Jawa 4 lengths back in 3rd. Then comes Philly Freedom racing in between horses 4th. Down at the rail, it's Trango Tire. Bedford the Brave is next. Solo Vincere moving up in between horses. And Celestial Speed at the back of the field. It's Gins Beach Road with some sharp debut speed. 22-2 for the opening quarter. Chased by Practical Love into the far turn. Those two are 1-2. Just in behind them, Philly Freedom. The favorite trying to move in from third. Then Solo Vincere Trango Tower is down at the rail with less than 3 furlongs to run. 4 in front of Bedford the Brave on the inside of Ratu Jawa. The distant trailer is Celestial Speed. They're a 1/4 mile from home. It's been Gins Beach Road throughout. Tackled now by Practical Love. The half in 45 and 4. Gins Beach Road digs in on the inside of Practical Love. They're going at it. Practical Love on the outside takes the lead. Gins Beach Road second, 3 clear of Philly Freedom third. It's Practical Love. Practical Love opens up for a convincing victory, scoring by 3.5. Philly Freedom was second. Gins Beach Road third. Trango Tower was fourth.
Practical Love, there's the Hall of Fame trainer, Bill Mott, with this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty due back in the Jim Dandy with that man aboard. Junior Alvarado, impressive here to break the maiden.
And if you were going to write a book about handicapping and talking about sort of buried horses, this horse is a textbook example, Richie, as we talked about before the race.
Yep.
You just get rid of the wet tracks and the turf, and this is where this horse needs to be running, dry dirt tracks.
Well, I think you framed it so well, saying, you know, that you got to get through all that murkiness to find it, and there it was. And the public was on it too, Andy. I think she wound up going off 7-2 here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the public doesn't get fooled. Don't kid yourself. The bettors in New York, the money here is very, very smart. But even 7-2 on this horse, because we pointed out she had essentially the same buyer figure as the 4, who was, 6-5 in this race. And, you know, for a barn that, frankly, not that Chad Brown's barn is going badly, but this barn right now, they can do no wrong.
It's incredible. Little Triple Crown momentum continuing along for Belmont and Junior Alvarado. We'll have more on their partnership a little bit later on in the program. Practical Love getting back on a fast dirt track where she produced the best race of her career. One upset this time, no question, for one of the best to ever do it. And that man right there, Bill Mott.
He is, he's had a great career, but man, right now, it's just like, and listen, in this game, you can go from doing no wrong to everything sort of falling apart. But right now, man, his horses are running, and it's not that big a surprise. He's a pretty good trainer.
You know, all of these top-level trainers like a Belmont have a wonderful team behind them as well. Now, this horse has been training down at Belmont with Liana Williford, his assistant, for many years down there. You've got to have good people around you with these horses.
This combo, though, these two guys right here, they started working together back in 2011, Mott, Junior Alvarado. And Mott saw something in Junior before he'd really established himself to say, I want to start using him and have him as a regular rider, and believing in him when a lot of people didn't.
And he was very loyal to Junior. There was 3 or 4 years ago, Junior had a lousy meet up here. It seemed like, you know, every decision he made, and it's just, that's what happens when things are going badly. Every decision he made was the wrong one, and Bill stuck with him through it, and it's paid off well for both of them.
Instilling that kind of confidence. And I tell you what, I haven't seen a rider with Junior's build since Lafitte Pink Guy. That guy is
he's a strong man.
Yes, he is. Practical Love, 3-year-old filly, maiden breaking win to start this pick 6 at 7-2. We're going to look back at some of yesterday's action, and indeed, acing that Belmont Derby test score. Impressive for Graham Motion. We'll take a look back next.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one, very gifted,
fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage, and there was a huge party in town last night, but we did not get invited. The rest of the town did, though, and they enjoyed 4th of July celebration. My kids actually were able to watch the fireworks from a park a little ways away.
I could see some from my bar stool. I was looking right out at the fireworks.
That was a fun night.
Yeah.
And the whole
I
town
was asleep
getting
before
into
the
the
fireworks
action.
started.
I feel like we're at Fenway. Somebody's playing Sweet Caroline over there.
Yeah, it did sound like it. Practical Love, impressive. Getting back on a fast dirt track. Belmont Junior Alvarado. And this 3-year-old filly by Practical Joke. 6th time out. The Charmed or Breaker Maiden.
I feel like there was a couple of, every day you learn lessons. This horse being dirtied up and also the vulnerable favorite as well.
Let's go to Acacia with Junior.
It's been a good day for Junior Alvarado already. And Practical Love Junior, kind of the rare Belmont horse that you had not been on before. But how much confidence do you have with every Mott horse that you climb aboard? It seems like you really are a true team.
It's an easy job, He lets me do whatever. So I just always go there like 100% confident, whatever happens, whatever decision I make, I know he won't say anything, even if it's a bad decision, we'll probably talk through it and then we'll fix it for the next time. But, it's just that easy, Today he said to me, like, I don't think she likes to be between horses. So you got an outside post, which he helped today, and, help it out of there. And that's what I did. She broke very sharp, help it out of there. And, I was sitting second there beautifully. And I was just hoping that she'd give me a kick at the end, and she did.
Yeah, she certainly did. And I know you did your homework, obviously, of course, coming in. And it did seem like she was one that, A, did not really love wet tracks and didn't like kickback. The position where you were had to feel really good when she put herself into the race.
Absolutely. I think that the position, the number 8 position today, I think it was the key for her, and she broke very sharp, so she made everything easy for me today.
Well, I wanted to ask you about a horse that you're going to be riding a little bit later in the Kelso, in Neat, a horse that you've actually ridden several times before, but climbing back aboard. Seems recently he's been kind of getting out a little bit. What is your game plan from the rail post position draw?
He always done that. He's always a horse. He always seems like a little bit of trouble sometimes handling the turn. And if you take a little hold of him, he'll throw the head and kind of like try to go out a little bit. I know him. I think I got along pretty good with him. I was glad to get back on it. And I know I talked to Rob yesterday. He said the horse has been doing fantastic like he was when he was winning before with me. So, I'm hoping for a good race today for sure.
Some good insight. Thank you. Congratulations on the win here.
Yes, thank you.
Junior Alvarado and Bill Motley certainly know how to win races together, Greg.
Been an incredible partnership between those two, and a lot more fun to come this year with how good Sovereignty has been. The dominant 3-year-old in the country, winning 2/3 of the Triple Crown. We'll see him next in the Jim Dandy.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty exciting, huh? He's a very good horse.
Very good horse. And this, potential budding rivalry, like, it would just be so wonderful to see them compete a couple times against each other up here this summer.
And I'm not ready to concede that journalism won't hold his own and beat Sovereignty somewhere down the road. I'm a big fan of journalism.
It's another horse who believes, their trainer believes he's going to be in the mix too. We'll get to in a moment. 5.5 furlongs on the turf in the 8th. Starts the late pick 5. Allowance optional claiming field. And right now it is Antares, Mike Maker, Jose Ortiz favored, just missed last start.
It's interesting. I'm looking at the pick 3 Will Pays and the 7 and 8. The 8 is actually a slight favorite over Antares. And we all saw what Flying P did here last summer, and you know that they're going to try to make another run at the title. Now, once again, as we've said before, these races do not count towards the Saratoga meet. They count towards the Aqueduct meet.
But I also
Belmont
think
at Big A.
You're trying to set the tone, right? Get into that momentum and get things rolling. And
that's what Jay's convincing himself of now once he's gotten over the fact they don't count towards the Saratoga title.
Winning here, though, getting in that winner's circle, getting a picture.
Still Saratoga.
There is nothing like it, no question. Let's look back to yesterday and that grade 1 on the grass, Belmont Derby. And back-to-back years now for Ammerman Racing and Graham Motion in this race.
You know, I suggest to people watching this race, watch this horse's win 2 back at Keeneland because it's very similar. He was in good position. Manny has given him picture-perfect rides, but it kind of looked like he wasn't giving top of the stretch. But, man, when he gave a lot.
I think, two things happened. He was able to get out in the clear where he could see nothing but racetrack in front of him. And the little bit of pressure from the horses outside of him really kind of got him focused, and he dropped his head, came home the last 8th in just over 11 seconds.
I'm encouraged by this crop. I think this 3-year-old fillies and colts on the turf are far deeper and better than last year.
This one has been pretty good. Graham Motion feels there's really no distance limitations for him.
Sure doesn't look like it. I mean, he's got such a big, long, efficient stride, and that's what gets horses to cover ground. So many people get caught up with horses closing at shorter distances. Oh, he's going to love going further. Most of the time, their run gets muted, right? It doesn't. They're not able to stretch it out. Not the case with this guy.
No, and the other thing is because he has tactical speed, he puts himself in a position to get good trips. Now, you're not always going to get good trips, but he puts himself there so you're not left with too much work to do at the end.
Right.
Speaking of that 3-year-old picture, Grade 3 Indiana Derby coming up later today. Steve Asmussen, he'll send down a horse who went to the Kentucky Derby as a maiden, and he's still looking for that first win. Publisher, one of the horses to beat in that race to come.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Thanks for being with us. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Richard Migliori. We have Michelle Yu out in Shelbyville, Indiana, with 2 big races ahead for the boys. It's the Grade 3 Indiana Derby and Cole Battle. winner of that Rebel Stakes on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby, was 11th on Derby Day. And Publisher, a maiden for Steve Asmussen, who ran in the Kentucky Derby, comes from way, way out of it, Andy.
Yeah, I don't know that there's enough pace for this horse to get it done. And a horse like Cole Battle just has such a tactical advantage on him being forward. And I'm not sure how good Publisher is unless he gets a fast pace.
Oh, I think he needs a fast pace. He is just slow early, and he comes with a steady run. He doesn't have a big turn of foot. Obviously, a nice run in the Arkansas Derby, but he's still eligible for maiden race.
It's amazing. Sort of $407,000, but he's yet to win. Ran in the Kentucky Derby. He ran huge. He was second in the Arkansas Derby. Pretty good resume for a horse who has never won. You look at this group, Andy, and I think there's several intriguing runners. Who is, of those who we don't really know that much about yet, the one that intrigues you the most?
I think Big Truz does, the number 7 horse in this race, a horse who finished 3rd in our Woody Stevens. Thought he ran pretty well in that race. He's consistently run fast figures for Brian Lynch, a trainer I have a lot of respect for, and I think he'll be stalking outside of Tip Top Thomas. I don't like Tip Top Thomas. I didn't like his win last time, and I think he may take over from that one and prove tough to run down.
Yeah, especially on the stretch out. He's got a pedigree that says that he should stretch out effectively. I think he sets himself up at a good spot.
Outside you have instant replay for Brad Cox. He's won 3 of his last 4. Another horse, he doesn't come from as far out of it as Publisher, but he does need a little bit of pace, doesn't he?
Yeah, that worries me. But he's the pace projector from Timeform US, which I look at a lot, actually has him behind Publisher for what it's worth.
No.
Now, I don't feel that way either, but just pointing it out.
Really?
Yeah.
That's surprising to me.
How much can I lay on that?
Well, if it's enough, I would bet you, just for the action.
Tip Top Thomas, is he all by himself here?
I think that you're got to be stalking him with Big Truz.
Yeah.
Declan Cannon has to get him in the game, stretching out. Tip Top Thomas got a little lucky when Sand Devil got left last time out and was able to control in a very moderate pace. But listen, he did run second the Champagne in his second start, so he has talent.
Let's send it out to Shelbyville now. Check in with Michelle Yu.
Thanks so much, Greg. Joined right now by Steve Asmussen, who had a very nice stakes winner at the Spa to start with. That was so impressive. We talked to Scott Blasi after the race. What were your thoughts about that?
What a nice horse. What a great opportunity. Great to have a great horse for Lee Ackerley again, and hopefully that's a first of many for stakes wins for Obliteration.
One thing that you get, though, is some great weather out here in Shelbyville. I feel like we're having a beautiful day. You enjoying the sights and sounds?
Oh, absolutely. The people come out here to support it extremely well today, and I think they put together a good card. Hopefully we get a couple wins here today as well.
All right, let's talk about Publisher in the Derby. He draws the rail and doesn't have any speed. Is that a problem?
I expect him to overcome. It's just his disposition. He feels like he can give him a head start, but he's maturing nicely. He's worked beautifully in the morning. And I think that he'll get it done today.
He's earned over $400,000, so I don't want to say it's a disappointment, but he is still a maiden in here. Is it frustrating for you, or do you just keep trucking along as long as he's earning checks?
I think that it's his personality. I mean, he's laid back early. It's been a detriment, but I think it's going to pay off now and from here forward in his career.
Is there enough speed in this race for him?
It's from gate to wire. I mean, I think that the way that he's been training, when Mike gathers him up, he's going to fly home.
I'm so glad that you mentioned Mike bringing him out. Obviously, he rode Midnight Bisou for you, but he said it's been a while since he's gotten on a really good horse for you. Maybe since then. What went into the decision to bring out Mike?
We're not comparing him to Midnight Bisou right now. It's something that I've known Mike.
$20 million away.
Yeah, me and Mike don't want to date ourselves as far as, how long we've been winning races, but I think that we've got some quality horses run today, and I love that Mike's available to ride them.
All right, appreciate the time, Steve. Best of luck.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Wolfie?
A lot of wins on that man's resume. Most ever in North American history. A lot of wins on these two brothers' resumes as well. Jose and Irad Ortiz Jr., two of the best in the game. Some big mounts still to come on this Saturday card.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira Bets on YouTube.
It's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. We have turf sprinters coming up next in this 8th race here in the paddock, and we will start off with the horse taking the early money, the #7, Antares. Now, I have not seen this horse, in fact, in a couple years since he last ran in New York, but I do have notes to go back on, and he's a tricky type when looking just physically in the paddock, because I like my turf sprinters broad, powerful, compact, and that's just not his build. He's always been a little bit of a lighter frame type of horse, but I have to say, from what I've seen from him in the past and now as a 5-year-old, he is carrying good weight and good muscle mass and conditioning for his standards. And last time out, during the Belmont at Saratoga meet, he dropped back at the start and was a little bit high-headed, not really comfortable early, but did run on up the inside lane. What I thought was a very valiant effort behind Works For Me, who we saw run second yesterday in the Harvey Pack. This is a horse making his second start off the bench, and I think absolutely one who could take a step forward in here. In addition, in the past, he was a horse that used to get really wound up in the preliminaries. Not the case today. He is cool, calm, and collected here in the paddock. The number 2, Boats A Rockin', will break from the inside and comes back in the first start of his 8-year-old season. And what a cool old horse he is. He also always runs exceptionally well here in New York. He has that early speed, which is incredibly dangerous, particularly with the way that this turf course has been playing. Now, looking at him, he has gotten a little bit warm here in the paddock, which sometimes you look and say, well, that could mean maybe he'll need a start. He's always one that gets a little bit warm prior to his races. In fact, he's actually calmed down a lot with racing and through the years, and he's acting very professionally and very well here throughout. He is a big, solid type of horse, but typically with turf sprinters, it doesn't take as much to get them fit. They tend to come to hand a little bit faster, and this guy is quick, and his speed is his best weapon. The #5 Step Forward is a big price, but I wanted to mention him because I think that he's one that has some dirtied up form and is a little bit intriguing for Mark Casse, whose barn, of course, has been white hot recently over the last couple of days. He was chasing off the pace last time, and he tipped out, and he was flat late with no rally in that same race won by Works For Me. But that was off of a layoff. Prior to that, he ran in the Eddie D down the hill at Santa Anita, which I don't think he handled. Don't think he handled the turf course at Kentucky Downs prior to that. And before that, he totally got left at the start that last July race, which was the last time he was on the turf before. And his best races are won when he's forward. So, yes, you have a lot of races to go through and say that there are some excuses, but he's a big price and one that I think has the potential to step forward and make a better impression today, especially if he can get into the race early. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. 12-1. That's a big number. This one intriguing with a Rat Ortiz Jr. on as well and still not taking money. Favorite remains Antares with a Rad's brother aboard, Jose.
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, the way the Flying P horses have run here, you just give an extra look. And to be honest with you, and the way this horse ran here in June, this horse ran extremely well and was second to Works for Me, who, while he was beaten about 5 or 6 lengths, ran very well to be second in a wildly fast race yesterday. 109 Beyer speed figure for the winner of yesterday's Harvey Pack.
Unreal.
Harvey would be proud. He would say the figure was too high. Just to annoy Andy Beyer.
Final verdict. Win against Antares, the 8 last start, and was about a length behind him. But a good effort. I thought a little bit tougher go of it that day.
I agree. I thought, well, maybe because he was a little bit closer to pace. So I think he ran a very similar race. And here, where Boats Are Rockin', assuming a clean break, should be in front, and Twisted Filigree and Final Verdict are stalking behind.
There's Jose Ortiz. 6 minutes away from the start of this late pick 5. Let's go to Megan Burgess.
Well, very pleased to be joined here in the paddock by trainer Ed Barker, trainer, of course, of the number 8 Final Verdict. And he has been up against it as far as his company. He's been keeping very, very, very good company as far as those stakes caliber sprinters are concerned. How has he been able to move forward now, coming into his better form here?
Well, this is third off a layoff. He actually ran 2 really, really good races off the layoff. You know, we got hung up wide last time, and he got left a little bit, so he rushed up. But it looks to me like there should be enough speed inside of us so we'd be running pretty close. He should be good. But he's just a real good racehorse. He really is.
He's a handy type, as you had mentioned, and we had mused off camera that you kind of been working with him in the paddock. How has he improved from that?
Well, as you can see now, he's a lot more settled. When we were up here for the Belmont Stakes, he was like so anxious and nervous and, you know, kind of got beyond himself. But we took him in the paddock in the morning like 3 or 4 times, walked him around, let him settle, you know, and he's gotten used to it. I think it made a big difference, you know, I really do. So.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time. We appreciate it. Not only in this race, best of luck in the next race as you send out Shipsational. Can you speak just briefly about how he's been doing?
Shipsational's been doing good. He's just meeting 2, you know, real tough company the last 4, 5, 6 races. I mean, you know, stake caliber type horses and trying every time, you know, but he's just a little bit below them. So I think we're in the right spot today.
Well, best of luck with both of them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Greg?
Up to light the way now in our post parade. Here's the Linda Rice runner coming off back-to-back wins. Never been on the grass.
Not sure what Linda sees to try the turf because there ain't any pedigree there for it, though I guess it is a Justify, so possible.
Here's Title Forces, huge price from Post 2.
Yeah, I mean, has run okay, but I don't know if this is a sprinter.
Boats Are Rockin' speed from the rail.
Yeah, and coming off a layoff off of Fast Works, got to imagine he's their pace maker.
Here's Twisted Filigree, 4-year-old debut.
Should be 4 with Flavia and Pratt, but coming off a layoff for George Weaver.
Shug McGahee, Judge Davis, Joel Rosario.
Closing type, probably has the right rider in Joel Rosario, coming off a layoff.
Mark Cassie and Step Forward, who Acacia touched on.
This horse has back races good enough, but did no running behind Antares and Final Verdict last time out.
There again, light the way.
Yeah, no turf pedigree to speak of at all here for this horse on the female side of the family.
As Andy mentioned, Antares faced a very good one last start.
Yeah, this is an operation that you bet against your own peril. They are dangerous up here.
Here's Vinsanity. Jose Lizcano outside post.
It would be Vinsanity to bet this horse in this race.
Comes out of the Grade 1 Jaipur. Obviously was overmatched that
Good
day,
spot.
82-1. And we just heard from Eddie Barker. Here's Final Verdict.
Yeah, I think he's going to sit a good trip stalking from the outside under Dylan Davis. He's run 2 good races off the bench, and like Eddie told us, 3rd off the layoff.
Catch me if you can. That is the game plan. And we'll break from the rail to boot. Boats Are Rockin'. Can they catch him here, Andy?
It's all the break. You know, if the horse doesn't break sharply, they're going too fast in these races to get left in him. If this horse breaks sharply, he'll be on the lead. I picked him in here. I'm going to try to be optimistic, but he's off a layoff, and he's got to come out of the gate firing, Richie.
8-year-old.
Yeah, 8-year-old, and it's always been my belief that speed horses, it's tougher for them to win off of layoffs because they run the entire race. They don't get a chance to settle, breathe, get in a rhythm. But he's been training extremely well at Penn National.
He had a win up here against Run Curtis Run and Mischievous Angel, both horses that would likely be favored in a spot like this.
14-time winner on the lawn. As you get a look at this crowd on hand for our Saturday action as this Independence Day weekend continues. First time ever up here during this time of year. It's been a special week and our best yet to come on this Saturday card with a couple of stakes races, graded stakes races ahead. Here is the 5, and still, wow, usually Arad Ortiz Jr., doesn't matter what kind of horse he's on, he takes money. He's not right now.
Well, you know, he's on a horse that the best thing you could say about him, Richie, is his trainer right now, Mark Cassie, because he had a race against a lot of these horses last time, and he was 30-1, just did no running.
He didn't do much running, but didn't he have kind of a no-chance trip? He was kind of wide to nowhere, and you know, off the layoff, maybe he can be better.
I don't agree. I thought he just didn't run that day. Now, listen, maybe he needed the race off a layoff.
It was off the bench. He was third and set the pace against Filo de Ariana, who would be 1-9 in this field.
No, he has back races, I said, that can win it. I just worry that this horse is form. I mean, the 3 races before, well, 2 of them on the turf before the layoff were horrible. And then he comes back in the layoff and doesn't run well. Now, that doesn't mean he can't turn around and remember who he once was. But he's not. I'm not surprised he's this price, even with IRAD a little bit, just because, listen, how many can they bet? The 7 and 8 are very similar prices looking at multi-race bets. Mm-hmm. And the 2 is a clear-cut third choice. It's a 9 betting interest race. You know, when you've got 3 horses taking a significant part of the play, it doesn't leave a lot left for the horses. They're all going to end up at 10-1 or more, roughly, as is the case in this race.
9-5 favorite remains Antares. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I'm going to take a shot with Step Forward because he's a big price, but I do agree with Andy. He has to turn things around today, but he's double-digit odds, and I felt that it was worth it in this race because, while I like Boats a Rockin' and hope that he could wire, he does have the layoff to contend with. As far as this guy, Final Verdict, is concerned, he has some recency, and he ran in that same race run by Works For Me. He was 3 wide early into the first turn, and while he was in range late, just not quite enough of a kick in the final jumps, but he's making the 3rd start of his current form cycle. He's a horse that sometimes can get a little bit wound up prior to his races. He came out last from the paddock. He's accompanied by the pony throughout. He's acting exceptionally well today, and I think just is really settled. They obviously take every step to try and keep him calm in the preliminaries, but he's really matured and settled a lot. He looks just like a horse that's doing exceptionally well right now. The number 3, Twisted Filigree, comes off a layoff as well, and he is a New York bred stepping up to open company, but I thought he was worth a mention because he had an aggressive warm-up from Flavian Pratt, and if there's a case where Boats a Rockin' off the bench doesn't get out that cleanly, this is the horse that, speaking to the way that he typically runs and Flavian's intent in the warm-up, he could be the one that's forward, Greg.
9-1, Twisted Filigree. Yeah, coming off the bench, you would think fresh. We'll see. I don't know if he has kind of speed of Boats a Rockin'.
Yeah, well, as Case was saying, Boats a Rockin' has to get left for this horse to be in front. But even if that happens, isn't Final Verdict going to be right outside of this horse? And sort of based on the races they've run, Final Verdict's just a faster horse, at least in my opinion. So I think it would hurt. It might help him, but it would also help the chief rival.
Late pick 5 starts here. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
The last one. They're in the gate. And they're off. Boats a Rockin' is hard-ridden for early speed. On the outside, Step Forward is up close. And in between those 2, Twisted Filigree. So they're really sizzling it up on the front end. They're followed by Light the Way and Final Verdict, well spotted 5th, 4 lengths off the lead as they move into the far turn. And Terry's is next. Just been passed by Vinsanity, who's moving up far outside. Tidal Forces is second to last. And Judge Davis at the back, 21-3 for Twisted Filigree. pressed by Step Forward in second, as Final Verdict marching in confidently third. Boats a Rockin' is along the inside fourth as the field turns for home. Judge Davis angles well out into the center of the race course. 1 furlong left. Step Forward on the outside trying to get by Twisted Filigree. A length and a half. Final Verdict is still in third. Coming towards the wire. Twisted Filigree is just resilient. Final Verdict, a final try on the outside of Step Forward. Twisted Filigree, ultra game in victory. What a comeback that was. Step Forward and Final Verdict.
Off the bench, Twisted Filigree, Flavian Pratt for George Weaver, third win on the lawn.
It's one of the differences between riding a rider
And there's
like
George Weaver.
Flavian Pratt and having a rider that hasn't had a mount here or a win here in almost a decade or more in the number 2. Boats a Rockin's a speed, you gotta go. Instead, that rider's just not prepared to ride with the big boys, in my opinion, here, and he allowed this horse to control on the front end, and he ran fast and ran well, but the fact that the 2 didn't persevere made it a lot easier.
Well, and this is what you get, you're used to getting from Flavian Pratt. He's resolute. He had a plan. This is what I'm doing, and we talk about it. When riders throw down the gauntlet, and he basically took the race away from the 2 Boats a Rockin', and Twisted Filigree was very game through the stretch to battle back and outrun Step Forward, who
ran today
extremely well. And
Ran
really
today.
good call from Acacia.
And this is a race where nobody really gained any ground.
9-1 start to the late pick 5, and the reigning Eclipse Award winning rider takes control early and does not relent. 3, 5, 8, 4. Pratt for trainer George Weaver. Not a bad effort here off the bench for this 4-year-old.
I love when a horse fights like this, and he looked like he was ready to be passed, and he dug in, came out just a touch, but looked like very, very good race riding, and Twisted Filigree with a very game effort. Step Forward, nice run for him. That was kind of a step back to his best form, and Final Verdict had every opportunity and ran 1 pace through the stretch.
George Weaver, there he is, making the winning maybe text right there. But a nice job with this one, who now, yeah, again, 3-time winner on the lawn, and Pratt just so smart, taking advantage of the situation.
Yeah, no, he's not afraid to be aggressive, and as it turned out, and the Mellon turf course where this race was run, the outer turf course, has been pretty fair. I mean, I know it's gotten very fast, but it has been pretty fair, and we saw that earlier in the race today as well. But in this case, nobody could make up any ground, and the favorite, the 7, did no running. As you say, the 8 had a perfect trip. He just couldn't seal the deal.
4-win day, Mig, for Pratt.
It ain't over.
It's warming up.
We still got a few to go. Flavian Pratt, 4 and counting. Twisted Filigree, 9-1 in the comeback effort. Here is a 4-year-old to start the late pick 5.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
This was more from last night on July 4th downtown here in Saratoga Springs on Broadway. Entire town joining in the celebration. It was a fun night. Great fireworks. Of course, tremendous racing in the afternoon. First time ever we've been up here this time of year. It's been special, Mig.
Oh, absolutely. Celebrating our country's birthday, and it looked like everybody was having a terrific time, Greg. A lot of fireworks going on.
Twisted Filigree providing some fireworks here to start off the late pick 5. 9-1 beginning to the sequence. Quick early out of the gate. Flavien Prat aggressive with that ride for trainer George Weaver. Let's go to Acacia.
And George standing by here with me is Twisted Filigree, the New York bred, holding on for the win. And George, he certainly was ready to roll off the bench. And you often can tell a horse is doing well when they break so quickly like he did.
He's got great speed. He's been ready to run since May. You know, the condition that I wanted to run him in didn't go in May. When it finally went in June, he, you know, the quarantine knocked us out. We ran him out of condition today, and, you know, there's a little part of me that was hoping he would have got nailed on the wire just so we'd still be eligible for easier conditions. But the horse is in great form, always happy to win.
You bring up a really interesting point. This was a second-level allowance, so really kind of skipping a condition for him. And where do you think you go with the New York bred from a race like this?
You know, I think he might still be eligible for this race, so maybe we can come back in this, and maybe he can step up in stakes. We'll see. It'll be a little more difficult to spot, but we got a horse doing well, and can't ask for more than that.
Part of being a good manager as well. But can you talk a little bit about the opportunity to win here at Saratoga July 4th weekend? I know Saratoga home base for you as well. Of course, it's not our typical where we are for July 4th, but winning up here is always special.
I know it's not officially the meet, but every win here is special. It's very competitive, and you know, it's standing here in this winner's circle after winning is the greatest thing to do.
Nothing like it. Congratulations, George.
Thank you.
Greg?
Terrific trainer who came up under a pretty good one as well.
Yeah, part of that Wayne Lucas trainer tree, worked for Todd Pletcher, and George does well up here. You know, he's based out of here. He ships in as soon as they open in the spring, and his horses seem to excel up here, Andy.
No, George has, in the years past, has had some great meets at different times.
$20 beginning to the late pick 5. Late pick 4 starts here at 7 furlongs on the main track. New York breds in this allowance optional claiming field. I'm Wide Awake for Norm Cassie with Luis Saez. Ran very big Belmont at Saratoga week with a 5-length score. Forwardly places the favorite that day.
Yeah, I mean, if he runs back to that race, he's a pretty likely winner of this race. And with What's Up, Bro coming out of the race, he's probably going to have to deal with speed from Yo Banana Boy inside of him, a horse who's only been effective when he's been on the engine going forward. So you think he may have to stalk him. He's shown an ability to do that. I guess the question you have to ask yourself is, what price are you willing to take that he runs back to that number? And for me, I cannot resist the jockey change to the man of the hour, Flavien Prat, on the number 6.
Are you surprised that I'm Wide Awake is this short a price, or does that last race warrant it?
No, and I was talking to the morning line maker who said if he had known the 5 wasn't going to be in the race, a horse of that speed, he would have made him a much shorter price, and that's why he was 3-1 morning line, because it's such a pivotal scratch to help him with that horse coming out, which is more than fair.
Well, more on this race in just a little bit. We're going to go back to earlier in the day. 2-year-olds stake action, and we may have a budding superstar coming out of the Sanford Obliteration. Won his debut at Churchill by 7.5 lengths in that debut. Wins the Sanford by 10.5 lengths.
He just shook off the competition like it was just a one-horse race. Love his stride. Kind of rolls over his shoulder, gets a little bit of that extra extension. This was quite impressive. We saw two very good 2-year-olds today.
No, I agree. This horse was very, very good. It'll be interesting to see if Steve Asmussen comes back in the Adirondack with him, or if he actually waits for the hopeful at the end of the meet. It's a long year. He may wait for the hopeful, but he's certainly thinking about that race at Grade 1.
So 2 starts, 2 wins by 18 lengths combined. Pretty good start to your career for Obliteration for Steve Asmussen. Meanwhile, a look at the 2-year-old Colt Stakes series at Saratoga to come. Saratoga Special, August 2nd. Of course, the big one, the Grade 1, hopeful on closing day of the meet.
and now they're very perfectly placed, basically all races a month apart.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the upsides to
Benefits, yeah.
starting, you know, a little bit early here this 4th of July weekend. You have the Sanford, but you have a little more spacing now to the next one, the Saratoga Special.
And perhaps Ewing will be in that Saratoga
We're going to
special.
talk about right now. Son of Nick Sko, $585,000 son of Nick Sko, making his debut. Hugely hyped for the first start, and he lived up to it.
He did. He was very, very good in winning this race. I did not catch the final time. I apologize for that.
It was 104 and change.
So somewhat comparable to the 110 and change that we saw from Obliteration. And you're right, Richie. These are two very good 2-year-olds we saw today.
You know, it's so impressive, too. I mean, it's obvious that he's got ability and he's winning by, you know, a large margin, but he was so professional, Andy. I went down to the jocks room and I talked to Jose Ortiz about that, and he says he's just so focused. It's like he's an older horse that's a 2-year-old. He went out there and just knew exactly what he was supposed to do.
Fun to see, too, you know, these new sires. Nick Sko was so good. He was, the faster he went around 2 turns, the better he was. And now we're getting to see his first offspring and pretty good start.
Listen, Nick Sko is a very precocious horse. People forget that he was second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and won a Grade 1 as a 2-year-old. He stands for $12,500, and this horse sold as a 2-year-old for over $550,000. So they obviously like this one a lot, and it appears that they were right. He's probably already worth more than that right now.
I would think so.
He's not worth as much as Patrick Ewing, but he's worth a lot. I love Patrick. I'm unabashed. I'm not a Nick fan anymore, but I was a Nick fan when Patrick played. I love Patrick.
You switch sides?
Yeah, I have some issues. I have issues in general.
Well, we know that.
Yes. This man right here, he's got a lot of good problems. Brad Cox trying to win a 4th Indiana Derby. He'll send out instant replay, and our coverage still to come.
Was full count Felicia, never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
They're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a 1-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Card continuing with 2 graded stakes to come from Saratoga. 2 graded stakes ahead from Shelbyville, Indiana. Big ones, the Oaks for the fillies and the Indiana Derby for the boys. Here's a look at the field that will line up. Cold Battle, winner of the Rebel, 3rd in the Arkansas Derby, was 11th in the Kentucky Derby. Maybe the horse to beat, but whenever Brad Cox shows up, he's dangerous, and he'll send out a horse on quite a roll, Michelle, in instant replay.
I completely agree. While Coal Battle is the fan favorite and Publisher might be a wise guy type of horse, I think Instant Replay is the one that's going to end up being my top selection in here. Brad Cox has won this race several times before, and he's looking for a natural hat trick, actually, as he won it in 2023 and 2024 with Verifying last year. I love the angle on this horse being bought by Wantham Racing as well, because they go in and they buy horses, and they buy them at just the right time to do something great with them. Hit Show is an excellent example. They bought him. He won the Lucas Classic, and he went on to win the Dubai World Cup, also from Gary and Mary West, by the way, which is who they bought Instant Replay from as well. Now, he brings in back-to-back wins, and I talked to Brad about it. He said he expects him to move forward, and he has to move forward because the horses he was facing in his last couple are not as good as this field. So we're looking for a horse who just needs to improve, but for a horse who actually it didn't take him that long to really become decent enough. I feel like this is a nice just horse that we've been seeing progress along, and we're seeing Brad Cox really find out more about him and let him develop himself instead of just jamming him into certain races, which is why they went this lesser way as far as the races they came out of. I mean, not very many horses go to the Texas Derby and use it as a prep for something huge down the line. But I think if this horse runs well here, that's exactly what we're expecting to see from him. I talked to Brad about placement because we have seen speed be very prevalent today. And he said he doesn't think he's fast enough to go with some of these leaders out here. So he just wants him to break sharp and stay in a really good position. I think the key to this horse is that he has a lot of versatility. We've seen him come from off the pace, and we've seen him come from very close to or on the lead. So that's really going to help him out, especially today, if he gets a good break here from the outside, guys.
Lowell Machado will ride. Thank you, Michelle. It's a good field this year for that Indiana Derby.
No, it's often a good race. I remember Richie won it one year in a very, very good horse and settled for dead heat.
We'll have more on that to come.
Yeah.
I'll show you that dead heat. Families out enjoying all the action. No better place to do it than at this historic racetrack.
Can we rephrase that? What was presented as a dead heat? Because I'm still convinced I want it out.
We'll have it coming up. Don't worry.
One thing about people in horse racing, we never let things go.
Oh, that was an egregious.
Well, that one I would never
error.
let that go either. I'm not blaming the Mig on that one. I let nothing go. So,
race that we'll just tell you, a race that Mig won resulted in a dead heat, but we'll show you that later on. Let's go to Acacia for more here on the 9th.
Horse players are the best at holding grudges, but we will take a look at these New York breds here in the paddock, starting off with the favorite, I'm Wide Awake. And as Andy mentioned, the race did dramatically change as far as the pace scenario with the scratch of What's Up Bro. So I'm Wide Awake, who pressed the pace setter last time out, but was forwardly placed and has the ability to be forward, I think finds himself in a very advantageous spot. And I remember speaking to trainer Norm Cassie after this horse won last time out and sharing that they'd been trying to buy him for quite a while down at Oaklawn because he's a New York bred and he's eligible for a lot of New York bred conditions, and finally able to get him and bring him up here and run him against state bred company. So coming back at the next logical spot and taking advantage, but he also said he does feel that New York bred stakes would likely be in his future. If you watch his races down at Oaklawn, he was one that never switched leads and really tended to kind of lean in a bit. Last time Norm had put a cage bit on him, and that really did seem to help him switch his lead, stay straight in the stretch. He looks great again today, a little bit more relaxed even than he did last time. And I do think that he's the horse to beat in this spot. Let's take a look at a couple of layoff runners, starting off with the 7 Russian Realm. If there ever was a candidate to be gelded, I'm sorry, Russian Realm, but it was you. He's a horse that tended to get quite coltish prior to his races and just be a little bit difficult to handle. So he comes back as a gelding. He is one that tends to come from very far off of it. I do think that the gelding should help him. I worry about his running style. I also think that he'll benefit from getting a start under his belt since he is coming back off of a bit of a layoff since January, and probably will tuck up a little bit, even with the gelding, which sometimes can lighten horses up. He's one that just tends to carry quite a bit of conditioning, but he's so much more professional now coming back, and we'll see if that does help him. I also think that the cutback in distance to the 7 furlongs should suit him pretty well. Now the number 6, He's Got It, also coming back off a bit of a layoff. He broke slowly last time out, and he is another one that tends to kind of drop anchor at the beginning of his races sometimes, and this one was far back and kind of made that sweeping middle move, but he's fresh coming back off the layoff, which I appreciate. He's one that sometimes doesn't carry the best condition and best weight and can get a little bit light in his hind end. He looks like he's done really well with that freshening, one that kind of probably needed to put a bit of muscle mass and substance on. The front wraps do go on coming back off the bench, but I like the bright and happy demeanor that I'm seeing from this horse, and I don't necessarily think that he'll be more forward, as he's tended to always drag himself back, but hopefully that is a good sign that he is ready to run off the bench. Greg?
There's a reasonable reason to believe that He's Got It will be more forward in here. He's been ridden in the past by a rider who almost never shows aggression on horses, and now he's being ridden by Flavien Prat, who one of his great talents is getting horses in the game when they're a bit compromised. So I think there's a very fair chance this horse is going to be a bit forward, and I picked him because I believe this is a gigantic rider change. And this is a horse that's run some pretty fast races, so it's not like he needs to improve that much, Richie, to be a contender.
I saw it the same way you did. I also was handicapping before the scratch of the 5 What's Up Bro, where I really elevated him. But I agree, it's a major rider switch. Pratt will have him in the game.
And there is Pratt in those black and yellow blocked silks. And yeah, just even times when you don't think he's on a horse that has the ability to be forward, he'll surprise you.
You know, he's a good horseman. He grew up with his father, a harness trainer, so you have to be a good horse person. And I'm going to bet he's going to warm this horse up aggressively, really get him focused and revved up. And he doesn't have the natural speed of some of these, but I don't think he'll lag like he has in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect him to be on the pace, and that's what you're saying also, is the key to this race is what does Louis Rivera do on the number 3 horse, Yo Banana Boy. If you look at Yo Banana Boy's PPs, they're sort of interesting, right? He showed speed in his debut, and he got beat in the neck. He was never on the pace, really, in his next 4 starts. They put him on the lead. He won at 24-1. He didn't make the lead in his next 2 starts. He lost. They put him on the lead. He won by 5 lengths. He's been dueling for lead in his races, and he is a horse that, if they rate him, he has no chance. So you've just got to go pedal the metal, and if the 4 makes him go too fast, then so be it. But don't you just have to send him, Rich?
Oh, absolutely. That's the way he runs. He's a horse that needs the lead to show his best. Could be the undoing of him in the favorite, the 4, I'm Wide Awake.
Yeah, I mean, he's quick, and I think he's pretty talented.
So that's Yo Banana Boy, the 3 we've been speaking on, 12-1. And, yeah, he has speed as a weapon. That horse right there, though, the even money favorite. I'm Wide Awake. There was a big jump forward from this horse. He's had some good races in the past, but he had not had that kind of race very recently, had he?
I think he's got some questions. I'm a little, listen, I didn't trust him last time. This horse that raced 8 times over the winter at Oaklawn. That is a very heavy workload on the very demanding racetrack, Richie.
This is a horse, obviously, I was at Oaklawn. I covered. He was part of Fast Paces there. If you would have told me coming into this that he would stay 7/8, I would say no way. But then the way he won last time, he certainly would have won going 7/8. But he's another horse that he's most comfortable with a clean face. He does not want to be in a position, so he's going to be forward. I think the 2 and the 4, there's a big chance they could hook up here.
To be fair, he was involved in a fast pace last time, and he still drew off an impressive win. But I don't think his other race necessarily make him a winner here. And, I mean, they have to go. Assuming, you always have to assume that horses break cleanly. This horse has got to go.
No question. He's been in some hot paces, too, hasn't he? I mean, sort of unfortunately for him, and maybe you look at the resume talking about the 4 I'm Wide Awake. Part of the reason why he's struggled a little bit of late until that breakout performance.
Yeah, no, I think that it could be an undoing for him, and I think Richie's point about 7 furlongs is also a valid one.
8 minutes away from this 9th. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with trainer Jorge Abreu, who trains the number 6. He's got it, and he may have it in here, considering he gets Flavien Prat aboard.
Yeah, what happened with this horse, he had a little step back on his last start. He grabbed himself leaving the game, but he's training really well.
Coming off the freshening off some of his best figures, how has he been coming into himself with that?
Very well. He's been racing pretty good in the morning, so they just hope he gets a good trip.
We were kind of discussing Jody's Pride, one of your stable stars, and third last time out. What is she targeting next as far as her Saratoga campaign?
We're going to wait a little bit. I think we ran her back after the roughing a little bit too quick, and she bounced off that race. She ran against the nice horses, so she's doing well. She's going to breeze tomorrow. I'm going to make a decision where we're going to go with her next.
Well, best of luck in here. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Greg?
Megan, thank you. Apologies. She's now officially part of the team. I do that to everyone.
Yeah. Listen, I called Acacia Maggie on Talking Horses the other day. I'm just getting old.
Jody's Pride. She's talented. We'll see if she can bounce back and get back to some better performances, but she's shown a lot of talent. Here's Shipsational, Eddie Barker, Ricardo Santana Jr.
It'll be interested to see if this is the last race for this horse in Eddie Barker's barn. Has not won a race in almost 4 years, and frankly, I'm surprised he's never been tried on the turf.
Brajol, I thought could be dangerous, but just no speed.
I love a good Brajol, but I think this horse's lack of speed really hurts him in this spot.
Here's Yo Banana Boy, so off since January 16th.
In a lot of ways, he may hold the key to the race.
12-1. Yes, speed to pressure, if not outright, be in front of this one right here. I'm Wide Awake, the 4-5 favorite.
Very impressive last time, but he's got to stretch it another furlong, and he's got to deal with the speed directly inside of him.
Flavian Pratt for Jorge Abreu. He's got it 5-1.
Major rider switch, horse that looks good on the racetrack, and you just heard his trainer, Jorge Abreu, say he's been training extremely well.
The new gelding cut back in distance for Russian Realm.
He's a little tough to trust, but if he gets some pace, he's dangerous in this race, the new gelding. Got some fast races.
And outside, Jackson Heights, another horse who likes to come from pretty far out of it.
Yeah, well, he'll be coming from downtown Schenectady. He has absolutely no speed whatsoever, and he's stepping up in company.
Think he'll be at the casino?
Might be.
Playing the cards, that poker game maybe?
Here's another look at Russian Realm. So off since early January for Danny Gargan. New gelding. Taking play at 5-2, and Katie Davis will ride.
Ran a fast figure, went second 2 races back. And if you think the pace is going to heat up, it's possible to ignore him as a possible closer to get the job done.
So we will see what happens with this pace duel, sort of race within the race with the 3, Yo Banana Boy, and the 4, I'm Wide Awake. But they want to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see. I've always thought that Yo Banana Boy is actually kind of not a bad horse. It's just hard. It's funny, with so many races where paces seem moderate, Richie, he has managed to find himself in fast paces almost every time he runs.
Yeah, I mean, there are no free rides as far as that goes. And, it's interesting, too. We talk about riding colonies, and, of course, we have an incredibly talented riding colony based here in New York. I'm Wide Awake. The difference is that here we'll get slow paces occasionally, right? Everybody kind of wants to take a hold. Oaklawn Park, they let these horses rock and roll, and it's very rare to get a slow pace. And I'm Wide Awake was 21 flat, 44-2, and now you got Yo Banana Boy, who absolutely needs the lead. I think this could be a situation ripe for a real speed duel.
Yeah, it's possible. I'm not going to argue in this particular case with that happening. It's interesting. You talk about them going at Oaklawn Park. I look and mention a lot the time form pace projector, which based on their pace figures tries to predict, how the race sets up. It doesn't work great around here. It's amazing how often at Oaklawn Park it's pretty close to accurate.
Yeah, they're not looking to rate. They're
send
looking
speed
to go.
horses down there.
Yeah.
And with Yo Banana Boy, quick anyway, but off since January 16th. Bullet work after bullet work after bullet work. It seems like you know what the intention is, as it should be. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Yeah, some incredibly fast works coming in for Yo Banana Boy. And as Andy mentioned, he does kind of hold the key to this race because of the potential early pace that he brings to the party. He, too, comes in off of a layoff coming back. And he's a horse that, when he first walked in, I said, wow, he looks great. He's incredibly fit off the bench for Destin Heath, and this is a horse that sometimes has stepped forward to run exceptionally fast races, though he's maybe not overall the most consistent. Now, he did get pretty hot out on the track, potentially might need a start to kind of bring it all together, and he stayed with the pony warming up, but he's a high energy type that sometimes can get really eager in the warm-up, and I'm wondering if the thought process for Luis Rivera is that he's already a bit high energy, he's already quite forward. Let's not have him do too much before the race even begins, especially since he's sharp off the bench. But I do see all of the signs of a horse that should use that speed. Wanted to circle back to the 6, He's Got It, because like I said, I really liked what I saw from him in the paddock, and I like the way he's moving on track. But interestingly enough, Flavien Prat has opted to keep him with the pony. Very quiet warm-up out there, but a very quiet warm-up as well for I'm Wide Awake, your favorite, who also stayed with the pony and stayed very subdued out on the track. So maybe just horses that, for at least for the favorites case, naturally quite quick. And with He's Got It, Flavien opting to keep him a little bit settled out there. I still liked what I saw from him overall. Just a bit surprised by the warm-up that I did view, Greg.
9-2, He's Got It, Prat for Jorge Abreu. And we'll see if he can at least keep some contact early with these speedsters, the 3 and the 4.
It'll be interesting to see how this race plays out, because they could be moving a little bit up front. And I mean, even a horse like Shipsational has a chance. I don't love his recent form, going out of town and not getting it done. Always liked this horse, and I'm really curious why Eddie Barker never tried this horse in the grass, given the fact that he's got a pedigree that really suggests he should handle the turf.
He also is a horse that ran his best races at 2. Was it just a matter that he was just more mature at an age and he never really improved? He never took a step forward. I agree with you about the turf, especially looking at his pedigree.
Well, I mean, I will say that, to be fair, he ran some good races at 3-year-old. I mean, he was second and third behind Classic Causeway. Those races at Tampa now, I don't think they were the greatest of races, but they were pretty good. He was probably running Beyer figures of the high 80s then. I don't know. I don't have the answer to why it didn't happen. It's amazing, because he started out and was precocious, but he has not won a race, I believe, since the Sleepy Hollow in October of his 2-year-old year. Yeah, 4 years ago.
I mean, he even had some sprint races where it looked like he was going to break through and become and go on and
he's got some talent.
Get some more wind, but yeah, it just has not happened for him.
I'll be very surprised if he's not claimed in this race. I just think he's a kind of horse that there's probably trainers out there that look at the pedigree and think, I want to give him a chance in the turf, and if I fail, I fail.
Especially to have a horse for the summer here at Saratoga.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if there are multiple claims on this horse.
Trying to get you that story as well. 13-1 from Shipsational from the rail. It's been 4-5, that horse center your screen for a while now. I'm Wide Awake. Public believing he can back up that dominant performance that came on this track. Belmont at Saratoga week back on June the 8th. First time in the Norm Cassie barn. And now I'll try to go back-to-back for Norm at a short price.
Yeah, and you know, forgetting about everything up there, he is the horse to beat. I mean, there are some question marks and things, but I don't think it's a horse to throw out. You know, he's good. And the others all have some question answers. You got some layoffs coming up in different situations, and if they don't go that fast, and with he in the 4, he's going to be hard to handle.
Yep.
Not a ton of room behind that gate here at 7 furlongs. They make their way back, and will load for the start of a pick 4 coming up, and 2 graded stakes ahead. Grade 3 Kelso coming up next, with a couple of sprinters stretching out, trying that mile distance. And then we have the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational with the best 3-year-old turf filly in the sport. Nitrogen trying to win her 6th in a row for trainer Mark Cassie.
No, some good racing coming up later. Good racing all day. It's an interesting race. 3-4 too short in this horse with all the questions we talked about.
I agree.
I'm Wide Awake. The 4 looking to go back to back since moving to the Norm Cassie barn. Odds on favorite. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Russian Realm and Jackson Heights, the last 2. Going in. And they're off. Very even start. I'm Wide Awake with that natural early gas. Goes straight to the front. He's Got It. Comes away second. Yo Banana Boy moves through along the inside. Takes second now. They're followed by Shipsational in 4th. It's a gap of 5 or 6. Already back to Russian Realm, who's on the inside of Jackson Heights. And Braccioli is at the back, well behind I'm Wide Awake, who rattled off an opening quarter in 22 2/5 seconds. The heavy favorite, I'm Wide Awake, in front. Yo Banana Boy is asked to get after him second. 6 more to He's Got It in third. Another gap to Sensational, followed by Jackson Heights, who is next. Then Russian Realm, and a long, long way to Bracciolo. 44-3. It is I'm Wide Awake. In front by 3, Yo Banana Boy still second by a huge margin, and He's Got It in third. I'm Wide Awake drifts very wide, turning for home. Yo Banana Boy is trying to close the gap in second. The other's getting closer, but still 6 lengths back to the next one. He's Got It, and Russian Realm. I'm Wide Awake trying to finish it up. He's very tired and has a narrow lead. On the inside, Yo Banana Boy. Center of the track, Jackson Heights is coming fast. Here comes Jackson Heights, and he's got him. Jackson Heights under Dylan Davis blows by them all. Multiple horse photo. Yo Banana Boy, I'm Wide Awake, Shipsational, and Bracciolo.
Jackson Heights, Dylan Davis, back-to-back wins, comes in and reels everybody in. I'm Wide Awake, incredibly quick early that half, 44-3, weaving in the stretch. Just got tired.
You could see it when they put so much separation from the first quarter to the second quarter that they were really moving up front and going too fast. Now, I could never have had Jackson Heights, who beat a much weaker field in his last start, but I'll tell you one thing about this horse. He's run some big races at Saratoga last year and this year.
He really has, and he did come from a ways back, a long way back. Dylan Davis seems to have the key to this horse, and I thought this was the horse that Dylan won on last year, slipping up the rail, coming up the pace. That kind of launched Dylan into a tremendous summer, and here he comes delivering again. Very, very fast pace. They came on the last 1/8 of a mile in 14 2/5 seconds, so they really slowed down.
And I think that the 3 and 4 finished second and third. It was very close with the one closing, but they may actually have held on. But this guy, you remember that race when he came up the rail with Dylan last year? Right. It was a gold rail. Yeah. It was a gold rail, but speed had been dominant, and he came up the fence with just that brilliant ride by Dylan last summer to get it done, and this guy can finish.
And now he's done it from off the pace on this horse. Back-to-back starts going wide. 10-1 here, 8-3, 4-1. Meanwhile, the Speedster, who was out in front, the big favorite, I'm Wide Awake. Issues here coming out of that turn. Let's go to Acacia for more.
Yeah, I thought that Luis Saez did a good job considering what he was working to with I'm Wide Awake. As we'll take a look on the turn, and Richie, hopefully you can expound on this from a rider. Look at Luis' reins, really tight on the left inside and very loose on the right. He's trying to keep this horse from drifting, as he does wear that cage bit, that stronger bit, because he has the tendency to do exactly that, and he's going to start drifting out significantly in the stretch. Louis trying to balance him, using the bit to his advantage and his body weight, but as he starts to get tired, there's really nothing he can do, Richie, in this situation to keep that horse straight. He was better last time, not so much today, especially with that pace.
I agree with that pace, and he was trying to get out. And when you're correcting a horse, trying to keep him straight, you're slowing them down. So you get to a point in the stretch, you've got to let them drift because you don't want to be, correcting. Go forward. I think, in this particular instance, well, he might have been a little better off using a little indirect rein. You never want to drop the outside rein. You want to almost use it and pull over the horse's neck. Use both reins to guide them towards the inside, but he was giving him a hard time.
At the end of the day, 7 furlongs got to him.
Yeah, it did.
Dylan Davis, career-changing summer here at Saratoga last year, and it really launched him into another stratosphere as a rider.
And I really believe it was that ride coming up the rail last year when the inside was so good on a deep closer. That was the race that almost set the tone for Dylan's summer.
I think that's very fair, and let's give a little love to Ilke Cantermachi as well. Always happy to see him win.
Yeah.
And those Zilla Racing Stable Silks. Jackson Heights back-to-back, launching from very far back for the win. We're going to take a timeout, and indeed, it's been an incredible year for Junior Alvarado with the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty. We'll talk about his relationship with a Hall of Fame trainer next.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates to Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races at Saratoga, and we're happy to have you with us as Jackson Heights comes from the Heights and gets the win with Dylan Davis aboard. They make a good team, 2 in a row, Dylan, and you know this horse well too. He always tends to drop far out of it, but you were just telling me that you think that the 7 furlongs made a little bit of a difference in giving him an opportunity.
Of course, great job to Marcy's and Zilla team here. He really loves this track. I know him well. I was really happy with him stretching back to the 7 from the 6 from his last start because it's been very speed favoring both courses, and I thought it would be difficult for him at the 6 furlong distance. So happy with the 7, and again, he's break as well as I can. He always finds himself next to last. He's a really one-pace kind of horse. Finally finds a gear there into like the 3/16 pole, and I'm hoping to get it done. He had a lot of work to do, and they were really tiring late, and here he comes motoring them down like he always does. He likes to do it. He just loves to run, and I'm just happy to be aboard him.
For his standards, he actually broke pretty well today.
He did. He broke sharp. He was feeling good. I mean, you know, it gave me a little bit of life. It helped me out of there. He just gave me a little jump, and I was happy that I didn't really have to rush him as much today as I did last time, but he really helped me out a touch. You know, I didn't have to hold my hands against him the whole time.
Coming up next in the Kelso, you'll be aboard Win for the Money for Mark Cassie, a barn that obviously you ride a lot for. Horse that does have some early speed coming back off a bit of a layoff.
Yeah, rode him at Gulfstream. He likes to be forwardly placed, and again, the speed favoring course, I think we're going to be in a great spot going into that first turn, and just got to do a little bit of running, and we'll get it done. Speed will help us, and we'll be in the right spot.
Well, good luck there, but congratulations on the win. Another win with Jackson Heights.
Thank you. Thanks.
Greg?
Yeah, Dylan's got the magic touch on a horse who kind of needs everything to be timed right to win.
Well, he just said he lets him get in his stride, find himself, and he comes with that late run. And when you get a pace like this, they're going to come back to you. All you've got to do is maintain. You're not even accelerating. They're just coming back to you.
First grade 1 in the U.S. came at this meet last year. That was on Carson's Run. But a meet that just really opened everyone's eyes to how talented he is, and just what was it most for you, Mig, that changed things for Dylan Davis? Just the consistency?
He became consistent. He matured. It wasn't that he'd ride good on one day and then you know, scratching your head the next. He became consistent. He became more professional, and that came with maturity.
Oh, he's going to be on an interesting one in this race. Who's a former Group 1 winner. That's Win for the Money. I'll have the outside post. Dylan on Win for the Money. Grade 3 Kelso. Prestigious race, and winner of this certainly has their eyes on the 4-star Dave later this summer at Saratoga. It's a partnership more than a decade in the making, built on patience, trust, and quiet confidence. When Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott first gave a leg up to Junior Alvarado, few could have predicted how far they would go together. But now they stand atop the sport with Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner. Sovereignty, the ultimate reward for a relationship that has grown stronger with every stride.
When I was growing up in Venezuela, you know, the only race we were able to watch was the Kentucky Derby. My dream just to ride in the Derby.
I saw Junior riding in Chicago, and what we were looking for was a young rider with a lot of potential, and he fit the bill.
Junior sort of became the stable rider. We run a lot of horses, and we can't always get the leading rider or the Eclipse Award winner for every horse we have, so it's nice to have a good, solid rider and somebody that you can work with.
I've been working for him for over 13 years. I've never worked for a jockey that has been more professional than he has.
When I first walked to Mr. Mott Barn, you know, I was just coming from Arlington, and this Hall of Famer with, you know, those nice horses. I couldn't really process at that time that I was going to be able actually to get through it and be the main jockey.
Olympiad gets the gold.
The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Just FYI in Junior Alvarado. Cody's Wish, and this beautiful racing story continues.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
I was watching from the box with Bill Mott, and we were so confident in this horse that we were relaxed. It's hard to believe, but it's true.
He sits with me, win, lose, or draw. It doesn't seem to make any difference.
He was the ultimate. I mean, I've won 3 derbies, but this one had so much more meaning because I did it for Bill Mott.
Just to being able to celebrate with the team that I've been working for the past 13 years, you know, I don't think it gets better than that. You know, it was meant to be it, and it's almost more like a family.
When it comes to winning a Triple Crown race, a Belmont or whatever it is, I think we're going to be happy and jubilant no matter who we win it with. But it does make it a little special if it continues on with the team that you started out with. You want to stay with the girl that you brought to the dance.
Well, part of that trust they have with each other, Junior Alvarado got injured and was not able to ride the final Derby prep on Sovereignty. Manny Franco did, but Bill Mott talked to Junior and said, don't worry, heal up, get better, and if you can get better in time, the mount's yours.
And what a gift that is. Trainers would get so much better results from their riders if they instill confidence in them. I was riding for the leading trainer, Pete Ferriola. Everybody wants to ride for the leading trainer, so they're always in there trying to get under you, trying to get your mounts. Rode a bad race, started worrying, leads you to ride more bad races, got a horse beat that shouldn't have got beat. He said, I need to see you at the barn in the morning. I said, well, I'm getting fired. Here it comes. Go to Aqueduct the next morning to talk to him, and he looked down the shutter. He said, you see every one of these horses? You own 10% of every horse in this barn. That's what you get paid when you win, 10%. He goes, I ride you because you're a good rider. Stop worrying, stop thinking so much. You're my guy. And he took all that weight off of my shoulders, all the pressure. Went out and won 3 races from that day, world winners for him for years. If trainers would instill that in their riders, that you're a part of the team and you're not going to be replaced if you make a mistake, guys ride so much better.
I know that story's going to be much more entertaining where she was going to say, fired me a week later.
No.
As for his mount on Sovereignty, the mount of a lifetime, he's had some pretty good ones. Jim Dandy next for him. He just... Everyone else, journalism has been great. He ran in all 3 legs of the Triple Crown. His Preakness obviously was off the chart, sensational. Everyone's got to catch up to Sovereignty.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the older horses may have trouble with him, especially by the end of the year. Now, it depends what happens. A lot can change in horse racing. Other horses can improve. New horses can emerge. But right now, Sovereignty stands above that group, and we'll see what he does in the Jim Dandy and Travers. But after Saratoga, we'll have a clearer picture to see if it's muddled or if he's just dominant.
And it's a good group.
Waiting to hear if journalism's going to show up. But Baeza, John Sheriffs, has said he will come east again for the Jim Dandy.
Well, I mean, I really hope that we see journalism. Listen, you know, the ownership group with journalism has been so sporting, and it really is a throwback kind of thing that we'd see from the older stables years ago. They didn't run from a challenge. They showed up and competed and let the horses settle it on the racetrack, and I applaud them. They've done some job with journalism.
And at a time when there's a lot of what I think is sort of unfair and nonsensical talk about changing the Triple Crown, Clips Thoroughbred showed people we like the Triple Crown just as it is. We want to participate. And I think the game owes them a bit of a debt of gratitude for that.
Up next, 11th running of the Kelso and Junior Alvarado. He'll be aboard this one. Neat for trainer Rob Atris when we come back.
Hit 1 million, 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 hit 1 now million one. You got to put it in a half. Mark, $3 million. Thank you.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit ihdvstallions.com today.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, secretariat-like.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here at this July 4th Racing Festival from Saratoga. Watching America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2. Beautiful Saturday afternoon in Saratoga Springs. And the Grade 3 Kelso Mile on the inner turf. $175,000 purse. Coming up next here for 4-year-olds and up, we showed you Neat going to break. Won the Grade 3 Manila last year with Junior Alvarado aboard. He's back aboard today. This horse race, I should say, named after one of the all-time greats who defeated more champions and Hall of Famers than any other racehorse ever.
5-time horse of the year, carried weight, won how many Jockey Club Gold Cups when it was 2 miles?
Turf, dirt.
Turf, didn't matter. He won the
5 Jockey Club
He won
Gold
10
Cups.
miles of Kentucky of Jockey Club Gold Cups.
Washington, D.C. International, when it was run from a tape, no starting gate. I mean, he was unbelievable. This horse, Kelso, and Dr. Fager, my Uncle Phil talked about them my entire childhood. Those were his 2 favorite horses.
These are the horses, you know, you mentioned Fager and you mentioned this horse that old-timers, people have been around the track even longer than you and I, and we're basically old-timers at this point. These are the ones they talk about. Listen, I was lucky enough, as you were, to see Forgo. I did not see Kelso, and Forgo was tremendous, but this guy won $2 million. Winning $2 million back then was like winning about $60 million now.
Yeah, and then after he retired, Miss Marion Dupont, who owned him, she used to fox hunt off him.
at this. Was he a good fox hunter?
They said he was a great fox, great jumper, really great jumper. Yeah,
he was quite.
Five-time Horse of the Year, one of the all-time greats. Race named in his honor.
That record, 39 for 63.
12 minutes away. Just incredible what he accomplished. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Such a remarkable racehorse, and I believe they even paraded him up here whilst under tack with Miss DuPont on him. So just a tremendous horse that was celebrated even after he left the racetrack. As we'll take a look here at one of the two horses that will try to stretch out, and that's number 3, Think Big. Now, last time in that Grade 1 Jaipur, he was acting up throughout the entire time from the moment he stepped foot in this paddock to the moment he went in the gate, and therefore it led to a tardy beginning. Now, they had him in an iron halter last time out, which is basically a piece of iron that goes around the horse's nose, which is attached over their poll, and it's to give a bit more control, and he was not acting very well with it. Now, as I watched them school him yesterday here, just a halter and shank, not even just over his nose, and he was beautifully behaved yesterday, and the same thing can be true this time around for this Mike Sidham trainee. It looks as though they've really done their homework with this guy, and they have gotten him to settle. Now, let's not forget, too, that he is out of a Street Sense mare, and even with Twirling Candy on top. So there is pedigree for this horse to be able to stretch out, especially just to this mile. And looking at him physically, I'd say, yes, he should be able to, and that's even more compounded by the fact he's so much more relaxed today. Next, we'll move on to a horse who historically has been a bad actor, and that's number 6, Mountain Bear, sent to Wesley Ward for him to kind of figure him out. Well, he came over here with 2 ponies. This is a guy that was attached to the gray pony that he's walking behind, and then Wesley Ward's stable pony here just for extra reinforcements as Wesley is walking him around. So far, so good. A little bit high-strung when he first walked in here, but they've gotten the tack on him with no problem. He's a horse that has hinted at a ton of ability, whether it's here in the States or over in Europe. And he could be dangerous. His last start, you know, he was a little slow away, which is a bit of his Achilles heel, and he had to wait for room in the stretch while the winner, who will also face here, Nantasket Beach, just got the jump on him. So they were well clear of the 3rd place finisher. I think he could be dangerous if he can put it all together. Acacia, we will check in with you now for more on the horse that won the poker last time out. He did, Maggie. That's Donegal Momentum. I will talk about him, so you do not have to touch on your husband's horses, but of course, rooting with all my heart for the team with a very talented and impressive racehorse who was able to get to the front in the poker last time out and dominate in that score. Thought he actually ran exceptionally well doing the dirty work 2 starts back on the turf as well. He's shown some versatility, being effective on both turf and dirt. He is one that typically does get a little bit warm prior to his races, so that's very normal for him, but he's on his toes. Such an elegantly built horse that really kind of throws his legs out with that beautiful stride. So we'll see if he gets the lead and if he's able to control again. The one Neat, I think, is a little bit of an intriguing horse because last time out he checked himself really badly, and he was getting out significantly throughout the running of the race. 2 starts back, the jockey really struggling with him as well as he was getting out. I spoke to Junior Alvarado earlier after he won a race, and he said, yeah, that's typical of him. He has the tendency to lug out, but I know him well, and I think I get along with him well too. Number 1, he's built so much more like a miler, so I love the cutback and distance for him. I also like Junior getting back aboard. I think the inside post is going to be a little bit tricky, and see if he can keep a straight course. But if he can, he's a horse that has races on the go back that could make him a contender in here.
There's Junior Alvarado. So, yeah, back aboard Neat, who he won back-to-back graded stakes on last summer, including the Hall of Fame at a mile.
I think he's an interesting horse because, you know, he got caught in the bog last time on the pace of the dinner party and had no chance. Time before that, he had a nightmare trip. He almost got knocked over in the first turn. The problem is I'm still not sure in his best race he's good enough. And most of his success last year came in races where he got absolutely dream perfect trips.
Yeah, in full agreement. I do think Junior knows him, and that will help because he is a bit of a difficult horse to ride.
I used him at a price. I picked him third. I just if I thought he was a little better, I'd bet him here.
Here he is, 10-1, Rob Atras and Junior Alvarado.
He is due to get he's for all the lucky trips he got last year, he has certainly had a share of bad luck lately.
Here's the favorite, Intellect, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, it was second best to Donegal Momentum last time, but I think he gets a potential much better pace scenario. He's definitely the horse to beat.
We got two sprinters here stretching out to this mile. Here's one of them, Think Big.
I am not a guy who really likes sprinters stretching out on the turf, even though he has run okay at 7 furlongs on dirt. This is not the horse that I would bet, but I don't think 5-1 is a bad price if you like him. It's not a super short price.
Donegal Momentum went gate to wire in that grade 3 poker.
Now, he's a horse that's got such a long, efficient stride. Uncle Mo, he looks a lot like Uncle Mo the way he runs. Got to let him use his speed as his weapon and allow him to roll along.
Dangerous horse here. Mountain Bear, Wesley Ward. We saw him walking his horse around the paddock area.
Yeah, this is the other horse I like in here.
He's last. We'll get to him in a moment. Arzak stretching out.
I don't like sprinters stretching out. And this one, I think he'd really have to move forward. I think he's going to be forward, though. I think Ira's going to be aggressive.
Talented, graded stakes winning sprinter going long. Win for the money. Group 1 winner at a mile.
No, and I think he's a part of the pace. He's got speed. I don't think he needs the lead, but I think he's certainly going to be on top of the pace, and I think he's going to keep things honest.
Said that last turf work was sensational, the best he's ever been as a horse.
Got to use him for position in this race. It'll be interesting to see how this race is run.
And here's Mountain Bear for Wesley Ward. So Victor Espinoza getting some mounts for Wesley here at Saratoga.
Ooh, and he's not real happy with the pony. You can see he's acting up, rearing up. Might be better off just allowing him to gallop off and get away from Victor Espinoza, who will be riding here for the entire the meet. I talked to him earlier today in the jockey's room, and he just said that there's just not a lot of horses in California anymore, and he hasn't been riding a lot, and he's ridden there his whole life. He wanted to do something different. Boy, he is being obstreperous here.
Maggie talked about it, had been behaving in the paddock. A little unsettled right now.
I think Victor's here trying to erase a ghost from his past. I think one of the last times we saw Victor here was one of the few races that American Pharoah ever lost.
One of the biggest upsets in a racetrack known for upsets. Yeah, Keen Ice beating American Pharoah, the Triple Crown winner that year in the Travers. As we go back to Donegal Momentum. So that gate to wire win in the poker. I'd have to go a little bit faster today. What do you think?
I think so. I mean, in this race, there was just absolutely no speed. And I think the two things that are different, Richie, about this time is you've got two sprinters stretching out. You've got a horse like the 8 who at least figures to be forward enough in this race. But you also have riders that are acutely aware that we've seen inside runners do very well in the inner. Now, we saw an inside speed. We saw an inner turf race fall apart earlier today. Maybe the turf's getting a little bit more worn and it's getting a little bit fairer. That can and will happen. But I think you're going to see riders not want to let this horse just get away on the front end.
Well, they saw what happened last time when they allowed him to waltz along on the lead. Right there, he's going to garner respect, and I think you make a great point. Riders become aware of, wow, speed's good, and they all come out with more intention.
Look at the Manila yesterday. I mean, that race, there was a ton of aggression in there and all trying. It's almost like everybody's trying to fit through the head of a needle, right? But they're all trying to get to the rail. They can't all get there, as you well know.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to do, right? Donegal Momentum. And is he the best of the speeds?
Well, it depends what you look at. The time form pace projector thinks Arzak is faster than him. They think Think Big can be faster than him. And tell you something, if you're Jose Ortiz, your main goal in here is to go enough, and you talk about getting your position going forward, to at least make Donegal Momentum run to the first turn. And if he's going to clear you, maybe he went a little too fast.
Exactly.
Well, here's one of these sprinters stretching out. So Think Big, Jose Ortiz, for Mike Stidham, had won 3 in a row, including 2 graded stakes from sort of mid-pack sprinting.
Well, and listen, last time he was eliminated at the break. He got off poorly, and that was that. But look at the paces of the races he and Arzak are coming out of compared to the horses that have been running around 2 turns. 22-2, 22-1, 21-2. In comparison, Donegal Momentum went 24-1. It's a huge disparity between the two. So people at the first blush go, well, these are closers. because they're going extremely fast in turf sprints.
I can't imagine that Mike Stidham and Jose Ortiz aren't looking to be aggressive and keep that rail position. And like I said, if Dono Momentum wants the lead from him and to get in front of him, he needs to go too fast in doing so. And maybe then they can sort of relax off him. He's a big price if you like him at 6-1. He's not my cup of tea, but I can understand the argument for him.
6-1 on Think Big. Meanwhile, we saw Mountain Bear, the 6 for Wesley Ward, a little unsettled on track. Let's go back to Maggie and Acacia.
And Greg, that's what Wesley had been speaking of when talking about Mountain Bear in the write-ups for this race. Acacia, a horse that I think was sent to Wesley for the exact reason of he's just so difficult to handle. And Miguel Gutierrez, our lead outrider, really was the only one who could get him going when out on track, and he was just rearing up. He definitely looked like he was not the easiest to sit on. So well done, Victor, and well done, Miguel, for keeping him as composed as possible. Rearing up like that, obviously not something you want to see, but this is also normal for Mountain Bear. I remember seeing a video on social media of him trying to throw Ryan Moore at some point in his career as well, and you even look through the short comments in Europe, written down that he's washy and just tough to handle sometimes as well. So hopefully he can keep it together as much as possible. And with that pedigree, the Holy Roman Emperor on the bottom side, that will do it. That is a very hot line. Let's talk about number 2, Intellect, your favorite. He'll try to make good on his second place effort as the favorite in the poker. Does he get more pace to run at? The one thing I can say about him physically, now third off the bench, I thought he may have bulked up coming out of that latest race. Yeah, that's a good point. My first time laying eyes on him, I spoke to Flavian Pratt earlier, and he said, I did not want to be so far back last time. But he said also, too, you can't really change a horse's running style. So I'd imagine he's going to try to at least get him into the race a little bit more, but he just doesn't have natural early speed. Huge price on a graded stakes winner, albeit on when sprinting, and that's number 7, Arzak. You had an opportunity to talk to trainer Mike Trombetta, and for his standards, Arzak is really calm and somewhat cool today. He is. This is a horse that always saddles on the walk. He's always incredibly spicy. In the preliminaries, he gets washy. That's typical. When I first came up to Mike Trombetta, I said, I have a question for you. And he said, you want to saddle him next time? I said, yeah, absolutely not. But like you said, for his standards, pretty good. And I asked about the stretch out. This is a horse that actually, back in 2021, finished second in the Jimmy Murphy at a mile and has run well and actually won at a mile before. He said there's a little bit of gap in the graded stakes for sprinters. So why not take a try now? You can always cut him back in distance later in the year. I'm going to take a shot here with number 8 on the outside. I don't love that post position given the way that this inner turf course has been playing, but win for the money, as you heard Greg say. Mark Casse stating that this is the best he's ever done. He had a tough and taxing campaign to pretty much, end 2024 for the most part. Didn't run that badly in the Pegasus Turf Invitational behind Spirit of St. Louis, who came from last whilst he was dueling on the front end. I don't think he's naturally as fast as those sprinters or Donegal Momentum, but at least you know he's going to get a forward position. I think he looks so fit coming back. He looked terrific today. And 7-2, he's taking money for a barn that's white hot. That they are. Mark Casse should be all smiles, Greg.
Week already off to a tremendous start with that win in the Wild Applause. Several big chances still to come. And this horse very high on, as we've all touched on, freshened since that Pegasus World Cup Turf Invitational.
Yeah, listen, I think it's an interesting race, and I'm very interested to see how this race is run early, Richie. And win for the money getting back to a mile. He's got to work out the right trip, though.
He's a horse that can have speed, and he comes off of that really fast 58 and change work, and sometimes that really sharpens a horse's speed.
You want him to leave enough to create them to move too fast so he can get over towards the inside, maybe create some separation.
And that late money, Andy, now coming in on Intellect.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with Intellect is his lack of speed. But he ran very well last time out with no pace in here, and if he can get some hitting up front, he'll be tough.
Grade 3, Kelso. Winner likely moving on later this summer to the 4-star Dave. Let's send it upstairs to Frank Miramati.
Thank you, Greg. Here's Mountain Bear. A little keen when he came on the track. Spent some time by himself at the gate. And goes in. Arzak right next to him. Getting a little help from the assistant starters. And win for the money will be the last one to load for the 11th running of the Kelso. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Kelso. And Donegal Momentum broke alertly. Arzak has his usual early speed, and Intellect comes away in third. Win for the money on the outside, fourth, Think Big in between those two. Then Mountain Bear and Neat is the distant trailer. Arzak is the quickest, and he sprints away, leads it by 2.5 lengths. Donegal Momentum and Win for the Money second and third, and they're followed by Intellect and Think Big. The opening quarter went in 23 seconds flat. A gap of 4 back to Mountain Bear, and Neat is at the back. Donegal Momentum wants to get to the front. He's now on even terms with Arzak. Arzak just in front once again by about a neck. A length and a half back, Win for the Money in the clear, 3 deep third. They are followed by Think Big and Intellect side by side. This quintet covered by 3 lengths, 2 clear of Mountain Bear and Neat. 46 and 2, they're moving right along. And it is Arzak. Donegal Momentum just took a very awkward step, and Donegal Momentum has been pulled up. Donegal Momentum still running along, but was pulled up after stumbling. In the meantime, Win for the Money angles to the outside, and in between those two is Intellect with a furlong left to go. Intellect has wrested the lead away from Arzak. Think Big between horses, extreme outside, Neat and Mountain Bear. They're coming toward the wire. It is Intellect, and here's Think Big. Think Big. Think Big stretches out and shows that tough stretch kick to win the Kelso from Intellect. And in behind them, it was a photo for third between Win for the Money and Neat.
Think Big, furious finish to cross the wire first in the Grade 3 Kelso under Jose Ortiz. We saw Donegal Momentum pulled up out of the race. We'll try and get an update soon.
He just took a very awkward step midway of the turn and getting back to the finish. Intellect got a perfect trip, eased out, took the lead. Almost looked like he kind of got lost a little bit on the lead. And then here comes Think Big, who shot to the rail and really finished. This was a big effort here, but the complexion of the race completely changed when Donegal Momentum stumbled on the far turn. Looked like he picked himself up and was okay. But, I mean, we'll get an update on that, but it really took Neat out to the middle of the track. It really changed the complexion of the race.
Not far off the track record, by the way.
The turf is about as firm as I've ever seen it up here. You know, I think Flavien Prat is probably going to second guess himself on this one. He's going to say, you know, I was so worried about the track and the pace that I probably was too close, because he's not supposed to be making the first move. And I'm not knocking Flavien at all, but I think he's probably saying to himself, you know, if I had maybe waited and made the last move, and it was Jose that made the last move in a race that came apart a little bit at the end and stayed inside, and this horse came off the fence and just enough to allow this horse to get through. A great win. I didn't like this horse. I was dead wrong.
But the way this turf course has been playing, isn't that sort of in the mind of everyone right now?
I don't blame Flavien. I think it's one of these things where, because of the way the turf is playing and people are making decisions they wouldn't normally make, and a bumblebee the size of a bat just flew through it. And I think that in this case, Jose waited and it worked out.
Think Big with the victory, 6-1 on the Kelso. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning trainer Michael Stidham as Think Big. Mike, he was a handful last time. What a difference in his demeanor today.
We made some changes, schooling him in the paddock, and it worked, you know, having the pony with him, and it really made a difference. And a lot went on in that race. I didn't know what was happening there, but he really finished well and made us proud.
One thing's for sure is that he really did finish strongly. Can you talk a little bit about the thought process to stretch him out today?
It was always in the back of our mind. We had never done it on the grass. He had only been long on the dirt, and it was always something that Michael Banahan and I had spoken about. And this was our chance after the race that went the wrong way last time. So we figured, hey, now is the chance to try him stretching out.
Do you feel like this could potentially be a setup for a race like the 4-Star Dave?
I would say anything's possible. Certainly he went above and beyond all expectations today.
Congratulations to the team.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
Well, big victory here. Good move to stretch this horse out, and comes with a huge, big late run. Now 5 for 6 on the lawn.
Yeah, now watch what I'm talking about, guys, with the two Intellect. Watch his ears and his head carriage. He hits the front. Look at that inside ear. He's flicking his ears. His head comes up a little. He lost complete interest. And now that here comes Think Big with momentum, and it's hard for a horse to jump back in and regain that momentum. I think he's a tricky horse that you don't want to make the lead as early as he did today. And I'm with you. I'm not putting any kind of blame on Flavien Prat. I think he gave him a perfect trip, but this is a horse that can't make the lead that early.
Yeah, no, I think this is one where Flavien's probably thinking to himself, you know, in a normal situation, he wouldn't have ridden him like this. He would have ridden him like he ran him last time, and he probably would have won. And I don't want to take anything away from Think Big, who ran very well, and Jose gave him a terrific ride in here. But I think the whole way, this is what happens when you have a racetrack where there's at least a perceived bias, and we've seen a real bias. The riders start making decisions that they normally wouldn't make, and they're right in making those decisions, but sometimes, and I know you've been there, Richie, it blows up in your face, and you're walking back to the room going, I rode the best horse, I blew it, but I still did the right thing. You know what I mean?
Because you've got to take into account how a racetrack is playing, and it does force you to ride a horse a bit differently.
2 today for Jose Ortiz. First time going long on the lawn for Think Big, and it pays off. Superstar in action up next. Trying to win 6 in a row. Nitrogen. We'll see here in the Belmont Oaks when we come back.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Welcome back to the program, America's Day at the Races. There's your winner, Think Big, and he was big today in winning this Grade 3 Kelso, stretching out successfully beneath Jose Ortiz. And Jose, your first time on this horse, it was a night and day difference based upon his behavior. He was so relaxed. Talk a little bit about how he felt to you, warming up, going into the gate, and during the running of the race.
He felt good in the post parade. He was very classy. A lot of energy, but settled. It got a little bit hard on me. I wasn't very happy with that, but I don't know the horse. Probably he does that all the time.
He's worse last time.
So, broke good. Was having a very good trip with the favorite inside of me until the 3-8 pole where the other horse kind of tripped himself and went down. So I got the opportunity to go inside of that horse. And actually, they run away from me. Like in the turn, I wasn't able to keep up with them. And then in the stretch, he switched lead and gave me another gear.
It was really remarkable for the fact that, this is a horse that has shown that he has a massive closing kick sprinting, and often that doesn't translate when you stretch them out, but it really did with him.
It really did. Seems like the turns were a little bit hard for him today. And in the straight, he do most of his running. In the backside, he switched lead and he went forward. Then in the turn, he kind of backed up again. And in the stretch, he switched lead and he gave me an explosive kick.
It was very impressive. Congratulations here.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, think big, successful with the mile distance, guys.
Successful in every turf race he's been in, with the exception of the Grade 1 Jaipur. 5 for 6 now on the lawn, and yeah, showing he's more than just a sprinter on the turf.
Yeah, and in the Jaipur, he just blew the brake and lost all chance.
Meanwhile, we saw Donegal Momentum pull up and out of the race. For more, let's go to Acacia.
Very tough situation. As Javier Castellano did say, it felt like Donegal Momentum might have stepped in a hole or a divot on the turf course and causing him to stumble and pull up pretty sharply there. So he did cross the wire. The attending veterinarians were able to examine him, and thank goodness it seemed that Donegal Momentum came back in fine order, but very tough situation. I'm sure very frustrating situation for the team as well, but most importantly, very happy to see that horse and rider seem to be okay. Greg?
No question, great news there that Donegal Momentum and pilot Javier Castellano okay. As we get set for our main event, the Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational, $500,000 purse, mile and an eighth on the turf, and Superstar Nitrogen. 5 consecutive victories, 4 of them graded stakes, 1-9 on the board. Jose Ortiz, the mount for Mark Casse.
Wow, that's a little short. Feels like one person, much like we saw yesterday with the favorite in the Manila, one person probably skewed the board.
We'll talk more about the Belmont Oaks when we return. Is it a foregone conclusion for Nitrogen? Betting public right now seems to think so. Grade 3 Indiana Oaks for fillies and the Indiana Derby for the 3-year-old boys to come from Shelbyville, Indiana when we come back.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside. Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome. Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
A sizzling sale. Fasig-Tipton's July selected horses of racing age. Since inception, this sale has produced earners of nearly $100 million. Recent grads include Grade 1 Vanderbilt winner Nakatomi. And graded stakes winners Fort Washington. And Banishing, a leading market for racehorses ready to run. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us on our Saturday coverage here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Grade 3 Indiana Oaks for 3-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th, and 3-5 on this Brendan Walsh filly who handled Heavenly Sunset for Brad Cox last time out. They reunite as we go out to Michelle Yu.
Thanks, guys. Trackside here. As you can see behind me, they're getting the gate set for the Oaks. I was able to get a nice up-close look at these fillies in the walking ring, and the 2 Clico really caught my eye. She just got a beautiful, intelligent face. She was very curious at what was going on. Did not turn a hair. It's a little warm out here, and a couple of the fillies did get hot, but not Clico. I loved the warm-up that she got here. She was turned loose from the pony, and the rider had a nice snug hold on her and just took off at a really high-speed gallop. Seeing the way the track's been playing, so forwardly placed horses doing really well. I'm wondering if that means that they might just be a little bit more ambitious about where they put her. I do think the 2 local horses to the outside have a lot of speed, and I feel like they're going to send, but I'm sure they don't want Clico too far off of it. She is your current favorite right now for Brendan Walsh and her first time in stakes company. The other favorite is the 5, or the second choice is the 5 Heavenly Sunset, who she bested last time out. When I talked to Brad Cox earlier on, they like this filly a lot. She was cross-entered in the Iowa Oaks, opts for this spot. Her running style is right for the way the track has been playing, but again, with that other speed to the outside, that's really going to force her hand. I'm interested to see how versatile she can be here. Cox and Machado already with a pair of winners on the card, including a stakes win earlier on today. The 1-horse Sturgeon Moon was the one I thought could be the upsetter in here, but I am concerned with the lack of speed as well as the rail draw for her coming off the layoff. When I spoke to Don Chatlows from OXO Equine, he's wished that they had gotten another race into her just so she could have a little bit more fitness, but she's been training superbly, as you can see on paper. And Will Walden is exceptional. 24% first time out of his barn, 21% off of the extended layoff, and she's got something here under her belt. She was a winner at Indiana. She broke her maiden on debut in June of last year, so we know she likes the track. I thought it was interesting, too, that she had shown speed in her sprint races here, and then she was nowhere near the lead in her route races. And when I talked to Don about that, he said if you go back and watch, she was trying to really be closer, seconds and thirds, and around the turn, she just got shuffled back. So Will says they hope they break and get really good position, saving ground around that first turn especially. So these fillies now making their way back here for the Indiana Oaks. Your current favorite is the 2 Clico, and she'll be my top selection in here as well.
Michelle, thank you. Yeah, she is a short price coming off back-to-back wins. This is her stakes debut.
I'm going to make a prediction that at post time, the odds between Clico and Heavenly Sunset are a lot closer than 3-5 and 7-2. I'll bet they're more like 6-5 and 9-5. Maybe I'm wrong.
I would agree with that.
I mean, I just don't think. I mean, I think Clico's good. I just don't think there should be that big a discrepancy.
This one here, neat local story. Michelle Elliott, it's her home track. She grew up in Indiana. It's her first starter in this race. The last time she was in a graded stakes race, it was 2018, Bashford Manor at Churchill Downs. She ran third at 99-1.
Wow. Boy, you did your work today, buddy.
And this one, look, big effort sprinting, albeit last start. Can this filly stretch out? I guess the big question.
I'm going to be shocked if one of the 2 favorites doesn't win this race. Stunned.
But she is certainly going to have a say in how this race is run because she's got speed sprinting, and Clico's not going to outrun her for the lead, I wouldn't imagine.
Well, Clico's not the speed. The speed potentially
or
is
the
the
5. But either one of them. I mean, this filly holds the key to the race as far as I think it'll be a fast pace because of her.
I don't think so. I think the 5 will be in front. I'm going to bet you.
You already owe me a dinner from another bet, so we can go double or nothing, okay?
No, I don't want double or nothing. I just want to have dinner with you, so that's not good.
Well, give me a gift
I'm
card
going to
for
bet
dinner
you a
then.
hot dog tomorrow.
You missed out yesterday. They were on hand for $1. Grade 3 Indiana Oaks, Clico, Heavenly Sunset, the 2 and the 5 rematch here from their meeting May 31st at Churchill Downs, and that was won decisively by Clico. Here we go again in Grade 3 company. John Dooley, the call.
Couple of fillies back. Juan Machado with Heavenly Sunset. Clico 4-5 favorite. 2-1 Heavenly Sunset and 4-1 Sturgeon Moon. Over the mile and a 16th. Track record 141.19. Here's Heavenly Sunset in the claret for Qatar Racing. One more. Fernando Salazar Becerra, Golden Eye Magic. She's won 5 of her career starts. Lady Jacqueline winner at Jack Thistledown. Golden Eye Magic. They're in the gate.
Oh, 1 second. No, look,
they're off. And the daily racing form, Indiana Oaks, Clico sharply away. Here's Heavenly Sunset with an early bid. Top is right there too. Sturgeon Moon, Deloraine, and the Royal Blue of Godolphin, and GoldenEye Magic has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn. It's Heavenly Sunset. Heavenly Sunset to the early lead for Luan Machado. Clico in tight quarters and taken back to settle. Top in the white cap is right there for the home team. Clico is now running in third as Heavenly Sunset establishes a very easy lead as they go to the back of the track. Deloraine is next in fourth. That's Sturgeon Moon and GoldenEye Magic, the opening quarter for Heavenly Sunset, 23.18 seconds. Heavenly Sunset leads by 3/4 length. Top staying right there with the front runner, making this run toward the half-mile pole. Agarellas and Clico. She's biding her time toward the inside. She's not too far off the pace, and Mike Smith moves Deloraine into scoring range. This will break up 3 more. At the back of the field remain Sturgeon Moon and GoldenEye Magic in the orange cap. Half mile for Heavenly Sunset. 46.15 seconds with 3 furlongs to go, and here's a bid by Top. And Top is looking to take on Heavenly Sunset. With Fernando de la Cruz, it's Top who leads coming toward the quarter pole. Deloraine and Clico, and here she comes. Clico is right there, coming with a bid now outside of Deloraine as they try to close down Top. Then GoldenEye Magic with Sturgeon Moon, and Heavenly Sunset's dropped right away. 3/4 in 1 minute 10.36 seconds, and Clico has taken charge. With 1 furlong to go, Clico pulling clear now by 3 from Top. Then Sturgeon Moon, Deloraine, and GoldenEye Magic is next. They're close to home. A toast to Clico. Clico in the daily racing form, Indiana Oaks, and Clico well on top. Top was the runner-up. Sturgeon Moon third, and Deloraine finished fourth.
Clico proves again she's best. She's won 3 in a row now. Wins this one convincingly. Brendan Walsh. And good for Top and Michelle Elliott to get second here on the stretch out.
And Brendan, we need you to bring this horse to the Alabama. She's good. Or maybe cut back for the text. Maybe she cuts back. And I won a hot dog from you and a dinner from Michelle. I'll take the cash instead, Michelle.
Back to Saratoga. Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational. And in the background, there she is, Nitrogen, 1-4 favorite. She has won 5 straight, 4 graded stakes in a row. Let's go to Maggie.
Let's talk about a filly that finished in front of Nitrogen once upon a time, and that is May Day Ready, running second in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, and she is one that really, stamped herself up here in Saratoga as a legitimate player in that Juvenile Filly Turf division. About her last year, I thought she was this kind of raw looking filly, but obviously had a lot of talent. But now as she comes back as a 3-year-old, she's just so much more athletic and refined looking. Now, I know Jolie has not had the campaign that he has wished for when it comes to her 3-year-old season. When they shipped her over towards the end of 2024 for that Hanshin Juvenile Fillies, she came in season, and that, for a young filly can be detrimental. They can not feel great, and also they just don't necessarily have their mind on racing. So I know Joe was looking for a start back at Keeneland, but unfortunately they got a lot of rain. He opted not to run her there, and so his back was really against the wall when he had to run in the off-the-turf wonder again just to get a race into her. Well, she looks fit here, and let's not forget that if her 2-year-old form takes a step forward, she could be right there with Nitrogen. Number 5, Fionn, she's never finished worse than third, and albeit behind Nitrogen in the past, but she is a very aggressive filly, at least here in the paddock. She's settled a little bit since they've gotten the tack on her for Brad Cox. This is the first time I'm seeing her. Now, she was held up at the back of behind an enterprising pace, and she did put in a strong rally, but definitely with the flow of the race that day. Look, I don't think she necessarily stacks up against Nitrogen. She's probably still a few lengths off of her, but at least she is going to show up and try. But for more on the big favorite, we'll check in with Acacia.
And Maggie, Nitrogen just acts and looks like she might just be one that breathes some different air. She is your heavy favorite because she's looking to win 6 in a row and includes a blowout score on the dirt last time out. Now, I was in the paddock for that off-the-turf wonder again, and while she has been a horse that has had most of her form on the grass, she just far and away looked the best in the way that she framed herself up last time out as well. From when I saw her at the start of the year at Tampa to the way that she's acting and looking today, she's continued to progress, which I really appreciate about her. There's some hot fillies in here, and she's not turned a hair. We'll see if she can keep the ball rolling and pick up her first Grade 1 victory. Now, the number 3, Totally Justified, I think is a little bit intriguing. She'll try to turn the tables on Fionn and on Nitrogen as well. She's one of those that can be a very high energy type, but she's a horse that switched to the turf last year in the PG Johnson with a massive turf pedigree as well. And I think that she's run some good races with maybe not the most ideal trips. She was pressing the pace setter last time, and they both got run down late with Fionn coming from off of it. She's been sharp, but from when I last saw her at the Breeders' Cup to today, she's filled out a lot. She's always been a high energy type, but she's not doing anything naughty. She's not been over the top. She's a horse that I think, if the race flow is a little bit more in her favor, could be one trending in the right direction, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 7 minutes to post the Belmont Oaks Invitational, and time to play our favorite. Bet the favorite, beat the favorite with Andy Serling.
Well, I'm going to be betting against Nitrogen, and I have the utmost respect for her, but because of somebody who probably bet about $150,000 to win on her, she's an outrageously short price. I don't know that she has a demonstrative edge over this field, and Totally Justified to me is a horse that was extremely good as a 2-year-old that's finally starting to put it together, and her last race a lot better than it looks. The horse she was chasing on the front end is a horse named Classic Q that absolutely just was as impressive as could be in winning our Wild Applause the other day, heading a fast pace. Now, she was with the track, but she ran very well after being eased in that race. That pace fell apart, and that's what allowed Fionn to win, coming from the back of the pack. In here, she's probably stalking the speed of Opulent Restraint. It doesn't figure to be as fast a pace, and I think Totally Justified is a horse ready to take a step forward for Rusty Arnold and give him his second big win of the Saratoga meet so far.
Well, she just left our screen. Luis Saez will be aboard. 6 minutes away from this Grade 1, our feature on this Saturday card, Belmont Oaks Invitational. We start our post parade with warming for Graham Motion.
I'll tell you something. This horse is lightly raced and has run well in her races. She's got to improve here, but she's got the right trainers. Graham will try to win both these races for 3-year-olds.
This is amazing. Chad Brown in those silks, Opulent Restraint at 26-1.
That is amazing in its own right. This is a filly that has speed. Speed is always dangerous.
Here's the one Andy was just talking about, Totally Justified.
I'm all in. I'm all in on Totally Justified. I think she's going to be a major player in the division.
Another Chad Brown runner, 19-1, Virgin Colada.
Then Chad's other runner, Opulent Restraint, really complements Virgin Colada's style, who's more of a deep closer.
Here's Fionn for Brad Cox.
Yeah, she got the right pace last time. I think she's fool's gold as the second choice.
Made Day Ready finished ahead of Nitrogen as a 2-year-old.
A very talented filly. Last year shipped to Japan, kind of an awkward way to end her campaign.
And Nitrogen trying to win a 6th in a row.
I'm trying to beat her, but I have no illusions. She's very good. I just think that the disparity in prices makes it the case where you want to play against her a little bit.
She's very good. She's also very consistent. And we also saw, though, in a race that came off the turf in that Wonder Again, she might just be a lot better on dirt.
Yeah, there's a big difference, and we see it a lot with off-the-turf races where turf horses will run big figures and they get in real dirt race and don't do it. But this was an unusually fast race. Wet track, but I believe that's what's going to compel the connections. I mean, they're hoping to win here, and they're hoping to run her back in the Alabama on the dirt. And, you know, it'll be funny for Mark Casse because he's squaring off against a horse of his with a different running style, Lacara, who right now could be considered the leader of that division with 2 Grade 1 wins.
Yeah, won the Ashland, won the Acorn.
See what happens in the Coachco American Oaks coming up soon.
But at least they have complementing styles, right?
Yeah.
One
they won't get in their way, each other's way, yep.
Well, remarkably consistent. She just keeps on winning at the highest level. This is a look at the last time she was on the turf. Of course, that Wonder Again came off the grass. Grade 2 Edgewood, Churchill. She was dominant as usual.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a knock on her, Richie. She's got the speed to put herself in position. She doesn't get compromised, and she just delivers every time. And at least she like exploded away from them right there, you know? Like she put an extra 2 lengths in the field in basically the blink of an eye. She's a good one.
She is
it's
a good one.
It's not going to be easy to beat her.
A beautiful way of going. And interesting enough that she's got a half-sister, Love to Shop. I mean, half-sister, Love to Shop, who's by Violence, who's the son of Medaglia d'Oro. She's by Medaglia d'Oro, both bred by DJ Stable. So kind of interesting. That mare's a producer. They're both stakes winners.
They spent at her frame up. I mean, game face on.
You know what's funny, too?
Wow.
You mentioned that she's bred by DJ Stable. DJ Stable not afraid to spend a lot of money at the sales, and we saw that early with Ewing in the first race today. And once again, a homebred is the one that they've got as their best horse in a lot of ways. It's kind of interesting. You know, you think about a horse like Fierceness for Mike Rapoli, who spends an enormous amount of money at the sales, and the best horse he had was a homebred. We saw it last year, a horse like Domestic Product, a homebred. Ways and Means, a homebred. You see a lot of these stables that spend a lot of money at the sales, and some of their best horses end up being homebreds.
Yeah. And Mig, I mean, you probably know this more than any of us, the really good one, they know what time it is when they get onto the racetrack and they're about to load on the gate. It seems like Nitrogen really knows what time it is right now.
Nitrogen had her game face on. Did you see the way she bowed her head, galloping without the pony? And she just looked as good as a horse could possibly look in the warm-up.
There she is, 2-5 favorite. Can she make it 6 straight? Let's go back to Maggie and Acacia.
Acacia, you said it. She just breathes different air. She just looks utterly jaw-droppingly good.
Yeah, she really does. I was joking. We're a bunch of chalk-eating weasels, but we
own it.
We own it. I will accept it here. She just ticks every box that you could want for a favorite.
And you, though, talked to Rusty Arnold, and I think the discussion about pace is an interesting one. He told you that he thought Totally Justified would be on the front end.
He did, and he said she's really sharp, as she had been. As I mentioned at the Breeders' Cup, you said, interestingly enough, as a 2-year-old, she was more laid back, but he said it's funny, she is one of those tall, leggy fillies that never really fills out a ton, but she's a good doer. She digs into the feed tub. She's been very consistent, but he said, I think she'll be on the front end today. We're just going to let her have her head and go. She got pressed last time, and that's not how she likes to run.
You know, I think about her, and she's not my physical, but you look at her bloodlines, and she's exactly what she's supposed to look like as a filly. But Opulent Restraint, Acacia, we saw her on the front end when going a mile last time. She was sent for that early speed by Gerard Ortiz Jr., Joel Rosario today, but I thought she was ultra game in trying to fend off Laura Lynn, who would come back and win the Penn Oaks.
She did, with an 80 by her speed figure, the same that she ran when winning the Memories of Silver. And this is a horse that last year as a 2-year-old, Chad Brown said he didn't go to the Breeders' Cup, not because she didn't necessarily have the talent, but because he didn't think she had the mentality for it. She's one that's always so tough for her standards. She did exceptionally well today.
I thought she handled herself better than ever, and at 19-1 on a Chad Brown horse that projects to be at least forward in here, I think she could be dangerous, at least to fill out those exotics. Greg, as they are circling and ready to kick off this Belmont Oaks.
Thanks, you two. Excited to see what happens. Can this win streak stay intact for Nitrogen? She looks sensational. And, of course, we talked about, the next start, and we just talk about it, too. It's going to be in the Alabama on dirt. How the Met Mile was run that day as well.
And I think she ran as fast or very similar time or
pretty close to what they did.
There is a general feeling from figure makers that the track probably changed. And it's a fair thing to say because I don't think anybody believes she was going to beat Raging Torrent and Fierceness. Having said that, it still matters. But, you've seen a lot of turf horses win off the turf races, and then you get in a real dirt race against hardened dirt horses, and it's a very different ball. And I'm not saying it will be. I mean, she may be one of the most intriguing horses the entire meet, to be honest with you.
But it also was a sloppy sealed track that maybe she was running over the top of the ground. I will say what is impressive, though, it was a slow pace in the Wonder Again, and the final time was in the same ballpark as the Met Mile.
No,
off a slow pace.
Listen, I'm not convinced she's not very good. I'm not convinced she's not better in the dirt, but she's going to have to prove it, hopefully on a fast track and also against true dirt horses.
Sure.
I mean, Lecara's been pretty good, and I'm hoping Good Cheer is coming back. I don't know what the story is, but she's better than she ran the Acorn.
First things first, Grade 1 Belmont Oaks for Nitrogen, as good as she's been. This will be the first Grade 1 of her career. And 2-5 to try and get it done. Mig, when you're on a huge favorite like this, who's been so good, how much pressure is there?
Well, there's a lot of pressure. It's almost when you win on horses like this, it's more relief than it is jubilation. And as a rider, the last thing you want to do is put her in a position that compromises her trip you want to give her an opportunity to run.
I think Rusty Arnold's going to be surprised. I don't believe. I'd be happy if Totally Justified was in front. I don't believe she'll be in front of Opulent Restraint. And I don't think Chad Brown thinks so either.
That's the filly to her inside. Joel Rosario on the 2. There she is, moving in line. Nitrogen, super filly. On the lawn here before she heads to the Alabama on dirt, trying to win a 6th straight and 5th straight graded stakes win here in the Belmont Oaks. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Fian is next. Mayday ready. And the heavy favorite, 2-5 in the final stages of wagering for Nitrogen. Daughter of Medaglia d'Oro comes up. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Belmont Oaks Invitational. Mayday ready. Hopped in the air at the start and is last. Opulent Restraint broke alertly. Totally Justified. Nitrogen third. Then it's Warming in a good spot fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Fian is next, racing on the outside of Virgin Colada. And at the back of the field, the trailer is Mayday ready. The opening quarter mile for Opulent Restraint went in 23 seconds flat, opening up to lead it by 5 lengths. Totally Justified in second, and the favorite Nitrogen reserved in third. They're followed by Warming. Fian is next, another 2 back to Virgin Colada, and Mayday ready. It is Opulent Restraint. Loose on the front end, has a 3-length cushion on Totally Justified in second. Jose Ortiz and Nitrogen still cruising along. 1.5 lengths in front of Warming, who's 5 lengths off the lead. The half in 46 and 3. Moving into the far turn. Fian has 5 lengths to make up, then Virgin Colada and Mayday ready. Opulent Restraint. Nitrogen gets her cue now and starts to gather some momentum into second. Opulent Restraint has been alone on the front end. Nitrogen second. Fian running a good race on the outside third, followed by Warming in fourth. On the outside, Mayday ready is starting to kick in. They're in the final furlong, and Nitrogen comes to Opulent Restraint, who's fighting her hard. 2 lengths back, Fian trying to pull off the upset and is finishing with very nice strides. It's Nitrogen in front. Opulent Restraint comes back, and here's Fian surging on the outside. Here's the line, photo finish! Fian and Flavian Pratt came right at Nitrogen and Jose Ortiz. Those 2 in the Belmont Oaks Invitational.
Dead tight at the wire. This will take a photo. Fion, Flavian Pratt, the big favorite. Nitrogen to the inside. Who got it?
It was the
5. Fion got it.
Fion
and this
got
is
up.
a track record, and you know we've talked about this a lot. Horses don't set track records, racetrack sent them, and this course is very, very firm. I got to tell you, probably not the preferred trip a little bit for Nitrogen.
Yeah.
3 wide on the first turn, chasing what at that point was a pretty quick pace, a pace where Totally Justified couldn't handle at all, chasing it. Opulent Restraint ran well. And Flavian Pratt, maybe he went back and said, as it turned out, I gave the wrong ride last time. Well, he waited this time, and he got some revenge.
Yeah, and he got that inside-out trip. He got to save ground, which Nitrogen didn't get to do early on. And it's hard when you're on an overwhelming favorite like Nitrogen was. Your tendency is to ride them a little bit safe, right? I'll forfeit a little ground. At least I won't get in trouble. Sometimes it comes back to bite you.
Yeah, and this horse has really improved, Fiona. I did not like her at all. I think if you look at the last race, that Totally Justified ran much better than she did. But as it turned out, it was a different situation today. They were moving up front, but this filly came running at the end. And this is a very, very firm turf course, but that's a track record.
Sub 145 mile and a furlong, 144 and 4. That's flying.
I'm going to say we need a little rain this week.
Yeah.
133
Sadly,
for
we're
the
gonna get
mile, 144 and 4 for the mile and an 1/8. And look, we had talked about it. 5 for Pratt, by the way, this afternoon. Just incredible. Could have been 6 potentially.
And another grade 1, yeah.
The figures Nitrogen had been running on the grass. Not that much behind some of the others in here, including this one. There's winning trainer Brad Cox. Let's go to Maggie.
Mobile. We say Fionn.
Fionn, that's what I was calling her too.
People say Finn.
Fionn, Finn, call it whatever you want.
Whatever you want right now. Yeah,
She's a winner.
Yeah, call it whatever you want.
You guys are so pumped up. That was so close. How exciting.
Oh, unbelievable. I was hoping for third or second, turning for home. And she just kept coming like she always does. She always comes.
She's so consistent.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'll tell you, it's amazing. It's amazing. We've been on a ride. It's a magic carpet ride. It really is. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you know how this game is. It's hard.
It is ups and downs.
Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, enjoy this win. What a special filly. I mean, Nitrogen, she was the head of the class, and you took her down.
Yes. Let me just say that. I mean, yeah. Let me just keep it at that.
Two very good fillies. Ran their hearts out.
Yes.
Couldn't be prouder.
Yes.
Couldn't be prouder. Brad's done a great job. His whole staff's done a great job. Trace has done a great job.
Yeah.
We're just happy to be here.
Oh, my God. It's unbelievable.
You guys, it was so fun to watch you celebrate. Only second to watching her win. Congrats.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Guys, this is a happy winner's circle.
Well, George Messina, part of that ownership group. You just heard from right there, son Trace. Works for Brad Cox, part of the team.
I love that. I mean,
Yeah.
right? I mean, just the unbridled enthusiasm, winning a big race like this up in Saratoga, and a thrilling finish like that. It just doesn't get any better than that, does it?
Yeah, winning makes you giddy. I mean, they were absolutely delirious with joy right there. And this filly ran big, man. She really.
So what does Mark Cassidy do now?
I think stick to the game plan.
Okay.
Go
No,
to Alabama, right?
I'm not saying not to. I'm just curious. Yeah, I think he probably does.
There's still a good. I mean, we haven't seen her on a fast dirt surface, but she ran a lot faster on dirt, even though it was a sloppy sealed track, than she has on turf.
And I don't want to take anything away from the horse that won, because she ran terrific
Sure.
to get it done. No question about it. And a track record's a track record. You want to say, okay, the turf's really firm. So, okay, it wasn't so firm. She got 45-4. You know, I mean, she's good. I don't think Nitrogen loses anything in defeat if you're actually analyzing the race. I think that Nitrogen ran extreme. There's an argument that Nitrogen may have run the best race she's ever run. She just happened to lose to a horse that got a slightly better trip than she did.
Well, listen, Flavian set the stakes record for a reason. The guy just puts horses where they need to be placed to get the best result from them.
And this is a different turf course. This is the outer turf course, the mile race on in the inner. But I'm sure that Flavian gave a lot of thought, and he said, you know what? I'm just going to go back, and I'm going to ride my filly in the next race the way she needs to be ridden. And if I lose because of the track or something, and I don't think there's a big bias on the Mellon, but I think he probably said to himself, I'm not going to lose because I adjusted my game to riding to the racetrack. And sure enough, he got the victory.
Our winner's circle laid in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. They'll be held on July 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. Start considering your entries today, as we just told you a moment ago. 5 wins today for Flavian Pratt, and he just continues to produce magic here at Saratoga at a meet last summer, Mig, where he broke all the records for graded stakes at a meet. Stakes overall, grade 1s. It was a summer we'll never forget.
You think about the great riders that have competed for so many years at a place like this. And for him to do what he did and rewrite the record books is just phenomenal.
No, it's incredible. And doing it against the best riders in the world.
Let's go to Acacia.
And with winning trainer Brad Cox, what a performance from Fionn. I know you talked to Maggie about her earlier and how consistent she's been, but what an effort today.
Yeah, no, she really ran well. We got a little pace to run at. Flavian did a good job of getting her in the clear, turning for home, and she stays on. I didn't know if she was going to get there the last 16th, but she stays on well, and the further the better, and very proud of her.
Of course, a good series up here in New York. Do you feel like Saratoga Oaks could be on the calendar for her?
Yeah, we'll definitely look at it, and if she comes out of it in good order and trains well moving forward, we'll give her an opportunity.
But your day's not done yet, for sure, over at Indiana as well. Horseshoe Indy, you'll be running in the Indiana Derby with Instant Replay, a horse that's been in terrific form recently.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it depends on the pace. They seem to be shoving horses out of there. The track's fast, speed's holding. We'll see where he can set and get comfortable and hopefully finish up.
Thanks, Brad. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Greg.
Brad Cox, yeah, we will see him with a major contender coming up in that Indiana Derby. For right now, enjoy this one with Fionn. 5-win day and a chance for 6 in the nightcap for Pratt, riding for Cox here in this Grade 1.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage, America's Day at the Races, July 4th Racing Festival from Saratoga. Fionn just getting by Nitrogen in the final jump in this Belmont Oaks Invitational.
A thrilling race. You know, I want to make sure, I am in no way knocking Jose Ortiz. I think he rode his filly the way you're supposed to ride her. You're riding the best horse, you know, you want to stay in touch with horses because on paper, these horses look like they could beat her just because Totally Justified came up empty. He rode her the right way. He got an outside post. What's he supposed to do? I think if you just look at it, she probably ran the best race, taking nothing away from the winner.
No, and listen, we got to give the winner a lot of credit.
Sure.
She went and got a really top-class filly in Nitrogen. Yep. And wow, that was even closer than I realized when we watched it the first time. That was, she put her head down and went and got her. Tremendous effort by Fionn.
A true nose margin of defeat for Nitrogen. What a performance, Fionn. Brad Cox, Flavien Prat, a day to remember. When you win here, 5 win days at Saratoga, they are few and far between. It's got a chance for 6. Coming up, ready for a battle indeed in the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Brad Cox with a big chance with instant replay. We'll see Cole Battle back in action as well.
Join us at Saratoga Racecourse for the 5th annual New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day. This special live race day features the Rick Violet Stakes, named after the pioneer in aftercare in New York, and celebrates both retired racehorses and the great organizations established in New York to support them. Bring the whole family. It's a day at Saratoga you don't want to miss. Free with paid admission. New York Thoroughbred Aftercare Day, Thursday, July 17th.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
And they're off in the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Saratoga season passes are on sale now and include free admission to the special July 4th Racing Festival. Enjoy 4 additional days of Saratoga for the same price as last year. Secure your season pass for just about $2 per day at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.nyra.com.
Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon. Continuing to celebrate our Independence Day weekend. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Grade 3 Indiana Derby. 3-year-old boys shot at graded stakes glory. And back in 2006, Mig, talk us through this race that you won with Star Dabbler.
Star Dabbler for Barry Schwartz. He was in front. It was a 5/8 of a mile track, Hoosier Park it was run at. He gets collared right here by Brian Hernandez, which was, by the way, his first graded stakes win that we split. He's got a half a length on me here, and my horse starts battling back, and I thought I came back and nailed him right on the money. And so much so that Brian Hernandez actually cursed in disgust because he thought I came back and won, and I went, yes, and came back, and we walked around for about 15 minutes, and then they finally put up that it was a dead heat. Now watch as we get closer to the wire, and tell me what you think, Greg. Whose nose was in front?
No question that white band on the inside, that white nose band, not even close.
It wasn't close. So then we watched them go into the winner's circle first. They had a blanket of flowers, a trophy, a Jeroboam of champagne. They left the winner's circle. It was me and Graham and the groom, which was Mike Hushin's assistant. No trophy, no flowers, no champagne. It was like it was the 9th race at Aqueduct on a Thursday.
Wow. Here is publisher Post Parade for this year's edition. Ran in the Kentucky Derby. It's the last time we saw him.
I don't believe this horse is going to get the pace he needs to make his run. I don't think he's good enough.
Still a maiden, by the way. He's never won. 53-1 Master Controller.
Well, Master Controller is now the maiden, but he dropped to maiden 100,000 to win. Did show good speed that day.
The darling story on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby, Rebel winner Cole Battle for Lonnie Briley.
Should get reasonably good position, and if they move up front, I think he'll be the one in the right position.
The speedy Tip Top Thomas for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, Todd Pletcher and Johnny Velasquez, the band back together. He'll be forward.
Very talented sprinter, and he had a tough trip in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens where he ran 3rd, Big Truz.
Yeah, I like him. I agree with the public. I think he's the horse to beat.
Wow, favored right now with Declan Cannon. Brother Kenny, huge price, 44-1. He comes in off back-to-back wins right here.
This is just much tougher company he's facing today.
And then 4-1 outside Brad Cox barn. Instant replay coming in off back-to-back stakes wins.
Well, you don't want to discount Brad Cox. I just thought this horse was maybe a cut below the others, but it's Brad, and the horse of price if you like him.
So 2-1 on a horse going long and going 2 turns for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. The old Harvey Packism. Don't bet a horse trying to do something it's never done before as the favorite. And he'll have to stalk probably the speed of Tip Top Thomas, Richie, who I think is overbet.
Yeah.
I think of all the short prices, he's the one I would be against.
And then there's a big long shot inside that's coming out of a sprint. Master Controller is going to have speed too, don't you think?
No.
Got a quick look at Cole Battle. Can he bounce back, get his first win since the Rebel back in February? Let's go to Michelle Yu.
Well, I'm definitely not going to go against what Andy says as far as the pace is concerned here, but Master Controller did look pretty good in the paddock, except for the fact that he was very warm. I thought that the obvious horses looked good. Cole Battle made a great appearance, didn't turn a hair here. Of course, he's been on some of racing's biggest days as a 3-year-old. He was just cool as a cucumber. He's not an overly substantial horse, but you can just tell he looks athletic in there. I love when Corey Lannery came out, he jumped on him and started just petting him on the neck. So very nice connection. A connection between the two of them. He's not facing any Grade 1 winners in here like he was in the Matt win when he ran third behind East Avenue and Burnham Square. So on class standpoint, this should be his race, but there's always up-and-comers to talk about. I originally liked Tip Top Thomas, but once I saw him in here, I'm not in love with him. He's a little bit lighter framed, son of Volatile. The pace for him should be lively, I would imagine. And he gets third, start off a layoff, but I just didn't love him physically as much as I liked the 7 Big Truz. So I ended up putting that horse as my top selection in here. He should get a nice setup as he's going to try a rat of ground for the first time. And I was able to talk to his connections, both Flying Dutchman and Brian Lynch, who said that they've been wanting to run this horse long. Obviously, he's by Justify out of a Curlin mare. Now, the mare only ran once, and she was second, but it wasn't a mile. So there is that route pedigree in there as he gets to try long for a first time. Also, we did note that the only time he's gotten to run on fast ground was his unveiling, which obviously was a win. And he's been knocking heads with Patch Adams, who is no slouch at all. He was a little bit hot when he came into the paddock, but once he got his tack on, he was much better behaved, and he warmed up very calmly alongside the pony. So I'm going to pick Big Truz on top here. The 9 Instant Replay was the only horse that came loose from the pony and got a big aggressive warm-up under Luan Machado. Coming off of that win in the Texas Derby and the Bathhouse Row, Brad Cox has said this horse needs to step up, but he's been training the right way to do so. Versatility is going to be his biggest weapon in his arsenal because he's been on the lead, near the lead, and way off of the lead. So whatever I feel like Luan needs to do with this horse, he'll be able to accomplish here. But it's going to be Big Truz, very forwardly placed with the first jump on the lot of them as they come to the post for the Indiana Derby, guys.
Michelle, thank you. Yeah, Big Truz, intriguing 3-year-old, making just the 4th start of his career. First time going 2 turns, 2-1 favorite against some horses that, they have some accomplishments on the resume.
No, this is a very solid field, Richie. Could
Oh,
Star
it
Dabbler
is.
have beaten this group?
Yeah. Star Dabbler was pretty good.
He would have beaten them.
He was second in the, it was the King's Bishop then. It was the Alan Jerkins now, and then he went there and
Who's he
won.
second to?
I can't remember off the top of my head, to be honest with you.
Publisher, the maiden, with Mike Smith from the rail, trying to get that first win in Grade 3 company. Cole Battle trying to get his first win since February. John Dooley with the call. Here are the Grade 3 Indiana Derby.
Juan Machado for Brad Cox going for a 3rd win on the day. It's the main event of the meet. Waiting for Instant Replay. Big Truz, 2-1 favorite. Here's Instant Replay for his new connections. Those Wafdon Racing Silks, they're in the gate. And they're off in the Indiana Derby. Tip Top Thomas. Cole Battle's right there along with Master Controller, who's showing the speed for Chris Amy to just lead Tip Top Thomas to the first turn with Cole Battle running in 3rd. Big Truz, the White Silks, is next in 4th. Then toward the inside, Publisher with Instant Replay. And Brother Kenny has dropped back to last. It's Master Controller. It's Master Controller who dictates the field at 49-1. Tip Top Thomas infusing more pace into Master Controller. And they're vying for this lead as they go up the back of the track with Cole Battle running in 3rd. Big Truz running in 4th. Publisher ground saving 5th. Instant Replay is running wide, and Brother Kenny still trails. The opening quarter in 23.43 seconds. Tip Top Thomas and Master Controller. They continue to battle head-to-head to a half-mile from home in the Indiana Derby as Publisher's looking to draw in, but held up there. Big Truz coming with a move right now, and Cole Battle is right there as they enter the far turn. Publisher's now running in 5th. Brother Kenny's up 1 spot, and Instant Replay has been relegated to last. The half mile, 46.01 seconds. Tip Top Thomas leads coming toward the quarter pole, and Cole Battle now stoking up as they come toward the top of the stretch. Big Truz is right there with Brother Kenny on the far outside. Publisher is next, then Instant Replay. Master Controller is last. They're homeward bound 3/4 in 1 minute 9.33 seconds. Tip Top Thomas a furlong away with Johnny Velasquez. Tip Top Thomas tackled by Cole Battle, and these two fight hard past the 16th, and Publisher now angles out. Brother Kenny on the outside. Tip Top Thomas. Tip Top Thomas has won the Indiana Derby. repels Cole Battle through the stretch. Brother Kenny, publisher, and instant replay in track record time of 1:41.15 seconds.
Huge performance from Tip Top Thomas, as you heard from John Dooley. Track record time, and this horse dueled that huge price speed horse, Master Controller, the entire first half of the race.
This horse ran super.
Some game effort.
This was a tremendous effort by him. He was much the best.
Yeah, I mean, he fought off, the speed of a, overmatched rival in the two Master Controller, and Cole Battle had dead aim on him, and he gave his normal, honest, gritty effort. Tip Top Thomas just too good.
No, he was terrific.
Big performance for longest he's gone in his career. Todd Pletcher, Johnny V, and a son of Volatile gets the third win of his career. Here's Captain Jack Sparrow. Arad Ortiz Jr. will hop aboard as we get set for the finale coming up from Saratoga.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Back with you post-parade here for the nightcap on this Saturday coverage from Saratoga. Here's Renew the Blue, David Donk.
Yeah, this horse has had 6 chances. A new gelding, if you like new geldings, but has to get faster.
First-time starter for Jenna Antonucci of Arcangelo fame. Let's get weird.
Yeah, comes in with a couple of sharp works. Not taking much money.
Mama's Mitty, 0 for 8, 4 seconds.
Yeah, this horse has got figures that put him in the mix. I'm just not a fan.
Blinkers on Alpha Cat.
He'll need all the help he can get. He's a little better in the turf. His dirt race is too slow.
Flavian Pratt, chance to get his 6th win on the card.
Very live horse here, getting back to the maiden 30 level where it's been competitive.
Cutting back, too.
Yep.
Solo Mio, Luis Saez.
I like this horse. A big rider change to Luis Saez, a new gelding. I think he's very interesting.
Uncle Barry with Omar Hernandez Moreno, 0 for 9 in the money.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve from what we've seen so far.
9 and 4 hasn't been able to go quite that fast, going 6 furlongs thus yet.
No, he's had his share of chance against soft fields in the winter.
Kings and Queens player at 5-1 for Gregory Sacco.
Yeah, big player, and I like to turn back for this horse too. Last time I felt like the mile kind of got in his way a bit.
And the 8-5 favorite outside of Rat Ortiz Jr., Captain Jack Sparrow for Mike Maker.
Yeah, the problem is he's obviously good enough, but his big fig last time came on a muddy sealed track, and I guess he ran fast enough to win this 2-back, but I don't think he's any great shakes at 8-5. He's had his chances, but he's the worst to beat, I guess.
So there he is, Mig. How special is that to win 5 here in a day at this racetrack, including a grade 1 among the 5?
It's huge. I mean, it's, Saratoga. I've always said winning. Now, I know this isn't the official Saratoga meet yet, but we're in Saratoga. And winning 1 up here is like winning 2 anyplace else because everybody pays attention here.
Dave Grenick from the Daily Race Forum just tweeted on July 4th, 2023, Flavian won 5 races from 8 mounts at Belmont. July 4th, 2024, 5 wins from 8 mounts at Aqueduct. And this year on July 5th, he's got 5 wins from 8 mounts. So this is a good weekend for him. He's good in the holiday.
And with this day, he's wrapped up the Belmont of the Big A riding title.
I would say. I mean, who knows? Maybe Irad will win 8 tomorrow and he'll get shut out. But
could be.
That's a chance
Unlikely.
you want to take. Well, look what Eric Ansell did to Kendrick. Kendrick probably still has nightmares about that a few years ago.
George Velasquez did it to Jeffrey Fell at Hialeah, won 6 to nip him on the wire for lead rider.
Like that.
So chance to get number 6 on All of a Sudden Lee. Blinkers coming off. With more on this one, let's go to Acacia.
And he does have a chance to make it 6 in here with a horse that I know has had a lot of chances, and he is cutting back and blinkers off. But I think in large part that's not necessarily to settle the speed so much as it is for a horse that is a bit quirky. And look, these are low-level maiden claiming types. They all have some questions to answer. But he is a horse, all of a sudden, who does tend to run pretty high-headed, and he can start to lug in and out a little bit sometimes. If you watch that last race, he was hanging on the left lead while tiring going longer. Even though he has some size, I much prefer him on the cutback and distance in here, and he's dropping back down to a more logical level. He just kind of makes sense in here, especially that he has been able to be forward even when sprinting. The number 11, Captain Jack Sparrow, the very cleverly named, as all of Buck Butler's horses are. This is a horse who's been at this level for a while. He ran on a wet track at this distance and level last time out. And he kept on late and just missed with Tiote, who was far ahead of him and really got the jump on him being much forward. While Irad Ortiz urged him out of the gate, he just had no early speed, and he's warmed him up big today. Didn't even link with the pony, just kept him moving. He's gotten warm, not uncommon for him, but has kept him going forward throughout the preliminaries, and we'll see if he can get into the race a little bit more. I really liked the appearance of the 7 Solo Mio. Comes back as a gelding and drops back down, as well as cutting back in distance. The last time he did this, 2 starts back in March, he was part of 3 horses on that early pace and held second. Well, the winner was much the best that day, but I do think that he's very intriguing, going back to a level at which I think he fits and coming back as a gelding. Some changes that I think should really help him, and I imagine Luis Saez is going to be aggressive with this guy, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Big favorite outside. Irad Ortiz Jr. for the Maker Barn and Captain Jack Sparrow, 9-5.
So it's big for the people who like the Pirates of the Caribbean or betting out here?
Apparently.
And he also has a couple fast races in Irad, so there are other reasons to like him as well. He's worse to beat. I don't love him in here.
Best race, Mig, was a muddy sealed track last start.
Yeah, he's got to show that it'll translate to a fast racetrack. He's owned and bred by Buck Butler, last year's leading New York bred breeder. Had a terrific night at the award ceremony. A bunch of his horses took home awards, and he took home top breeder award.
Had a lot of good horses over the years, these bred.
All of a sudden, Lee, the 6th, there is the man of the hour, Flavian Pratt, reigning Eclipse Award winning rider, trying to collect his 6th victory on this Saturday card from Saratoga. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Kings and Queens awaiting his turn. Let's get Weird backed away. Rider is off. Here's Captain Jack Sparrow. Ramiro Mirage about to jump back aboard the gray. Let's Get Weird. Right up to the gate. Going up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very clean and even start. Kings and Queens is the first one out of the gate. Getting some company now. Here's Let's Get Weird kicking through along the inside. And all of a suddenly is in between those two. Also in that mix is Solo Mio, and down at the rail comes Renew the Blue, only 4 lengths off them. Captain Jack Sparrow is widest of all. Mama's Midi is in that group of horses too. And then it's a gap to the 3 trailers, who are Alpha Cat, Uncle Barry, and 9 and 4 at the back of the field. 22 and 3. Let's Get Weird is the leader. Captain Jack Sparrow is pressing the issue as they head toward the quarter pole. It's another 2 lengths back. Renew the Blue is in third. All of a sudden, next, Kings and Queens has 7 lengths to make up. 9 and 4 trying to make some late headway, while very wide as they reach the top of the stretch. Captain Jack Sparrow on the outside, and Let's Get Weird is now back to second. All of a sudden, Lee in the middle of the racetrack, and down at the rail, Renew the Blue inside the 8th pole, and Captain Jack Sparrow and Arad Ortiz are long gone. Captain Jack Sparrow, far too good. Wins it by 5 lengths. All of a sudden, Lee second. Renew the Blue was third. Let's Get Weird held fourth.
Thought we might get an R-matey in there. Captain Jack Sparrow with the win. Maiden breaking score after a couple of runner-ups in 5 starts.
Yeah. He was wide around the track, stalking, and just pretty much the best, Rich.
Yeah, I mean, a very logical result. You know, one thing about Irad, too, he really demands from a horse. He doesn't ask a horse, he takes it from them. And this horse gives me the impression of a horse that really needs a ride, a little bit on the lazy side.
Cut it to 6.
It's not over.
It's not over till look. You referenced Eric Cancel and Kendrick Carmouche a few years ago. Thought he had a meet wrapped up, and Cancel did win 6 in a day to steal it from him.
He won 8 of the last 10 races, I believe. He was down 7 with 2 races to go on the day before the last day of the Aqueduct meet.
So 11, 6, 1, 2. Let's go back to Shelbyville, Indiana, and Michelle.
Well, 3 victories, 2 graded stakes, and 1 track record later. I think Johnny V has found a new home at Horseshoe Indy. Is this your first trip here?
No, this is my second time actually being here. I was here like 7 years ago. I don't remember when. But I know I was here because my valet called me and said, hey, I'm not there. You're going to have to get somebody else. So I know I was here one time. I just don't remember when.
Well, this will be a nice Memorial Day for you because obviously you had a fantastic one ending in this victory here. Tell me about the race. I mean, you were in the front, but I felt like this horse really tried hard.
He was really game today. I had to use him a little bit more than I wanted him from the gate. He's just kind of pushing himself back into the back doors. I mean, his first jump wasn't very good, and I have the horse next to me coming from 7/8, and I think he's pretty quick. I know the horse inside. It's going to go to the lead. And I had to hustle him for 2 or 3 jumps out of there, and then he got aggressive. But, you know, that's where I ended up, and I know I was told that not to be in his mouth too much because he throws the heads out. So I got away from the horse in the backstretch. Even if he was going quick, he kind of relaxed, though, you know. So he gave me a good feeling that, okay, he's not doing and overdoing it, though, you know. By the 3 pole, when they came to him and I asked him, he was game. I love that. I love when they come to them and you ask for more and they give you more, and you ask for a little more and they give you more. And he did that the whole way down the stretch.
How much confidence did he give you when Cold Battle came? Because he's battle tested.
Trust me, I got to the 8 pole. I'm saying when I went left-handed, he responded. I knew that he was not going to pass me, and he was game. And when I went after the second time, I know he had it.
All right, well, congratulations on that win and this entire day today.
Thank you so much. I got one more.
Oh, one more. He's got to run. He's got one more in the last here, but Johnny V already with a stellar day. And I don't know if you guys noticed, the screen was a little bit wet. Johnny V sprayed us all with champagne in the winner's circle.
As he should celebrate a victory like that. Well done, Tip Top Thomas. Furthest he's gone. Collects a grade 3 victory for a man that this has been like the dream team in horse racing for a long time.
This horse ran extremely well to
very
win.
well.
I mean, he battled every step of the way. He ran hard every step of the way. He really earned this.
And Johnny Velasquez and Todd Pletcher had such a hand at each other's success and the Hall of Fame resumes they put together. And Johnny's will do that. He'll grab this champagne. He sprayed everybody at the Kentucky Derby the one year when he won on the Horse for Todd.
Kingdom? Oh, no, Always Dreaming?
Always Dreaming. He got everybody soaked with champagne that day.
Captain Jack Sparrow in the nightcap proved he was much best against this group.
It was a swashbuckling win.
Yes, it was. Well done.
Got nothing,
We lost
Andy.
Andy.
No, that was sorry. It's been a long day. I think you and I are sticking around, right? We're going to be on the 8 to 11 show together, right?
Yeah, there's more to come tonight.
It really is, yeah.
Harness racing. Gabe Pruitt was on set here, and Chris Griffin.
We brought in the heavy guns.
Yeah, man.
Gabe's terrific.
$5.70 for the win. Pick 5, 8,700 plus, and the pick 6 hits $74,179.
If I'd had it, I could have got out for the weekend.
It's been that rough, huh?
It's been a rough weekend.
Look, we saw some tremendous performances all week long. We have more action. We're back with you tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time on Fox Sports 2. We'll be on FS1 as well. Nitrogen upset, but we're going to see her. I would think next they stick to the plan, the Alabama, but really doesn't lose anything in defeat.
They all lose. The best horses lose, and she ran terrific in defeat, and take nothing away from the winner, Fionn, who really ran well, got a great ride, but Nitrogen also ran a terrific race.
Yes.
An excellent race all around.
And a 2-year-old, maybe a star in the making, Obliteration.
Or Ewing.
Or Ewing, yeah.
Can we get Patrick up to see him run? We got to get Patrick up if he runs.
We're going to reach out to him, you know that much.
We got to get him up.
Hope you enjoyed it. Again, back with you 1 Eastern start time tomorrow for our Sunday coverage. Obliteration, 2 wins by a combined 18 lengths, taking the Sanford early on in the card. Meanwhile, think big, stretch out to a mile, and it works. Now 5 for 6 on the lawn as he takes the Kelso. And in the Belmont Oaks, a thriller to the wire. Nitrogen defeated. It's Fionn turning the tables. We'll see you tomorrow.
In this sport, it takes just one special horse and a lot of people that believe in him. By Champion Arrogant from the family of Broodmare of the Year, Better Than Honor, rose to prominence in the Grade 3 Peter Pan, displayed power in the Grade 1 Belmont, cemented his 3-year-old championship in the Grade 1 Travers, defeating a champion 2-year-old, Kentucky Derby, and Preakness winners.
And the Eclipse Award goes to Arcangelo.
Arcangelo, standing at Lane's End.
We know that the horses are the foundation to this industry, but it's the people that brings us together. We need to celebrate the community that is horse racing.
The stories are amazing. The people that you meet and the love they have for this business warms your heart and renews one's faith in this industry.
I think this is one of the best things we've done in the last few years in horse racing, but it has to happen with somebody nominating an individual.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.